welcome to Dubai. I know someone's living here already, so welcome to the Intercontinental this morning. We're going to get started in just a second, so I invite you to wrap up those conversations temporarily and take a seat in this beautiful room. We want to get started on time as it's a very, very packed agenda of content. Hello. How's the microphone? There's an echo, I hear it. Let's see, I want to make sure everyone hears me in the back. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Fantastic, okay. I love that you're here early. I love it. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Rachel Muleman, and I run a company called the Biz Advisors. My passion here is to connect with people at live events through human connections. And so this event is going to be spectacular. The next 3 days, you're stuck with me. I'm here to make sure every one of you meets every single person in this room and that you make the most out of this event. I love doing this. This is really my happy space where I find joy, and I hope that each one of you has a spectacular event for the next 3 days as we really make the most of it. I'm going to push you to take pictures, to post them online, and to really get connected, because there's a way to connect here when we're face-to-face, and another way, which is to optimize it digitally. Once you optimize it digitally, you can't get rid of people because they're there. So from a show of hand, who's on LinkedIn? Everyone in this room should be on LinkedIn, and if you're not, thank you. Sign up today, get your profile going, because that's where we're going to connect and stay in each other's lives for the rest of eternity, unless someone boots you or something. But it's a great way to connect and optimize these type of events. So are you ready to shape the future of business leadership today? Yes, awesome. Well, I'm going to keep this an engaging back and forth conversation so we can make the best of it. I keep you alert. I clearly have some energy, more than enough coffees here for you to keep the conversations going. There's a little housekeeping I like to do, and since we are in a room, I ask everyone to please put your phone on mute so we don't get interrupted by any of the panelists, so just take a second there. I've been hosting this event for the last 3 years, and there are 6 events happening in the halls next to us. And during lunch, we all get to eat together, which is great. And through the breaks, we all get to network with other people from education, from healthcare, from marketing, and from a show of hands, who has traveled in from out of town? Okay, so look around. Look at all these people from around the world. I'm going to find out when I get into the audience and see where you're from, how far you traveled, but this is a global audience. I've been living in Dubai for 16 years. The world is here. I am born and raised in New York City. They are moving from the US here to Dubai, and Dubai is a city that inspires every single day. And so these events are going to inspire you. They're going to give you ideas from other parts of the world that you may not have thought of, that will really spark a catalyst for you to drive your future tomorrow, right? I see, are you raising your hand? Are you just waving? Okay, well listen, we're shaping the future of business leadership. Everyone in this room, I applaud you for being here. I can't wait to hear what you have to say up on stage. We are going to recognize some beautiful souls that are here to inspire with awards later today. There is time, plenty of time to network. And like I said, we have 3 days together, so let's make the most of it. And if you need anything at all, please let me know. We do use a hashtag. I want to make sure everyone knows it. So if you do post any pictures, it's hashtag CXO 2.conf, CONF. Now, by using that hashtag, your images will be found by the organizers, they will be reshared, and other people in the room that you may not have met will be able to find you. Behind us, we are streaming live on YouTube right now. The whole event is live streaming, so you can share this YouTube link with friends that could not be here, especially when you're on stage. So when you get up here, this is an opportunity to shine, and I want to make sure you make the most of it. So we're here to make a great event that's going to be inspiring and collaborative. So who's ready? Everybody? Okay, great. I like it. All right, so let's set the stage. We have a packed agenda. It's going to be a day filled with insight, discussions, and transformation ideas. But before I dive in, I'd like to take a moment. We wouldn't be here today without our fabulous sponsors. So let's just give a warm round of applause and gratitude to our silver sponsor, Ann Summer Coaching. She's back there. Say hi, Ann. We're all going to meet Ann. Our brown sponsors with Fatima Bra, Avella Global, All Your BI, and Theo Sim Corp. So give them a round of applause. These are great sponsors that brought us here today. Thank you so much for taking the time to really support this event and for your incredible support. They have tables in the back that will be available to engage and meet and discuss throughout the event. Now, our first session's about to begin, and I invite people, instead of staying in the back, come, we got 2 seats, plenty of tables full of seats for you to join up in the front. And I want to also invite everybody that if the panel discussion wants Q&A from the audience, give yourself a little time so we can go around and ask people, invite them to engage and ask some questions, okay? So the first session is about empowering your team. And it's all about data literacy. So today's first topic is all about boosting your team and your data literacy of your team. You'll see it, everyone has this great book. You can follow this throughout our event. It will tell you everyone that's on the stage, more information about them and our agenda. So I'm going to invite up the moderator and the panelists. I'm going to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself so you can do it properly with your business. And now it's about data literacy. Thinking like a business can deliver valuable insight, which is going to focus on the transformation power of understanding data. Data's gold, but how do we understand it is the question. It's not just about numbers. It's a narrative that drives business success. And by promoting a deeper grasp of your data, your team can unlock the potent insights that it needs to really thrive. So we're going to talk about it on the panel, and it's all about getting more informed decisions for your business and strategic advantages. So let's roll out the carpet for the first panelist and for the moderator. Please invite to the stage Carla Bellini, the Certified Chartered Accountant at Studio. Welcome. We have stairs over here, stairs to the other side. I invite you to take a seat, and I'll give you a microphone, okay? Piana Eluzzi, come on up to the stage. You're going to pronounce your company name the proper way. Give her a round of applause. Hasn't arrived yet. All right, we'll continue. Michael Van Dyke, CEO and co-founder of All Your BI. Thank you. To the stage. We have Asanor Gavin, the founder and managing partner of Daphne Consulting. Come on up. Perfect, and we have Harold Bastista. He's the CEO of Callhounds Global BPO Corporation. We'll get microphones for everybody. Now you will see me come when you have 5 minutes left to keep the day going, all right? Have a great panel discussion.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. So let me start this one by just introducing myself, and then we'll go from me to you guys, all right? So by the way, my name again is Harold Bautista, and I'll be moderating our panel for today, all right? So let me just first introduce myself. So my name is Harold Bautista. I'm the CEO and founder of Callhounds Global BPO Corporation. So we're based in Manila, Philippines, and we're now expanding in EMEA. So our business is business process outsourcing. We're partnering with clients worldwide to basically help them achieve their business requirements. So if there are any business processes that you guys have back home that you would like to outsource and save you time, money, so that you can focus in the most important aspect of your business, we're here to help you. So we actually have a booth outside just in front of the door. So just go through that exit and you'll see us together with with the rest of the exhibitors, all right? We're more than welcome to, we are going to welcome you with open arms and answer all your questions, okay? So once again, good morning, and I'm gonna give the microphone to my colleague here, Itinor.
Thank you, Harold. This This is Ayşe Nur Güven. I'm from Turkey, but I also live in Dubai time to time for the last 12 years. I'm the founder and CEO of Daphne Consulting, which is a boutique consulting firm focused on data, growth, marketing, budgeting, branding, and talent in general. Basically, we kind of like serve from Middle East, the UK, US, and Turkey. And what we do is we all start with data. Always, we gather the insights from it, and then we drive growth strategies depending on the data for the companies we work with. And before that, I was a VP of marketing for Rocket Internet, which is an incubator and investor. And in Middle East and Turkey, I was responsible for 6 domains introduction to the market, which is now some of you might be familiar, is namshi.com. And then even before that, I was in travel business in Istanbul and New York for 6 years, responsible from US office and B2B and B2C marketing and sales. I'm so happy to be here because data is my favorite topic, and thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Isidore. And now we'll proceed to Michael. Michael here, he has a lot of insights in today's topic, so I think it would be nice to hear it from him.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael van Dijk. I'm CEO and co-founder of Oyo BI, and I've had the privilege to start 5 years ago with 3 employees. We grew the business in the last 5 years to now 50 plus. And over those last 5 years, we had the opportunity to really work with a lot of leading international companies to help them thrive and really leverage the potential of data. And I'm really looking forward to share our experience and thoughts that we have on those journeys with all of you.
Thank you so much, Michael. And now we have here Carla.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Carla Bellieni, and as pointed out before, I'm a certified chartered accountant. My relationship with data starts from the tax and customs issues for the companies, but recently, depending on my focus, the focus of my activity on the blue economy area, then shipping companies, yachting companies, and all the businesses working around the shipping and yachting markets, I started to focus also on sustainability. And beside my work also at the university as adjunct professor in maritime customs and tax law and practice, I've become a specialist in sustainability reports and auditor for sustainability reports, which in my opinion represent the new challenge for the use of data for resilience of businesses and for the future of our planet. So I'm very happy to share with these valuable speakers and with you my experience, even if started from another perspective than management of the business. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Carla, for that. All right, let's all give them a round of applause. All right, in today's session, we're going to be discussing boosting your team's data literacy and how thinking like a business can deliver valuable insights. So we're going to be discussing about data, right? And we all have different experiences in terms of our relationship with data. How we understand it, how we interpret it, right? So now we're going to be asking our panelists here, what do you guys think, or how do you define data literacy? All right, so maybe we'll start first with Isidore here, right? So with your background, I think you can share with us some valuable insight. What do you think is data literacy? What is the definition of it?
Okay, thank you, Earl. So data literacy, as you might realize, is more a recent term, right? It was not with us. All the data was with us years ago. Data literacy term just, I would say, recently came out, like maybe 10 years. And when you think of it, it's, from my point of view, turning data to information and information to knowledge. This is, for me, when I think of data literacy, I just don't think of raw numbers is after you analyze it, it starts. Because first you have to have enough data, quality data, and then you have to analyze it. But this is data analysis, right? It's not literacy. Literacy is being able to read it, make connections out of it, drive strategy out of it, making decisions out of it to grow the business. So I take data literacy from a very practical point of view, where you kind of like, if your company is data literate, I'm sure your company is very successful. Even though there are many obstacles in micro and macro level, still to understand if your company is data literate, you can think of that way. And today, after especially Industry 4.0, data literacy has become even more important because the flow of information and data kind of like increased, changed the pace basically. So it's now faster, that's why we're talking about that. And it definitely helps you to reach your goals. This is how practical I look at the data literacy.
Thank you so much for that. So basically for you, data literacy means being able to understand it, use it, and make decisions using data. Right. Well,
Exactly.
thank you so much for that, Eisner. And now we'll proceed to Michael here. Michael, can you share your insights about what data literacy means?
Yeah, so well, I agree with with what you shared before. I think if you really narrow it down to what is it at its core, is I think it's the skill of actually leveraging data. So I think there's two elements to it, right? On one hand, you have the data-driven culture, which is a sort of a separate topic that goes hand in hand, and then you have the data literacy, where I believe that data culture is really the willingness of an organization to how do we effectively use the data in our day-to-day operations, making the right decisions. And then data literacy is really the skill of how to actually leverage it. How do you ensure that you have the right capabilities, the right knowledge, to make sense of the data, to understand it, to understand where it's coming from, what to do with it, what not to do with it, and really make those effective decisions.
All right, thank you. So for you, data literacy means not just being able to understand it and interpret it. For you, it's also how to leverage it, right? Well, thank you so much for that. Now let's proceed to the lady,
Yes,
Carla.
thank you. I absolutely agree on these previous thoughts, and I think that you talk about skills, culture, and knowledge. This culture, this ability to derive powerful information from the data is, I think, the common line linking together our thoughts and the use of the data. I think that this culture has to be seen in the identification, for example, for the appropriate KPIs to be read, to be selected, to be calculated, to be collected, and to be read later on to derive this powerful and meaningful information for future decisions, because this is the real value of the data, to make the decision makers more able to take the appropriate decisions for the best result in a long-term view. In my opinion, a suggestion I can give.
Right. So for Carla, using the data that you've collected and using it as a benchmark can be an effective tool for the companies out there and not just the educational institutions that you're working with, right? So let's all face it. Not all companies are leveraging the data that they have or know how to use the data that they've collected, right? So right now, our goal here is to help you guys understand it and to help you become more data literate, right? So I have a few follow-up questions regarding data literacy, if you guys don't mind. Right, so let's start first with Michael. When you first started your business, right, were you already data literate? Or what were some of the obstacles that you've encountered until you become data literate?
Well, within our own company, I argue we were already, well, at least the culture was there to leverage it. And arguably we had the skills because that's what we do, right? We help our customers to actually leverage the data. And it would be interesting if we ourselves don't actually leverage the data, while at the same time we try to, teach our customers how to use it. So yes, I think within All Your BI, we were from the beginning data literate because we also on the hiring process look at what is the analytical capabilities and skills of the team. Because I think if you look at how to build the data literacy for your company, it starts in the onboarding. So if you look at any type of role function within the organization, figuring out what is the element of analytical capabilities that you need in order to progress in that particular role is really going to help you move forward. And then, yeah, if you look at, well, the organization we've built, yeah, we build the platforms as well. So yes, we have the team to be, they have to be data literate. They have to understand what it means to have data. How do you define the right definitions?
How do you translate it to business objects?
And business objectives and business processes and where the link is with that. So I would definitely say, yes, we were data literate from the get-go, but there's always room for improvement, right? As technology grows, we have a lot of AI technology right now. Everybody, yes, in the room has heard and probably leveraged ChatGPT at some point. So then the next step is how do we increase the data literacy that we also leverage that new technology that's constantly evolving.
Thank you for that, Michael. And for Isidore here, so from the get-go, let's say you've been in this for quite some time, right? You've lived in Dubai for 16 years, and based on your experience, majority of how does the companies in Dubai see data literacy?
Okay, so the companies in Dubai and in Middle East is a little bit look-alike, but to be perfectly honest, so I've seen US cases, I've seen UK cases, Turkey, Middle East, like Europe even, but I think this is about, I don't want anybody to feel bad, but let's face it, we all have room to grow. So I cannot separate the companies in Dubai to be better or worse, because I've seen many cases, as you said, from different business cycles, whether it's a startup, whether it's a big corporation, and the common issues they face is the same. So nobody needs to feel bad about it. We just need to accept the problem and then work around it. So that's how I look at it, and that's normal, by the way. So this is not something ashamed of or feel ourselves and teams behind other teams, because this is the way it is. And if we just understand where do we need to improve our organization and team, I think we'll get to be better. But for me, it starts with accepting whether you have big data teams or you have, the first time I was in a conference in New York, I was 25, and my company just sent me to a conference about data analytics. And I was working in travel industry, so there was the Expedia guys, which is a very big company, and their data team was 40 people. And I was just one person trying to understand, because 40 people versus me, but I know how successful is Expedia, but then I see the size doesn't matter, because 10 years ago Expedia was much more powerful, but now Booking.com already like they kind of like switch places and then in travel industry change. So it's, you also have to adapt to it basically. Your question was great, but I think I don't want to divide it as region because from my point of view, it's any country, any culture, any size of business that has some lacks that we can all face and try to resolve around it.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Eisinger. Now we're going to proceed to our next set question. All right. So the next question would be basically discussing the commonalities that we observe with the different organizations, not just with the GCC, but pretty much everywhere else that we've been in, we've been to, right? So let me proceed to Carla first. So what are some of the commonalities that you observe in different companies when it comes to data literacy?
I was thinking about, thank you for this question, and I was thinking, we met yesterday and we started to discuss. After our discussion yesterday, I had new ideas, and now I'm listening to you and I have more ideas about this. Is really challenging, and I like the sentence used in introducing us, and it was grasping the power of data literacy. So I loved it. I wrote it down because it was fascinating and exciting for me, because this is really a mindset. And as Eisinger pointed out, fear for the data, fear for the result, fear for the picture that data can give to businesses, to organizations, because of the fear of judgment. And this is not an issue related to local behaviors, local approaches. This is something that is cross-cutting at worldwide level. It's something linked to our internal emotions, and this cross-cuts all the countries in the same way. I think that this grasping the power of the data should be used for empowering minds. And if we think about the organization as a team, and the difference between a team, if compared with just a group of people with the same target, is that in the team, each one should have a task to achieve that goal, while a group is just working for the idea. Data can give the performance of single issues belonging to the same goals of the company in a long-term decisions, and maybe underperformance are something that can show weaknesses of the organizations and things we have to improve. In a team, we cannot think that the team is the best ever and everything is done at the highest level. This is something we have to cope with and start to understand that cannot be just good news. But if each business unit, if each function in an organization improved in one thing or a couple of things, not more, and we have to select the weaknesses, to select the best point to focus on, this could be a high improvement for the organization. It's something which is used in sports. Maybe each function in the team improves in something which is his or her point of weakness. And this is something that can give a big improvement. This mindset and the need to improve, first the mindset, moving out the judgment on the performances, can be a strong communality in data, in my opinion.
I think that's correct, right? Right. You need to change your mindsets first in how we approach data. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck in the past, right? Doing the same thing and expecting the same, different results, right? So that's a very good approach, Carl. Thank you for sharing that with us. And how about you, Michael? What do you think of this question?
Yeah, so there's a lot of commonalities that you see across different organizations struggling to really leverage the potential of data. And I think one of them is the awareness of how important data literacy actually is. I think we look at it mostly from a technological perspective, like we need to build the platform, the technological solution to actually get the data. And then forget about, well, we also need to train the individuals to actually leverage that platform, to understand what data means, to understand what the KPIs, definitions are, the governance around it. And because we don't have always the awareness of that is an important element, we tend to include it in the whole implementation process. So I think that's one. Another one is obviously data quality. Over the last couple of years, we've had implementations of ERP systems, CRM systems, and all sorts of other applications that help us in the day-to-day operations. Without, at that point of implementation, maybe thinking about how can we leverage all the data that we now enter in the system in a later term to actually realize what happened over the past and learn from that. So an interesting thing is that we had some experience with this, an organization. They built and sold, how do you say that in English? The protective gear for people that work outside. And their sales team was focusing really on, well, increasing sales, right? But they only entered the things in the sales CRM system that were relevant for them. But when we started to do the whole analytics and reporting, we noticed that we missed a lot of information to really figure out who are their core customers, because that was never entered in the system. If that's never entered in the system, then you can never get it out, right? So it starts with understanding what is the importance of longer term leveraging that data, and then taking that into account and building that data quality over time. So those are two common threats that we see.
Well, thank you so much. It's very insightful, right? Now, Eisner, what do you think about this question, and what do you think about the answers that Michael and Carla shared?
I totally agree with them, I have to say. Because as Carla said, when we met yesterday, the four of us, we were nodding all the time, like, yeah, I have the same, I have the same. Like, it was crazy. We were nodding all the time, because this is, as we said, this is for everyone. From my point of view, when I first start working with a client, I ask, what kind of reports do you look on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, and, like, what does your budget look like? And then some Excel reports come, and it's too much. I think one of the common mistakes, commonalities, is because there is too much data available now, there is too much reports. But the question is, who's going to read and make some insights from those reports? That is a missing part, right? Because not everybody in the organization is literate and data literate enough to understand what data reveals to you. And most of the time, data analysis, it's okay to have it under one department, BI analytics, for instance, but for data literacy, you have to have all the organization to be a part of it. You cannot just have one guy, because the other commonality is, when I ask about the data about a specific department, everybody points to one person. Oh, there is Michael. Michael would do it for you. Michael is doing everything, basically. Like, what would that company do without Michael? So who is that Michael in your organization, right? Because, like, pointing just one person or one specialist within the organization is not going to help us. That one. And the second commonality, or the third one, is very ambitious goals and setting up high targets with no data-backed versions of it. This is also a very common thing, because when we ask about, let's say, what's your next year's or next 3 years plan for growth, people say double up. Do you know what it means to double up the business in some cases, or sometimes triple up? Like, yeah, I love your enthusiasm, and I am one too, but that's not going to be the case. So that shows we do not look at the data as it should. And also, like we were also talking yesterday, one of the points that we all agree was the data definitions. Because nobody in the organizations know, or just that Michael guy knows, but he has to check. he has to ask somebody to make sure that is that. Nobody in the organization knows enough what does really this mean? Like, what is this KPI? What is sales to you? Is it net sales? Is it gross sales? Is it after discounts? Is it include VAT? You know, these all parts is very big commonalities from my point of view. Yeah.
Wow, that's very insightful. Thank you so much, Heisner. Now, in my opinion about this matter, just like what we've discussed yesterday, one thing that we also observe is that in every organization, sometimes the departments within those organizations can be very protective on how they interpret data. So it can be, for example, if I'm in sales and I have these data, of course, I want to make sure that my department would look like we're performing, right? So the way we interpret data can make it look like we're performing, right? Whereas if somebody who really understands what those data means can tell you, wait, you might not be performing as much as you want to believe, right? Because they don't really know how to interpret it properly, right? So that's also one of the commonalities that we observe with the different corporations that we're assisting, right? So there you go. Thank you so much for that. Let's now proceed to the next part of the question. And basically, these are some of the key suggestions or plans that you can share with our audiences, right, on how they can leverage data literacy, how to use data to improve their team's performance, right? So let me start first with Carla here.
Okay, thank you. I think that the first point is the selection of the appropriate KPIs. And to select the appropriate KPIs, we must know the context, the market, and the analysis of the environment where the business works. And another main point after the selection of the KPIs is also that the organization of the plan to collect the data and, first of all, to select the KPIs has a strong commitment to arrive to a result. Because if the work is done, as we all pointed out, that there can be difficulties in the mindset of the people working on collection of the data and not so willing to arrive to the end of the work. So if the process has a strong push and a strong idea to be set up and to be implemented to arrive to appropriate data, it's better to move enough fast to avoid the idea that the collection of the data doesn't work. Because in the organization, the mindset could be also translated in terms of it takes a lot of time. We lose time in selecting KPIs, in collecting the data, in reading the data. There are no useful information we can derive from the data. So this is lived as something which can make the people wasting time. This is not true, but the process can make the mindset and the lack of a good plan to work on the data can make the people feel that it is a waste of time. And this is something we have to avoid, because we completely lose the process and we completely lose the people. Okay? We have to overcome the negative mindset, and to do it, the process for selection of the KPIs and to collect the data must have a good flow chart, a good plan, also in terms of time. People must feel that the plan is met, is carried out with a good flow, with a good environment, with a positive approach of the organization. So it can work. Without this strong commitment from the under a bottom-up and a top-down approach, this can work. Without this commitment, if you start, okay, we do it, no, leave it. Because the risk to waste time is really high.
So being committed to being data literate is very important, just like what Carla mentioned, right? So it needs to start not just from top below, but also from below to up, right? It needs to be the whole organization. And I think that's the only way you can boost your team's performance.
And as we pointed out in all the steps, it's a matter of culture. The bottom-up works if we make the people working in the organization trained to understand the value, so they can cooperate, so the culture gives the good suggestions for collecting the data from also a bottom-up perspective.
Right. So let me just share with you an experience that we've encountered. So we are a BPO company. We are a business process outsourcing. So basically, we help a lot of businesses in different verticals. They're from real estate, e-commerce, healthcare, bank and finance, right? So what we observe amongst these different verticals, different companies, is that the more successful they are, the more they are utilizing data. And basically, from the trainers, from the mid managers, from the supervisors, they all know how to interpret data. And that's very important. I think not just from on the department level, but basically an organizational wide level. And that's how you're gonna, people don't understand how powerful data until they see the results, right? And I think that's one thing that you're trying to point out, right? It needs to be organizational wide and not just, not just from top to down, bottom to up. It needs to be the whole organization, right? The commitment to understanding data, being able to interpret data, it's very important nowadays, especially with the advent of AI. As you guys know, AI, it's just big data, right? It's the what's behind AI is just big data. So that's what's very important. Thank you, Carla, for sharing that insight to us, right? And now, Michael, what are the things that you think you can suggest to our audience here and to those watching online, right? What are some clear plans that you've suggested to some of your clients that you can suggest to us?
Yeah, so I think building the data literacy goes through different phases. So you first start with sort of a design phase, which means basically answering the question, what does data literacy means for your organization? Because when you know what it means for your organization and where you want to be, then you set sort of the objective, the dot on the horizon, the vision of that's where we want to go towards. Then if you have sort of the dot on the horizon, then the next step is, okay, well, where are we right now? Right? So there's a ton of different ways to do sort of an assessment to figure out what's the understanding of data, how well is data available, and what's the level of literacy that we have right now. And then what you will probably find is that there's a gap. And then the next step is, with that gap in mind, figuring out, okay, what is then the roadmap? What do we need to do on training for the different levels? The C-level executive don't need to write the SQL code to actually get the data, but they do need an understanding of what kind of data is important for us. How do we determine whether or not we're on the right track or need to improve? That's the level of literacy that they need to figure out. And then you have on the execution part where you actually build the platform. So obviously that has a completely different level of data literacy. And then you can move to the sort of implementation phase where you actually execute on that roadmap that you've designed. And then after that implementation, you constantly have the scaling up, right? Because you have the level at a certain point, and you constantly want to grow that maturity over time, and you improve constantly. So it's really building it up in separate phases, and on each phase, figure out where are we right now, what's the next step. That really helps on making this relatively big and broad topic somewhat smaller, more tangible, and more reachable over time.
Right. Michael, I have a follow-up question to that. Right, there are a lot of ERPs out there, right? A lot of software companies that are developing, softwares to understanding data, right? Now, do you have or have you experienced using specific softwares right now that made you feel that, all right, understanding the set of data that I have right now is a lot easier? Because as you know, not all companies are data literate, and sometimes you really want to start, and what you're suggesting is very good, right? But sometimes they just don't know where to start. So sometimes they tend to go to a platform wherein there's like, step 1, step 2, step 3 already. If you understand what I'm trying.
Yeah, so if there only was a platform where there's just a handbook of step-by-step, that would make life a little bit easier. So I don't think there's one particular tool or ERP or that really has that nailed down. I think what really helps is it's a bit of a mindset shift. So it's not a technology that you implement. Data literacy and data in itself, you would generally like to use it to understand how the business is performing. So where you should start, arguably from my perspective, is start with understanding the business processes. Because if you understand the business processes, then you know, hey, we're quite involved in container terminal business. And their business is moving boxes from point A to point B, right? If I really simplify it. So what comes then involved with moving boxes from point A to point B is, well, you have a crane, you have a vessel, you pick up a container, you move it. And the way they generate revenue is to move as many of these containers as humanly possible. So with that in mind, how do you determine then whether you're moving a lot of containers or not? Is by defining all those individual steps, figuring out what are the timestamps that you need in order to measure how well you're performing. And from that you figure out what you need from the data side. So it's not per se starting from a technical perspective, but really starting from understanding the business objectives, understanding the business processes, and from there figure out where you really should have a big impact and start.
So it's better to understand your business processes and what are your goals, right? Before you start using other platforms, right? So thank you for that. And now I see Nur, same question.
Okay. They covered already the biggest parts, so I just have to agree with it. But I'm going to take this from a very short-term perspective. So tomorrow, or tonight, or 3 days later after this conference is over, what you can do when you go back to your organization and go back to your departments, or if it's your own business, I think first look at all the reports that is done in your organization and quit some of them, really, because that's going to save a lot of time for your team, for you. Quit the ones that doesn't make any meaningful insight and knowledge. You will build them later up again when you have enough time and resource to read it, to analyze it. So I think first to do is not to do, not to do some of the things. Quit doing some of the reports so that you can focus on the most important one. Just have one big report, but not too big, again. And you have to also select KPIs because priority is number one here. So literally, what are the KPIs that you look for on a daily basis that would guide you for an action for the next day? That's a simple question. For the next day I'm talking about. It's not about for future. So let's say every business, if it's not an NGO, every business had 3 super KPIs, right? Sales, cost, and profit. So, and yeah, I think everybody would agree with that. And all the other KPIs are around those. So you can just create a report where you, on a daily basis, see number of sales you have, your cost to do that sales, and your profit, your bottom line at the end of the day. And look at also your, traffic, if it's an online platform that you're having. Look at your conversion rate. If it's, again, an online, even if it's not an online business, for a B2B business, for instance, you can look at, you have to keep data for B2Bs first, because data is not flowing numerically. It's not like an AI flow of data. So for a B2B business, you have to record. Your salespeople needs to record. Of course, there are tools for that, but you can just open up Excel and start recording. Today I met 10 people from this conference, and they do this business, this is their business industry, so you get a lot of categorization and taxonomy. And once you decide on your KPI, you need 3 KPI, but make it 10 most, the report being mostly 10 KPIs. Check them on a daily basis, but do not automize it. I know I'm sounding crazy in such a time, such an era, but one of the things we do with our clients, we ask them to enter data manually every day till they understand the connection in between. Because that's the part missing. So every day, look at the sources. This is my revenue, this is my cost, this is my discount rate I gave, etc., etc. And then you will start combining what causes what, in a way. Because this is data literacy. You understanding, your team's understanding why this is happening. Why did I have $1 million on one day, and why did I have $100,000 on another day? What does this really mean? So I think that's the next step. And then take it from here. Yani Rome was not built up in a day, right? But it was just bricks. So start with the bricks, and your first brick would be, okay, let's remove the things that we don't need, that we don't look anymore. Maybe you need them, but if you're not using them, there's no reason to make that effort anyways. And then set your KPIs. Read it on a daily basis. What does this mean for our business? Answer this question. And then just keep doing it every day, every single day. Because one of the things missing is the consistency. Because we people are all good in starting some stuff, but we do not keep advocacy and resilience most of the time to make things happen. So that's why I'm suggesting a small step. If you start with a big step, I'm sure not you, like everybody will quit down the road. But if you just start with a small report that you look on a daily basis, I'm sure you'll make it consistent. And then you say, okay, now this is so easy. I need more data. And that's how Harold said, like, successful companies tend to look at more data, because as they look at data, they become better in a way. So that would be my suggestion, like practical one.
Thank you, Aisener. So basically, less is more, right? The less reports you're looking at least the most important ones, right? The better it is, so that you can focus on the most important aspect of your business. And of course, just like what you've said, consistency is very important. Sometimes business owners, entrepreneurs, C-levels, we tend to start a project, and then when our attention shifted to a new project, we tend to forget why we started the first one in the first place, right? And I think that's very important. Having the same level of commitment, just like what Carla mentioned, consistency in understanding data, using it, leveraging it, just like what Michael said, is very, very important in the success of your business and how you're gonna go towards that goal that you're trying to achieve moving forward, right? Well, thank you so much for that. Now, it's been very insightful so far, our discussions, but we want to involve our audience, right? We want to know what you guys understand from what we've been, discussing here. So if there's anyone, we have 10 minutes left. So if there's anyone here or multiple ones here who would like to raise questions about data, our panelists here are ready to answer your questions. So let's start the dialogue. Raise your hands if you're ready. So, okay, we have one lady at the very back there. If someone could probably just give her the microphone, so she's at, maybe you can just come towards the front. We have the microphone here, right in front. I'm sorry, we're having a technical difficulty.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here and wonderful conversations today.
Maybe you.
always have, and of course, out of our conversations, what really emerges from the data is, where is this data getting converged into what you want to achieve? Some people, of course, Alice mentioned processes and all that. Today, the world is going towards customer centricity. Eventually, whatever we collect data, it is on the IT side of the fence. It's a huge monster. Every hour it's going by the terabytes. So that's all good, cleaning up, quality governance, but where is that data, the key element of data getting converged, mixed with what I want to understand about the customer, their persona, what their wish list is, these small little details. How can I make them feel happy about it? The customer centricity. So as I'm not from the, of course, part of the whole technology gamut that we play is definitely part of the data that we play. But from the pundit side here, I would like to know if they know any software or anything that is a quick capability that they have found to really bring in this kind of a customer centricity. Because we struggle, each business is different, each customer is different. So it really uses data, which is a monster out there, which is IT shop business essentially. It's been that way. So how do we really take that out into the customer world and then really make that happen so that customers can feel happy?
All right, so I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? How do we?
How can we really figure out data convergence to help with customer centricity?
All right. So who would like to answer the question? How about Mike? So how do we convert data?
How do we use data convergence for bringing in customer centricity?
Okay. So how do we leverage data conversion in bringing in customer centricity?
Data to customers. We're looking for one tip. I think that's what we got time for. How do you make sure that data helps the customer? What do you got?
I think it starts with understanding, as I mentioned before, right? What is the customer business processes? Because fundamentally, what you want to do with your data is understand where are areas for improvement on those particular processes. So mapping out like a business process flow will help you understand what kind of data points you need actually to measure where the company can improve. And what you will probably find is that if you zoom out a bit, there's similarities across industries, even though every individual business is obviously different. If you look at particular industries, there's similarities, right? So you could leverage those similarities in order to speed up that whole process and reuse what you've built for other customers again. But I think it starts with understanding the business processes and then map out what is the model behind it, what are the data points that I need to understand and measure it, and start from there.
All right, you guys want to add something? All right.
He said it perfectly.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much for that. Now, we have the lady here. I'm sorry, you.
No problem at all. Thank you all for being here and thank you for your time. My name is Gurjeet Shima Jan. I'm the founder of Connexo. It's a boutique HR consulting firm based in the U.S. We advise clients on talent acquisition, retention, and culture. And I had more of a comment. I really appreciated Carla's comment earlier about culture and the importance of it. Because it's not just around data literacy, but often what we find with clients is there's a disconnect between why you're even collecting data, right? What problem are you trying to solve, if any? And in certain instances, in sales, I can see why having a report, like you mentioned earlier, right, can drive sales and show you your next steps of what to do. But in other areas and disciplines, such as HR, for example, you have to know what to measure. And to paraphrase a famous quote, right, not everything that matters can be measured. So sometimes you end up collecting data that actually doesn't share the whole story or shares half the story, which creates more risk and can actually drive an unethical culture. So I think it's really, really important what you mentioned earlier, Carla, about the culture and how that can tie in with understanding of data, why are you even collecting it, and what problem you're trying to solve. So just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you. I will try to answer. It's a new word because you really touched a point which has a huge comments to be done on this. I think that two pillars, and we can discuss further later on, but there are pitfalls in data, in the selection of KPIs. The data cannot tell everything. Data can show something, can be manipulated, can be not really true, cannot be the right ones to give the right idea for decision makers. But they are important, and we have all to work on them, the selection and so on. But for human resources, for HR, the KPIs are difficult, but there are KPIs, and I think that one thing is the selection of the right KPIs, and another point is the integration of the sources and of the selections to arrive to the best major result. Because in sustainability, for example, social issues are key issues, and literacy coming from sustainability areas gives a lot of ideas about the KPIs to be used for HR. So this is a small answer to your big question. So let's see and participate to the debate about the KPIs for social issues in sustainability. I suggest to all of us to work on it, because we are the life of sustainability in practice. We are all the life of sustainability. And another point, besides this human side, is the integration of the DSS systems. Because decision supporting systems, I come from tax and customs. So something which is felt to be far from the idea of the selection of the KPIs for the performance of the business. This is felt to be a sort of a mathematical game based on certainty. This is not true. If we have tax advantages, we have tax risks, so we have to consider both sides. So I work to improve decision supporting systems and IT, keeping into account business models, sustainability issues, and tax and customs compliance. If these all work together, you can work well. But it's a big effort for companies, really a big effort. We cannot say we have the key, because it's difficult to improve it. It's difficult to implement it in practice. So thank you for this good question.
Yeah, maybe you're so right, because with HR it's difficult, right? What I do in my company is, or for the companies that we work with, first I understand their values, and then define the behaviors for those values, and then I define the positions need for soft skills, the needed soft skills for that specific position. And then I build case studies for the technical parts. And then when you add them up together and contribute some percentages on all of them, that's still data literate. So there is way, but it takes a lot of effort. But I believe like you guys, HR professionals, are doing a great job. But sometimes the companies don't see it as a data. But data is not just numbers at the end of the day. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, give our panelists a great round of applause. Great start of the day. Thank you so much for your expertise, sharing it. All right, and I love to have people engaging. I just got to be specific on the time. We got a lot of stuff to cover. I want to make sure we get a picture of our panelists. Please, 1 second. If you're taking the stage, I'm going to maximize your photo opportunity. All right, you're up there. Time to shine. Don't forget those pictures. Did anyone in the audience take a picture? Oh, yeah. Did you tag all of them up on the stage? Oh, yeah. You know how to optimize this space. I like it. All right, give them a second just to take that photo op, and we'll continue. Thank you again. Thank you again, guys. Fantastic. Well, you know, they spoke a lot about the mindset. Loved it. And I want you to put yourself in a situation during the next 3 days of changing your mindset. So how do you do it? How do you do it? It's like a big idea. So let's try to adopt some micro-action approach. And instead of focusing on the big changes that seem really kind of daunting to really approach, just ask yourself, what's one small, actionable step that I can take to make a difference? And if we start putting that down, we can actually achieve more, and slowly, just by these small steps, we can actually see some change. So I encourage each one of you to write down one actionable insight that you find from the panel discussions during the conference, at any time when you're meeting someone, that can solidify your mindset and really starting to shift into a movement, right? Because the idea is everyone here is here with great expertise. They're doing amazing things around the globe. And by creating an immediate personal connection to the content, you'll be able to change your mindset. So I hope that helps a little bit. We're also going to change a little bit conversation, and we're going to go into rethinking data value creation. We've heard from a number of people already. There's lots of different industries here that we're helping, and how data is going to be utilized, viewed, and really analyzed is going to change per company. So I want to draw your attention to the transformation power of data with our keynote today. You've seen him up already. He's the bronze sponsor, Mr. Michael Van Dyke, the CEO and co-founder of All Your Business Intelligence. So Michael's going to explore further the revolutionary approaches to utilizing data beyond your traditional analysis and emphasizing its potential to fundamentally really reshape business strategies and outcomes. So prepare to see your data in a new lens. As we welcome again on stage Michael Van Dyke. Thank you.
Do you have the clicker for me? Alrighty. So imagine a world where we're going to be with fewer individuals working, while at the same time we want to keep the same prosperity, the same welfare, economical welfare that we have today. So by 2050, we will face quite a dramatic demographical change. The predictions are that by 2050 we will have 2 working individuals for every single retired individual, where currently that ratio is actually 3-to-1. So that means we will have less people working than we do today. And the funny thing is that demographics don't lie, really, right? We cannot speed up the birthing process. We cannot speed up the aging process. So this is more or less a fact that's going to happen in a couple of years. So the big question is, how do we sustain the welfare, sustain the prosperity, and overall increase the welfare that we have today, while we were going to have a lower amount of working class individuals? So what I want to share with you is a little bit of my perspective of what's happening around us. Why is data such a hot topic? Why we're always talking about it? And what is changing around us, and how can we actually leverage it successfully? So as I mentioned before, right, nowadays, or in 2050, the projections are that we will have 2 working individuals for every single retired one. So people are getting older, and we just have less birth than we have before, where today that ratio is 3-to-1. And one of the things to tackle that efficiency increase that we need to have is by leveraging technology. But we cannot just simply throw technology at it, right? Because that's not going to help us effectively. And with throwing and leveraging more technology, we have a new challenge that comes up. And that is the amount of data that we generate on a yearly or daily basis. So the estimations and the projections are, and that's what's been shown here on this graph, is what's the amount of data in zettabytes that we generate on a yearly basis. And it's not per se the number that is really interesting, it's the trajectory, the growth level that is really interesting. So while we start leveraging more and more technology, we start to generate more and more data in different types of forms, right? It's not only the structured data, it's unstructured data as well. So the question becomes, how can we then actually leverage all that data? And what we also see is that there's a lot of investments coming up. People are investing heavily in data, but at the same time, we don't see that every company is actually succeeding in utilizing that data. So McKinsey research actually shows that only 30% of the organizations that are investing in data and digital transformation are actually successful. So that means that 70% are not. So then the big question becomes, everybody is in it, but not everybody is winning with data. So how can we ensure that you can actually leverage that data? And how can you ensure you capture the wave? Because research also shows that those 30% of the companies that actually leverage data successfully, they really outperform the competitors. So, and that is not only, here I've just shown revenue and operational efficiency, but it's across a big broad domain list where you really see that improvement. And on average, it's 50%. So we have 50% more efficiency when you leverage data effectively compared to your competitors who do not have that. So the potential is there. We understand that the data is important, but there is still the trick that there's only a couple of us that really leverage it successfully. So the question really here is, what separates the data leaders from the data laggards? And I think one of the reasons that you can explain and understand what is the challenge here is explained by Martek's law. So what Martek's law actually tells us is that on one hand, technological advancements are really, really rapidly, while the organizational appetite for change and leveraging that technology is relatively slow. So that means that over time, that gap between organizational acceptance and leveraging the technology versus the growth of the technology itself, that gap just widens. And there's a risk here. And that risk is a little bit like fear of missing out, so the FOMO effect. Like, we have to use technology nowadays because everybody around us is using it. Technology is growing, and otherwise we keep lagging it. But then we just start to focus on implementing and throwing technology at it. So we fall into the technological trap, where we just say, okay, we need to use AI, we need to build this dashboard, we need to have that report available, without missing the link of what's really the business objective that we want to achieve. So I argue that the true value from data is not a technology problem, it's a business transformation challenge. And one way I like to compare it with is actually training and building the muscles and building your body. If you want to train for, just health reasons, or you want to compete, you have to train your body, and you cannot just go to the gym once and expect, results the other day, right? It's a continuous effort, continuous training. You have to look at what your body is made of, what kind of diet works really well for you, and what kind of exercises work, and you have to have consistency. So there's certain phases that you go through while training your body, and I think the same applies for the phases that you have in your data maturity. So we generally call this the data maturity model, but as I've linked it to the muscle, I thought it would be funny to have it as the data muscle phases. So this projection shows a little bit of what are those different phases that you go through as an organization, and how you can actually leverage the value from data. So what we talk about a lot recently is AI, right? And we believe that's really on the far right side, because AI is going to help you to leverage the data and look more forward. But without the data, historical data, based on what are you going to do the predictions, right? So it starts with building that foundation. And what I think is really important here, and that's why we have those two color schemes, is that there's two components that really help you on driving. On one hand, it's a technological solution. So you need to have the fundamental technological environment that actually allows different types of users to access the data in a safe, secure way, while not being a IT guy or programmer, to write the code to actually get some data out of it, right? It needs to be accessible for everyone. So that's one component. And the other one is, we've talked about a little bit briefly before already, is the data-driven culture. So in creating the environment where everybody understands the potential of data and how you can leverage it and what ways it forms. And as you look over the growth and the different maturity phases, what you see is that in the first phases, what is more the emphasis on is building that technological environment, right? Because if you don't have the data accessible and ready to use, then you can build the culture, but they can't grasp the data. So logically, you will need first that environment. But relatively quickly, once you go to a more centralized environment or self-service environment, which means that you have the data available and people can actually leverage it, that's where that culture really starts to be an impacting factor of your overall business value. And that just grows over time. And to organize yourself around it, what we generally see is what's shown here, right? You have the C-level executive, and whether that's the CTO or IT director, depending on the name, right? But you have the IT department, and then the data team is generally set under the IT department. And we've had this discussion just before in our panelists, right? That it was pointed out that there's just one guy or girl in the organization that's part of the IT team that knows everything about data. And that's not really going to help you on really drive the value. What I think you should aim for is creating a data function around the whole organization so that it becomes embedded within the organization. It's not just going to be part of the IT department and the data team in there, but it's going to spread out across the whole company. Because having that data function allows you actually to have super users from different environments, from different departments, that understand the data, understand the processes, understand how you can actually figure out what's happening within the organization and actually leverage it. So how do we then generate a return on investment on our data investments? So I think there's two components that we talked about already briefly before, right? On one hand, we have the data-driven culture. That's really, for me, the willingness of leveraging data within the organization. And on the other hand, you have the data literacy, where we had the whole panel discussion just now, which is, for me, really the skill, the knowledge, the capabilities of really leveraging that. So those two are really at the forefront of making a successful business case and turning data into a valuable resource. But how do you go about actually achieving that? I think you start with building the strategy, turning your business strategy into a data strategy, having a clear vision and a yearly OKR roadmap, and I'll dive in what OKRs stand for and how we leverage that in a little bit, that aligns with your business objectives. And from there, you create a roadmap of leveraging step-by-step those and reaching those objectives, and matching that with all the data opportunities that you have. Second component is innovation and data culture. And this is really about how do you accelerate that data-drivenness and solving actual company challenges that are happening within your organization, and having those use cases, collecting those use cases, and using ways to really determine what's happening in the organization, what are those different use cases that we see, and then use that as input for the next phase, which is the whole development. And then development is all about having the right organizational team, having the multiple full stack development team that actually builds the technological solution to help you answer the questions you have today. So this is really about building that bottom part, the technical architecture that I showed in the maturity model. And then last but definitely not least, it's constantly optimizing, right? It's monitoring that environment, which kind of reports are using, which ones are outdated, which could be taken out or obsolete, to keep that environment and everything that you have running smoothly and ensure that you don't have think this is going to be a Dutch translation a little bit to English, but a wild growth of different reports that are just popping up everywhere, not being leveraged to the fullest. So really keeping a control of what you have available. And then you repeat that cycle. You look again at the quarterly objectives. Where are we right now? What was the yearly objective that we have, or the multi-yearly objective? Where are we against that bigger objective? And what is then important to do in the next quarter? And by constantly repeating this, you will get into a flow of constantly improving the environment, bringing the team along, helping them in their data maturity grow, and building that technological foundation that you need in order to answer all those questions. And I briefly touched about OKRs. So how do you then determine what are those objectives and key results? And that's what the OKRs come in. So OKR stands for Objectives, Key Results. I think it was originally, I keep forgetting that it's either Google or Intel that leveraged this or started this. But it really helps to narrow down the business objectives. So the OKR, the objective is, what is that goal? What is that on the horizon that we want to achieve? Where do we want to go? And that needs to be somewhat inspiring to achieve. Then the key result, as it says, is really the way to measure how far along are we in achieving that particular business objective. And that obviously needs to be time-bound and measurable. And this way you can actually really figure out, so that business objective that we have, how do we ensure that we're on the right track? Are we doing the right things to actually move towards that objective and hitting that? And then the last part is the initiatives. So all the things that you need to do, the tasks, the projects, and everything that comes with it to actually achieve that. And maybe to give an example of how we leverage it with one of our customers is, their business objective was, well, as a lot of companies will probably recognize, is growth. And growth from their perspective was growth in revenue. So their first focus was defining where do we get the growth from, and that was initially thought sales. So with sales objective defined to double the revenue, we set out the targets as well for, okay, how many people do we need to go through the funnel? What is the conversion rate? How can we increase that conversion rate? And those are key results you can actually measure in order to hit that bigger objective. Are we increasing the sales? And then one of the initiatives was having that data available. So that whole building the platform just becomes a relatively small but important element within the overall objective. And it's not an objective by itself, right? It's really a tool and a means to actually understand what is that hit rate, what is that conversion cycle, how many people do we need to get in, what's the overall funnel, and how do we achieve that bigger objective of doubling the sales revenue or increasing that. And from there, the roadmap becomes, how do we get that collected data, what data do we need, where do we get it from, and that becomes an integral part of the initiatives. So that's how, from a data perspective and data strategy, you can actually leverage the OKR framework to make the technology a part of the innovation and the initiative. Then there's a lot to it, right? We talked about the technology, we talked about the whole organizational things around it. So building that data culture and building that data literacy comes across a lot of different components. So at first, it's the whole leadership part. Having the right vision from a top management level, where do we want to go? How do we see that we can actually leverage the data that we have in an effective way? And the second one is really sharing the success, having the commitment and the communication around it, that every time you have a use case that you had some success, or in some cases when you have some failures, but at least there's lessons learned there, sharing those with the organization to really get everybody excited about what can be achieved and create tangible results within the organization. And an important thing to capture is managing the whole delivery. So it's actually an interesting thing that what we noticed with some of our customers, in the beginning it's relatively challenging to get the enthusiasm, right? There's only those one or two individuals that are excited by leveraging data and are really at the forefront and helping you get started. But once you do that communication and objective settings right, you hit those objectives, and you'll see and share the success stories that you've built, you'll start to notice that a lot more people get excited. And you get a lot more questions like, if that is possible, can I then also do, A, B, C, and D? And if that's then possible, can we then also do, or can I use that for my department? And that's where all the backlog and the additional questions come in. So having a delivery team ready for that scaling up phase where you get the team excited is really important. Because the moment that you then have to say, sorry, but we're too overloaded, we're too packed, we cannot deliver this within the next month or so, that's where you start to lose the appetite for it. And then you need to have the whole organization around it, right? So having the right team, having the right individuals collected, and working together on achieving this. And what's really important here is the whole governance and management, especially as you grow in that maturity. And it was pointed out in the previous panelist discussion as well. One of the risks that we saw with one of our customers that actually moved to that self-service phase is that there was again a wild growth of different reports. So not only Excel spreadsheets anymore, we got rid of those. So it's a lot of automated reports, but then now moved to Power BI. And if you look at the Power BI environment, there was 150 different reports that show revenue, that show some sales targets, that show some operational KPIs. So managing that and having the whole governance around that is really important to understand, okay, what are then the core company reports? What do we really leverage to steer the company from a leadership perspective? And what do we use for underlying analysis and figuring out where things could actually improve? And then obviously security, right? How do you create the environment and ensure that some of the financial numbers are not out there in the public? That will be handy. But also some of the HR, in Europe we have the GDPR regulations, so we cannot analyze on individual basis or name-based and point it back to one particular individual. That's not allowed. So how do you create the environment and ensure that although all that generation of data is available, only the right people have access to the right type of information at the right time? And then you have the whole technological part, so the whole data management part and building that architecture. As you build it out and expand on those different use cases, you don't want to constantly look at new platforms. You want to have it all centralized, right? So that you collect the data from the different sources, combine it there, and from there leverage it. So how do you ensure that even though you start small and you iterate on that, how do you build up on top of that platform with that bigger objective in mind? And that's really the whole data management part. And then last but definitely not least is the analytics. So what are the right analytical reports or capabilities that we need in order to actually get the insights that we are looking for? So, and I understand that this is a lot, right? So how do you then actually achieve this? Because this is not something you do overnight. There's a lot of different components, a lot of different moving parts. And that is really a challenge. So the way we do that is basically by iteration after iteration after iteration. So again, with that objectives and OKRs and mindsets, having that bigger objective and narrowing that down into quarterly objectives. So what is really that big thing that we have to move in the next quarter? And what is the insight that we need in order to progress in our organization? That's going to be the key element to focus on. And that's what you put in the first iteration. Work on that, deliver that quickly, get some results, get some intermediate feedback from the end users who are ultimately going to use whatever you've been building or developing or delivering. Get feedback from them, iterate on that, and don't expect the perfect solution from the get-go. It's better to have something that you can have a tangible result where you can have a conversation about, leverage that, and continuously build upon it. And then you iterate, and iterate. So what I would like to do and leave you with for the upcoming days is to think about the following questions. So what would your organization look like if every decision you make within the upcoming period is informed by data? So what's that future going to look like? Where are you right now? And then what is the gap? Because that will really help you figuring out can I start, what's the immediate objective that I can achieve, and how to go from there. So thank you very much for your time and attention, and looking forward for additional discussions later on.
Thank you, Michael. I want to, you do have a couple minutes, so would you like to open it up for a question? Do we have a question from the audience? Please raise your hand. I will come over with the microphone. Don't all jump at once. I know there must be something. All right, then I'm going to go up to you. I'll get you talking. I see first question here. Please introduce yourself so we know who you are.
Hi, Michael Obiabuchi, run Core Leaders International. Fantastic presentation, and thank you for the panel conversation as well. I'm struck by this last question, and I'm curious about how important is it to value the data, but also look beyond the data to make sure that you're making valuable insights? Because just from the earlier conversation and this, sometimes the data doesn't tell us all that we need. So how important is it to value the data, but also look beyond the data to get those insights?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it is massively important to really understand what's behind the data. So one of the things that we try to do when we initiate and do sort of a kickoff is to set sort of the foundation where the overall objective is to constantly figure out where can we improve as an organization, and that's the main objective. It's not to say you're not doing your job correctly or that's not happening in the right way. It's really figuring out what are the potential areas of improvement. And by setting that stage, you create the mindset that it's not about, Big Brother is watching me and based on my performance and all the things that we do with collecting the data and everything, it's going to have maybe an impact on, at the end of my month, my salary and everything. It's really about how we build the organization and how can we move further. And setting that foundation is really important, and you have to constantly repeat that, right? Because indeed, in the panel discussion, it was also mentioned, the risk of, I'm showing how I'm performing with my department. What if those numbers are not at the level where, my bosses or directors want me to be? Am I going to get fired? And having that C-level involved and setting that foundation, like, no, it's not about whether you do your job correctly. It's really figuring out where are we right now, what's the area for improvement, and how do we collectively ensure that we move in the right direction. Setting that station, that baseline is really important. Thank you.
We have one more? Okay. I see your hands. All right. Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Paul William Baird, Senior Chairman and CEO of Baird Enterprises out of Indianapolis, Indiana, USA. My question is, it sounds like all this data collection is for mature companies. Where would you recommend for startups that usually don't start out with data collection?
So if I understand your question correctly, what do you do as a startup? When you start your company, where do you actually start with leveraging the data? That's an interesting. So I think fundamentally the process doesn't really change much, because you still have, in the startup phase, if I go back to our startup phase, well, the main objective was obviously to generate revenue. So that becomes the initial focus. And in order to generate revenue, there are certain things that you need to do to generate revenue. So then, again, determining that process behind it on what we need to do to hit that bigger objective and actually grow, that was for us the starting point. And initially we had, our business model is hourly based, so hourly based invoicing. So one of the important KPIs for us was billability. We have a team, and they have X amount of contract hours, and out of that we need them at least for a certain percentage to be billable, because that will generate revenue, and that means we can, pay the salaries, get some profit in, and invest for the future, right? So the principle is, I think, still the same. What is at the different stages of a company, what is important to understand, and what do you need to know at that point, and what are then the underlying KPIs that you need to track and grasp. And then you will probably not have the ERP system available, right? It might be just a time for us, time registration tool within linked to the projects. And yes, we started with Excel spreadsheet dumps to just get the data and have those initial insights. And then we moved to increasing that and iterate, make it more automated, etc. So, thanks. Nice question.
Give him a round of applause. Thank you, Michael. Great to have you here. Really nice to share your expertise on this stage. And there's no doubt there's going to be lots of time to ask you questions.
Definitely.
You got a lot of information to share, so thank you again for being up here in our
Thank you
keynote,
very much.
okay?
Yes.
All right, we continue on, and I got to keep on time because we got lunch, we got awards. Some people in here coming for the awards, right? Oh yeah, that's the fun stuff. So we got to make sure we get everyone a chance up here. And we're going to move because now we're talking about C-suite. Technology, overwhelming. It's moving faster than it ever has before. It's an incredible time to be alive. Who's excited that we're living through AI? Quantum computing. Wow, what a cool thing. You know, we're talking about data. Wow, there's all this information and technologies supporting this information. So as we stand on this brink of rapid transformation, let's have the next panel come on up here to talk about how they're going to ship through the choppy waters of technology, how they're going to see future markets and expect some robust decisions and discussions around skills, around strategies, and really everything else that comes with it. So I'd like to invite our next panel discussion. It's called Leading for Tomorrow, C-Suite Outlook 2025. You're going to find it in your catalog. Don't forget the hashtag. We're streaming live on YouTube. So if there's something exciting, take a picture and share. I'm going to invite to the stage by name everybody, and then you'll get your microphone to please introduce your company and what you're here to talk about, and invite the moderator to take over. So, first to the stage, Stephen Nasir, the Chief Technology Officer of Sabir. Welcome to the stage. He's our first panelist coming up. Gary Young, CEO of Avella Global and GoDome, come on up. Saif Rabi, the Managing Partner, UAE Logic Consulting. Simone Dangu, President, the Dangu Initiative. First one up, pick where you like to sit. Manuel Manzoni, Visionary Entrepreneur, VPS Italy. Shaden Atala, the Executive Coach and Consultant, International Corporate. Let's give them a round of applause as everyone comes up. Thank you. You'll get your microphone. Who's going to be moderating today? Oh, we have fun sound. Sound is treating us very exciting today. All right, panelists. Who's moderating today for us? Great. Okay.
She's the boss.
Yeah.
Perfectly
She's running
on time.
the show. We're at her mercy. Yeah, it's on. So show.
Can you hear me? Oh yeah, now I can hear myself. So, thank you very much everybody for being here. We are all very happy to also be here with you. So today our talk is the future of leadership. I'm shortening the title because it is truly the future. When we are talking about the technologies that we are looking at, the future is looking at disruptive technologies and is also always looking at AI, digital transformation. And so more than ever, leadership is going to be the factor number one that will make the difference. So what we have been looking at together is that we need leadership that is all-encompassing, which will be able to navigate the future with a clear vision, and we underline the word clear. It is all-encompassing, basically, not just strategy, but also execution, vision, and the most important thing is also communication that will all be supporting all of the above. So just to start with a bit of introduction of ourselves, my name is Shaden Atala. I am a corporate communication coach and consultant, and I have been working with clients and helping them hone their organizational communication practices and cultivate a communication culture based on clarity, transparency, and trust. So, thank you.
My name is Stephen Nasser. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of a company out of Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates called Sabre. We are a roads and highways infrastructure manufacturer. I'm responsible for the digital transformation of the company. And overnight during COVID, we pretty much took a traditional manufacturing platform and shifted it to an advanced manufacturing platform using the most state-of-the-art advanced laser cutting machines.
Yeah, I'm Gary Young, CEO of Avella Global, and we do product development and product sourcing out of Asia for our clients, usually by the container.
Hello everybody, my name is Emanuele Manzoni, 35 years old Italian entrepreneur. I have several companies in different sectors, in oil and gas, additive manufacturing, consultancy, and real estate. And today I want to bring my experience with VPS Italy, my oil and gas company that is adopting artificial intelligence and what is happening in this early stage with the people inside the company.
I'm Sif Rabia. I'm the managing partner of Logic Consulting here based in UAE, and we work across the region. We work in Jeddah, we work in Riyadh, and also in Cairo, Egypt. And basically our job is to do turnarounds, strategies for businesses, people-related strategies and structure, and we do corporate governance and family constitutions.
Simone Dongu, president of the Dongu Initiative, holding company that wants to help everyone improve the quality of their life by proper technology integration, business consulting, and digital strategy.
So, you know what? I would like to actually, thank you very much, first of all, guys. I would like to pick up where we stopped in the first panel discussion, because it was really interesting to listen to how data these days is so important for all organizations. And I would like to, citing Ms. Guven, I think it was Ms. Guven who said that. But when we talk about, for example, who is the next Michael to look for in a company for data literacy and so on, or what Ms. Bellini also said when she said we have to work on our mindsets, or otherwise we lose people. Basically, this we is leadership. And to know who is the next Michael and who is the person responsible for this and that, I believe it is about leading by example with clarity and transparency, so people actually do need to find out what's going on, so that they can be also motivated and engaged, and also to have that loyalty and people retention in organizations. And so this is for me basically the point or the take on to start up with this topic. I don't know, how about you, Stephen, sorry.
Okay, so Michael, you ended, yeah, you're going to be on the spot
sorry,
now.
Yeah, Michael.
No, but you ended your presentation with, what if organizations, are not data-driven, right? And what are we really doing here? I think since this is a discussion on leadership, we're getting very excited about the technology ahead of us. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, large language modeling, I mean, the list goes on. And whatever we're talking about today, probably next week will be totally different. There's a lot of power at our fingertips, right? And it's because we have a lot of data that we need to make sense of. We have this computing power that we've never had before. And the person or the candidate that needs to make sense of all this more than ever needs to be the leader. I mean, when you have so much power and so many tools at your disposal, there needs to be a reason, a purpose. There needs to be a direction, okay? And that direction has to come from leadership, okay, the vision, and what a company is trying to achieve and the goals. It has to come from the leader. So it's not just about the technology or the data. It's more than ever today, it's about the person.
Exactly.
The person standing at the front, male, female, that's telling the people, the company, its workforce, where we're going, has never been more important.
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Sure. Well, I'm going to expand a little bit on what Stephen talked about. Not just the person, but the culture. Because you're not a leader of machines, you're a leader of people. And if you can't build the proper culture, at some point these people will leave and you're left with just the machines. And you don't have a company anymore. I find it interesting that, since companies are all about people and we're making new hires all the time, these people that we're interviewing, they're also interviewing us. And they are coming out of universities, and I think 88% of the people in universities are using ChatGPT. If they go into your company and they see you're not using it, they're saying, do I really want to work for these people? What kind of leadership am I looking at? So not only do you have to deal with the technology and the individual, but the entire culture, and I think that defines what leadership is.
Thank you. Well, you have.
Yeah, I think it's good to follow this flow.
Yes.
And talking about, let's say, also a concrete application. Let's say, what happened to my company and the people in my company. Let's start from the beginning. I was born, no, I'm joking. A few months ago, I attended an online course of MIT about the implication of artificial intelligence in business strategies. Why? Because I was a little bit scared, and also my team in the company, my employees were scared about artificial intelligence. They were scared about the substitution of machines of their activities. What I realized in that online course is that to have the best results from artificial intelligence is to work together, human and machines. So after that course, I made a project, and 2 months back, I became the sole shareholder of VPS Italy, that is a company I want to talk about, and I decided to act on what I did on my project in MIT. So I started to talk to my people and other consultancy companies about introducing artificial intelligence in our company. What I realized is very, very interesting. I realized that people were, from the first day, were very, very motivated. But how I realized it? I realized it that the day after the first meetings with the consultancy companies that are supporting us in introducing artificial intelligence in the processes, the following days people start to call me, send me emails, or send to our general manager emails about how to improve processes. This is what I mean. If we go deep to the point, people start to make self-analysis on their job, how to improve their job and their work experience. And that is amazing. This was not let's say, the first topic of introducing AI, but as a side hustle, it improved also their working experience from day one, even without adopting yet artificial intelligence in the activities.
Right. What do you think, Saif?
That's very interesting story, Manuel. Thank you for that. And building on what Gary and Steve have been talking about, I believe the future of leadership, speaking of both culture, communication, and improving internal processes, I don't think we are anymore living in the world where leaders are moving the chess pieces and trying to move the bishop here or whatever there. This is not how leadership now is more technical, is more hands-on, and definitely it needs to adapt to that. There are very hard choices to make, especially that the disruptions and the time spans for disruptions are becoming much shorter. And it comes to mind a very quick, interesting story I would like to tell. Like, I noticed, I used to work in IBM before, and IBM, when they went through their transformation from 1993, moving away from their hardware business, they had the luxury, or they had a bit of luxury of time to move in a 9-10 year time to change their business altogether in 2002, and accordingly reposition themselves and do the acquisition of PwC and so on. Now I think you need to move faster, even though at the time it was seen as a big change, big move, while we used to deal before with exponential improvement in processing power, in communication speed, in storage. Now we also have to deal with another fourth variable, which is the variable of the AI and the language processing, and they need to move faster. So in order to move faster, it goes back to, as Manuel mentioned, the fundamentals. Having the right processes in place, having the right structure in place. It does not have to be the big buzzwords. It has to be first, start with resolving your fundamentals first, working hands-on, and then you're able to take off.
So I wanted to connect back to what Stephen said earlier, the human factor. Back then, a few years ago, I had a problem in a company, okay? This is a short experience. On the desk of the holding company came up the KPI usually, and this company wasn't performing well. And I say, how is this possible? I gave them the best technology. They have all the tools. They should have all the data. It should be working. Why it isn't working? So I thought, okay, let's visit the team, the leading team. And I observed and observed. After a while, I noticed that they always started fighting when taking decisions. The mood was not in top line. And I said, okay, this has to change. But how do I change that? And so I asked a tip to friends at the university, because they keep involving me in research, and honestly don't know why. And they said, try with psychology. Fine. So I studied psychology. I actually enrolled into a university course about psychology of work. And we studied psychological profilation, so the usual big five, the Meyer-Briggs, and many others. And I started profiling people. And so I discovered how do they work, how do they take decisions, what are their priorities, what they do like or dislike. And believe it or not, things started changing the moment I started communicating with them in the right way. So we are back to square one with communication.
Thank you for that.
But how big was this team? Because I know probably that's a very interesting insight, but wouldn't scale come as a challenge in that?
Okay, it is an extremely small team of 10 people.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is very easy to control and profile.
Yeah.
However, there are tools that can automate the profilation, and if you want to go at scale, you can even go further using neuroscience and bioprofiling. Okay, there are companies that are specialized into gathering as many details about your behaviors as you can possibly imagine. And you can gather that and really use all the data.
What I would like to actually ask you all to maybe share something from your experience, and is basically everybody's talking about the change and the importance of change of mindset. I personally believe that also starts basically at the top. Leadership should be the example. So, and I hear a lot, no matter what the industry is that I have worked in, it's in every organization, everybody's talking about mindset, but nobody knows how this mindset change should work. I always say the brain is a muscle. You cannot look at a Schwarzenegger photo and say, I want to have these biceps. You really need to go to the gym. And it is the same thing with changing the mindset. The brain is a muscle that needs exercise. It needs practice every single day, consciousness, awareness. And so from your experience in your companies and organizations, how do you go about changing mindsets?
Well, I think that mindset comes from the individual, the person. But as a leader, you're almost no different than a parent. You have to be nurturing. You have to be empowering. So all the way back when AI and machine learning came out and everyone was talking about it, I went on Amazon and I bought a bunch of books. And I showed up I manage a team of 12 software engineers and developers, and I got the books and I put it in front of them. And they said to me, what is this? And I'm like, this is your learning material for the next couple of weeks. And they said to me, what? I'm like, this is AI, this is machine learning, it's the future. Whether you're doing it with me, whether you're doing it somewhere else, I don't really care. I'm here to empower you, I'm here to nurture you. You have to develop your mind, because a mind that's constantly learning and being developed is, as you said, that's the muscle. That's the muscle that we have. It needs to be continuously learning, continuously developing, and as a leader, it's our responsibility to give that opportunity for the people we lead. We need to nurture them, we need to empower them, we need to embrace them, we need to encourage them. That is our role. If we're not doing that, we are not doing our number one responsibility as a leader.
Yeah, I have a unique situation in that I have offices in Houston, Shanghai, Ho Chi Minh City, Phnom Penh. Going to open up an office here in Dubai next month. And so it's kind of hard to keep the culture together. And it's hard to coach one-to-one when we're not just so far apart by distance, but by time zones. In all of these places, they have their different ideas and they have their different cultures. And so I try, I have some staff here, they may argue that I don't do this well, but I try to become a better listener. There's so much noise out there, all this talk about technology, and I know I need to continue to be a better listener because I don't always hear their points. And so as a leader, I frustrate them, and the distance makes it difficult. But the technology is making that better too. But I find that I can break through a lot of that by just going back to business fundamentals, by talking about our vision, talking about our mission, being the caretaker of the cultures, or at least having help doing that. And when you have the team working in sync, when you're going to introduce new technologies, it makes life a lot better. But I think there's so much noise out there that we lose focus, and we lose the idea of those business fundamentals that were there when there was the cloud, that were there when there was the digitization, I can never say this, when we were digitizing everything and going paperless, that was there when the first laptop computer came out. We had fundamentals then, we have fundamentals now. And fundamentals can speak across cultures and across distances.
So it's really the human factor, as you have been saying, is the fundamental let's say, value even
Yeah.
that holds an organization together in this speedy market growth and digital era we are in?
It's something we can all agree on. And, you know, it's the foundation for implementing change, is to stick with the fundamentals of your business.
Yeah, how do you live that?
Yeah, I like when they talk about culture. Because going back to my experience, why I attended the course of MIT? Because I realized that people in the company were scared about something. So as business owner, I decided to do something to change or to learn something new and learn why people are scared. So when I realized the project I mentioned before, the project was just a readapt the mission and the vision of the company. And then what I did is to share the knowledge to the people inside the company, and they shared the new vision and the new mission to improve the culture, but we also have to be realistic. In 100 people, let's say 90 people will marry the new mission and the new vision. 10 people maybe are so traditional, conservative, but you must work for the 90 people that want to improve. I understand we should do all our effort to motivate also the 10 people, but we cannot fight against, like Don Quixote.
Well, that's very interesting what you're saying, really.
We should work for the majority that want to change.
Well, what do you think about that, Saif? That's a very interesting thought, actually, because I'm always also wondering, how do you manage to bring everyone together in an organization? To put, well, everybody says, we're in the same boat. I'm not sure if it is always the case, and this is a challenge for all leaders. So what do you think?
That's a very tough question, Shadan, actually. It's a very tough question. It might seem like a simple question, but actually it's very tough. Answering this question, I think I'm exposed to two things. One is internally in our company and with our clients. So usually the biggest obstacle to any strategy implementation or any organizational change is culture. And definitely it is something, because cultures are built over ages and ages. This is how people build their rituals and build their traditions and heritages and so on. There are some short-term solutions that could make a difference in changing mindset, like the recognition programs or the performance management systems, where you build incentive system to motivate people to innovate and to fail fast and to take risks and whatever culture you are trying to motivate. But surprisingly, the things that actually make most of the difference are the things that are most intangible, the corridor talks and what people say in the coffee and at lunch and the rhetoric inside the office. And these kinds of things need to be really managed very carefully, because even though some things could be said as jokes or as humor or whatever, when you bring in cynicism into the culture, it brings everybody backward, even if not codified and put in a book or in a system and so on. So what we leaders say, even in our normal chats and conversations, is very important and very critical. And obviously comes the systems and so on, and it takes time, it takes patience to get everybody on board, to change mindset.
Thank you very much. Yes,
So
please go
on
ahead.
this topic, I am with Gary. I think being a better listener and also being aware that large groups of people pretty much cannot learn the culture as much as we love to. So my personal approach, you remember earlier I was talking about psychology. Okay, now take that, scratch everything, because when you scale, it is easier to just
Catching it. I liked it, actually.
I know, but it works with small groups of people.
Okay.
Okay, you can gather massive data. They will help you, but you cannot change people. That is pretty much impossible. They may change if they want to change. That is in the realm of possibilities. But it is not something that you can do with your own actions. Also, they never do what you say. They learn seeing what you do. So leading by example is a perfect way of starting from the fundamentals.
Perfect way to communicate.
Thank you. Exactly. This is what I'm always
communicate.
talking about, right? Communication. But I would like, to just exchange the word change to grow. I think a lot of people, and I agree with you, it's not about changing. A lot of people really have a fear of saying, this is who I am. I don't want to change even. But it's not about changing. It's about evolving. It's about growing with time and be able to go in, together hand in hand with time and the requirements of time. So, and what you have been also talking about really is leadership being the example. And that is, again, the question, mindset change. How do we make sure that the C-suite leaders at that top level make that mindset change before they are expecting their employees to follow suit?
I think that's, we've been talking around mindset. And what's really interesting is, when you talk about this is a subject I like to follow up on a lot.
Go ahead.
So when we look at mindsets, there's the growth and the fixed, right? This is what they're saying. And in corporations, as soon as somebody announces a change management plan, everyone freaks out and starts running around. Oh my God, I'm going to get fired. I'm going to get lost. Everyone's going to, I think we have to be very careful as leaders with the words we choose. And going to what Gary said, the culture. A growth mindset means that basically we are. So basically the first thing I do with my team is I tell them, none of us are perfect. Let's lose the state of perfection. Because perfection, in a way, is a double-edged sword. Okay, it can hurt you. So what we need to do is we need to demonstrate that we are all a work in process. We're always learning, we're always adapting, we're always getting better. And this needs to go up to the C-suite. We cannot just say, we know everything, we're the best, you down there know nothing, you're the worst. We can't do that, right? We need to look at the people who work, admire them, and empower them with the same way they admire and empower us, okay? It's a bi-directional relationship, okay? The other thing is we need to demonstrate that because we're in work in process and because we're constantly adapting and learning, that failure is not the end of the world. I remember, talking to my team and telling them, okay, let's do it this way. Oh, but if we do it this way, we'll fail. I'm like, okay, and everything is gonna be bad. Okay, and what? Do it. Let's do it. Let's all fail together. It's how we learn, it's how we adapt, it's how we succeed. Ask every entrepreneur, ask every celebrity, ask every music star, every sports celebrity, how many times they failed. Millions. You can't learn if you don't do something new. And doing something new is the growth mindset.
Yeah. So I really like, Steve, what you're saying. And I like the direction the panel's going because we're talking about leadership and not AI and technology and all that stuff, which we need to talk about, but not here. Like I said, getting back to the fundamentals of leadership, I like what you're saying about failure. Failure is so important. It should be part of the culture and not a taboo. We shouldn't be fear-based on failure. We should be fear-based on not trying, not looking at different things. Why aren't we exploring new avenues, stuff like that. That's the things we should be afraid of. And then I think the other aspect of leadership that I think is important is clarity and setting expectations. And then getting back to listening and getting feedback and like everybody's saying here, the leadership should be human. And we're not up here. We're all in this together. And, you know, I had a friend of mine who was in business, and he said, the secret to being in business is to be less screwed up than your competitor. And I think that's sound business advice. So we should know what our competitors are doing too, but building the culture, and I just like the direction the panel's going, and totally agree with Steve.
I really like the fact that we are talking about failure, because this is something that in some countries is a habit, in others no. For example, I understood that failure is not the end of the world. Once I start traveling a lot to US, for example, because in Italy, if we talk about failure, most of time failure puts you in a bad position. Also, people don't trust you anymore. Banks don't trust you anymore, for example. And it's difficult, it's very important for business owners to understand it and then to inspire also the people inside the company to act and try to do something. And now in my company, I tell to my people something that I learned to in the US, for example, is that only people that do nothing never fail. So it's very important to try always. You can fail, okay, no, doesn't matter, but you can improve. But I know that I realize that in some areas of the world, it's a habit. But in other areas, such as in Italy, I don't know your areas, how it works, but in Italy, we must learn it as business owner, and it's difficult, because it's difficult to change the culture of the country, and then instruct the people in the company.
I just would like to say something to that, and because it's really interesting to talk about culture. This is why I believe it's always not just what we say, but how we say it. So, like, it is about courage, maybe not about allowing ourselves to fail, but we can say, you know, we can convey the same message by saying, well, in Italy, it's about having the courage, the heart. I mean, the word courage comes from courage, you know, it's cœur, it's being able to do something from the heart, which is basically the difference to being brave. And I think also, when we talk about culture, it's also about language, about the differences in the nuances, the message that is being conveyed needs to be, used. So, and there I look at you, Saif, right? Because you have also, you are also from a totally different culture.
Definitely. All what has been said is very interesting, and I like the fact that we're talking about being open to failure, about courage, about... there's no doubt that, again, returning back to the original point that I said, which is leaders can no longer be the one moving chess pieces, I believe that leaders need to have open doors. That's key. As Gary mentioned earlier, they need to be good listeners, for sure. Because you may come with an idea or something that you're too obsessed with, that you're happy with, that you believe is the right thing to do. But unless you hear somebody else and you hear the critical voices more, you tend to get too obsessed with your idea and too much in love with it. Failure is definitely something that we should be willing to take on, especially that there are two kinds of failure. There's failure out of negligence, which is obviously something that should never be commended or something nobody should be happy with. And there is failure because simply the odds are usually higher in failure than success, and that's why we're happy when success happens. So it really bothers me when sometimes even in normal chit-chats when people say, I bet you this will fail or I bet you that will fail. Because this bet is by default likely to reach the failure, because failure is the state of default and success is the exception. So never bet on failure. Never. This is my suggestion. C-suite never should bet on failure. And the whole attitude of C-suite saying, especially when the personal ego comes into play, when the person has proposed a certain idea and this idea did not go forward, or this proposition necessarily, that he had certain proposition in the XCOM or in whatever, and he thought that this was the right thing to do. And he would say, I said we should have done this. I said, it's okay. You should not be too obsessed with what you have proposed before. Now is the time to think of, okay, what are we going to do with what we have right now? And never bet on failure. It doesn't make sense.
Right. And you're talking really also about collaboration, basically, so that you are not in your own tunnel.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the point is, as a C-suite, you're also part of a team, because there are other C-suite members. So sometimes C-suite differ in their opinions and their perspectives on how do they think the moving forward should be. But once we reach a decision, we should all go forward with it.
Thank you. Simone?
Okay, I see everyone speaking about failure. Okay, fine. Failure may be scary, but it is not the end of the world. And also, in my opinion, we are focusing on the consequence instead of the cause. So what is the cause that produces failure? And in my opinion, it is fear. Okay. Fear of what exactly? You see, if we as leaders have to deal with strategy, and so we have to make a clear distinction in our mind between cause and consequence. Again, fear is also a consequence. A consequence of what? Not accepting. So acceptance is key, again, a consequence that stems from awareness. So a leader must be aware of his own limits and accept these limitations. When he sees himself in the mirror, he must say, okay, fine, I have these possibilities, these capabilities, and these limits. And it is perfectly fine. I am a human. I am allowed to have limits. There is no need for me to be anything else but that. So I think we should, again, communicate with our team and employees and partners, and they should be able to resonate with this kind of reasoning.
I like what you said about awareness, because I really believe also when we talk about cultures of communication, clarity, transparency, everybody's also talking nowadays about authenticity, which is basically the Greek word, the root comes from the Greek auto and entis, which is basically, auto is self and entis is doing or being. That is knowing, being yourself, and to be authentic, you have to know yourself first, so you can be authentic and not fear, because when you're authentic, you do not fear. You know that you can do this and you can do that, and this could work, and this could work tomorrow or not. And this is at the very top. I think the C-suite is very, very important to talk about awareness and self-reflection. Please.
Yeah, following Simone and Saif, we should know our limits to go beyond. Because Saif talked about ego.
Right.
We wouldn't be here without
That's
ego.
true, yeah. But also ego, there's a healthy ego, and there's the toxic one. I mean, just to combine a little bit the thought, when you're in your own tunnel, as Saif was saying, sorry?
Yin and yang, no, the
Yes,
Chinese.
exactly the point. Being in your own tunnel and just seeing yourself instead of the benefit of the result, when we talk, right? Is not going to help the organization or your team. But ego is I in Latin, so we need the I. We need to know who we are. Go ahead, guys.
We're running out of time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so
you were talking about authenticity.
Yes.
I think that's an interesting subject, especially these days, because I think it was you that mentioned ChatGPT.
Yeah.
So I think 80% of the resumes nowadays are all being done on ChatGPT.
Yeah, sure.
And I was interviewing someone and took the resume, started asking them questions, and they looked at me like there was like a deer in a headlight. And I said, okay, so tell me more about this experience, and tell me more about this technology. And then they said, I don't have this experience, okay? Tell me about this technology. I don't know what this technology is. And I said, okay, is this your resume? And they said, yes, it's my resume. I'm like, okay, so can you go through it and tell me which one is you? And then he said, the candidate said, sir, I used a bit of computer work. I'm like, okay. So I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to give you a second chance here, okay? I took the resume, put it away. I said, you're getting to know me. I'm getting to know you.
Yes.
Tell me about your job. Forget the resume, forget the piece of paper. Tell me about the job, who you are, and let me get to know you.
Right.
And basically, again, we're just getting, Gary said noise. We're getting too caught up, Jump on ChatGPT, write the resume. Jump on Copilot or Genius, write the presentation. We're losing ourselves. We're losing ourselves. We're trying to paint this picture or this emoji or avatar of who we are so that we appear to be just the right person. Be yourself. And that's what I told the candidate.
Yes.
And it was a great discussion. They didn't get hired.
Gary, thank you very much for taking on the role. We are running out of time.
Yeah, we need to
we do have some
we need to land
questions.
this plane.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I guess we will have to, we were very happy to ask for, yes, please, sure. Oh, of course, go ahead. No, sure.
Okay, please raise your hand and introduce yourself. We saw you.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Well, that's okay. Thank you for these igniting ideas you share with us. I wanted, you made me think about one thing from your speeches, about no one has all the gifts. And as we need people with curiosity, commitment, and let me say creativity also. Sometimes these people tend to have more difficulties in learning. And sometimes we lose talented people because they are too creative to follow a common or normal path. I feel it also when I teach. Maybe there are great students which have great difficulties in learning because they are more creative. And I think that this thought can be something we have to implement also in organizations, because we have to make people boost their gifts. And sometimes gifts are inconsistent with each other. And the most quality people have sometimes heavier burden they have to bear. So have you experienced, my question is, have you experienced this in your organizations or in your professional life as consultants? And have you suggestions to overcome this daily challenge we have in managing human resources? Thanks.
So one of the things I look for when I'm talking to people, whether they're people I'm selling to or people I hire, and I had this idea that leadership equals curiosity. So I gravitate towards the curious person. And then all the technology and everything seems to take care of itself.
Okay, we have time for one more question. I'm just going to go to the closest person that raised her hand. Sorry, guys, you're going to have to network during lunch.
Tish Hodge, CEO and founder of the Shine Institute. I just wanted to share a quote by USA Michael Jordan, and he says, "I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times they've trusted me to take the winning shot, and I missed it. I've failed over and over and over again. And that is why I succeed." So as an HR professional, I definitely focus on the human needs behind the business needs. And yet, there's none fallible, only one. And so we're going to have areas that we're not strong, but we can use AI, predictive index to see where our strengths are on our team, where our blind spots are on our team, but the human need behind the business need will always trump it all. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Any comments from the panelists?
That was just a comment. It was not a question.
Clearly.
But it's a very nice insight. Thank you for it. Thank you so much. I just have a very quick comment on the lady's question here. I think there is always a price in managing overachievers. So definitely overachievers are tough to manage, and that's the price you pay for managing people who are talented. So yes, I agree with her 100%.
I have to say that one of the approaches I took with my team is I said, okay, I'll build a team of strengths. So I'll take every person, their strengths, and I'll put them in that area. Yeah, it works, but what I found out along the way is while you are taking someone and focusing them on their strengths, you are robbing them of an opportunity and experience to learn something else. And if I was to advise you, don't build a team of strengths. Don't build a team of gifts. You as a leader do not make that decision and that assumption. Speak to the person. Map with them their roadmap and where they want to go. And only then will you know their strengths. Because the strengths you see are the strengths they're showing you for the business, to your comment. But there are other strengths that you don't see and they're not showing you, and you won't learn about it if you don't talk to them. Don't build a team of strengths.
What a way. Great. Anyone else? Drop the mic. You got it. You got it. Thank you, Shadeen, for moderating this great panelist, right? Let's give him a round of applause. Obviously, everyone excited about the topic, how we're leading tomorrow leaders. Spectacular expertise. This conversation is going to keep the momentum going for the next 3 days. Thank you, all panelists. Let's get a picture for the press. They say if there's no picture, it never happens. So now's the time for audience members. Grab a picture. I want you to tag them all on LinkedIn. Jump into the conversation. If you didn't get your questions heard, jump online. Hashtag CXO 2.conf to make sure everybody in this room knows who you are. There goes the paparazzi. Give them another round of applause. Thank you so much again, experts. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you up here. Hope to see you soon. Now we continue moving along the morning with the recognition session. Now this is one of my favorite times because each one of us in the room has a career to really talk about. Time, energy, late nights, away from their families, traveling. And these are sacrifices we make to be here today, to be acknowledged, to be recognized for everything we do for our life, for our future, for our industries, for our colleagues, for our staff. We're all leaders in this room. And so it's a moment to really enjoy that, take it in. And I encourage you each to really, when you get up here and I call your name, you really take that moment to really enjoy everything you've worked so hard to become and to be. This is a moment where we all get to enjoy who you are, your expertise, and really give you a round of applause. So this is called the recognition session. It happens 2 times a day, and this is where we're going to honor all the innovative spirits that are in the room. So join me in celebrating remarkable achievements as we applaud the hard-earned success and welcome to the stage the head of sales at the Chartered Institute of Marketing, Mr. Max Andrews. He's going to help me give out these amazing awards. Now, Max has a stand outside, so I'll give him a minute to introduce himself and what he's doing here.
Hi, good morning, everybody. As has been said, really pleased to be here and to honour the recipients of the awards today and to celebrate with you. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm here from the Chartered Institute of Marketing. We've been around for over 100 years, and we in the UK set the standards for marketing, and we enable individuals and companies to achieve and exceed them. So we're all about driving growth for businesses and driving growth for individuals and their careers through flawless marketing. So if that's of interest to anyone in the room, if you want to talk about strategy or brand or AI or any of the really cool, interesting things that are going on in the world at the moment, we'd love to have a conversation with you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to ask you just to take the middle stage. You see a little bio about Max. Contact him on LinkedIn. I know he's there, and then obviously here for the next 3 days. We're going to start with the first winner of the Visionary Awards. So after graduating and obtaining a high school diploma of financial control, the winner of today's award has worked for the Ministry of Finance for approximately 23 years and joined the Saudi Postal Corporation and ended his career with government in 2020. So the last position he held was Vice President of Financial Affairs at the Saudi Post Corporation. He currently works for an independent financial consultant and chairman of the board of directors of Tarmiz Capital Company. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Abdul Aziz Mohammed Abdul Majid. He is the Visionary Award first recipient today. Give him a round of applause. What a way to start. All right, we're going to keep on moving along. We'll have to call him up later, but we are streaming live, so I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to shine. The next winner of the Business Leadership Excellence Award of CXO 2.0 is the visionary CEO of BMS Medical, a leading company in healthcare and medical solutions. Now, with a strong background in business leadership and a passion for innovation, he's been instrumental in driving BMS Medical's growth and establishing its trusted name in delivering high-quality medical products and services. He's committed to excellence, and his ability to adapt an evolving medical landscape has earned him recognition as a dynamic leader in industries. Welcome to the stage the winner of Business Leadership Excellence Award, Ahmed El Nagar. We'll ask you to take the middle. Congratulations. Congratulations. The next winner of our Business Leadership Excellence Award is the founder and chief profiteer officer at AKU Consulting. He believes in numbers and statistics over claims. Over 25 years of experience with world-class multinationals, he's worked in over 35 countries. He led various out-of-box projects across a lot of sectors, from cement to space, ranging from micro to macro, with a track record of minimum 15% improvements. He confidently states that every organization and every project can always be improved. Welcome to the stage, AJ Kulkarni. How are you? We're going to ask. Okay, the next speaker that's going to be up here on stage, and I invite you to grab the mic and just say hello a couple words because we do have the time, is a passionate individual who has worked in IT industry for over 15 years. He's an enterprise agile coach of First Abu Dhabi Bank. He has strong hands-on experience in delivering critical programs and coaching at various levels of enterprise. He sets up a good example in various ways and is experimenting new ideas, empowering individuals on career journey and setting up in-depth professional connections with like-minded people within and outside the organization. The winner of Emerging Leader in Business Award is Amit Lingarchani.
Morning, everyone. And first of all, I am very, very grateful to God and my family who is sitting there. My kids have been waiting for this since morning for this spot on award. And first of all, a big thanks to the CXO conference for recognizing my insightful work, and I keep on doing. I do a lot of freelancing, I do a lot of coaching. This is not to do just with enterprise, but also personal coaching, also helping a lot of students to step up in their career and find out their right spot where they need to lead on. Been doing a lot of mapping on the strategy and the roadmaps for the people in the organization also, and I usually keep on getting messages and calls saying that, how can we get into this agile coach? I said, this is a really fascinating area. It doesn't have a limit. It doesn't have a horizontal or vertical growth, but you can always keep on adding feathers to it. So thanks once again, CXO Conference, for giving me this opportunity to speak about what I've been doing, and thanks for the award.
Thank you. Give him a round of applause. Great. Smile. It's time to shine. Music, please. This is a really good moment. You feel the energy. People finally work so hard to be here. I'll give everyone about a minute on the microphone once you accept your award. So you'll take a picture, then jump on the mic. Great? Okay. Our next winner of Business Leadership Excellence Award is a CFO of Valency International Group, an articulate, meticulous, and ardent finance and accounting professional with over 16 years of experience driving unprecedented results in fundraising and project management. Here he comes up to the stage. Give him a round of applause. Anor Nella Senpati. Congratulations.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, CXO, for honoring me with this award. I've been working for various projects last 10 years, which has created employment of more than 1,200 people across Africa. So now I am part of Valency Group. We are still working on various projects which can create a lot of impact to the society and the environment. Thank you once again for this networking opportunity and honoring me with this award. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. Okay, the next Visionary Award goes to the CEO of Holistica Consulting. It's the first to create a training academy for technical recruiters and HRs, enabling them to speak the language of IT with confidence and credibility. So since then, he has delivered his IT Demystified series of masterclasses to over 100,000 attendees. Recently, his Tech Recruitment Training Academy has become an online platform to reach a wider audience and now serve some of the largest recruitment companies in the world. Please put your hands together to Ayob Sheikh. All right. I'm going to move along. Next winner of the Business Leadership Excellence Award is a distinguished chartered accountant with over 20 years of experience in auditing, accounting, taxation, human resource, and BPO across Europe and Southeast Asia. She has a robust professional background and founded Finex in 2008, a corporate services and consultancy in Vietnam, which was acquired in 2020. Since 2017, she served as a founder and CEO of HR Forte Systems, a SaaS HR payroll platform. Put your hands together for Betty Gurvasani. Congratulations, Betty. Let's hear.
Hi everyone, my name is Betty Giovazzini. I just flew in from Italy this morning and then straight come to the conference. So thank you CXO 2.0 for this award recognition. And I hope that this award can motivate women entrepreneurs, girls and females, that there is a place for everyone in the corporate world, because the corporate world is dominated by male, but with the modern technology, economy, hopefully this will motivate the younger girls that there is a place for everyone, sharing your passion for excellence. Thank you.
Congratulations, love this. Everyone is having so much value in bringing their knowledge to the stage, so I love it. The next person I'd like to invite to the stage is a skilled architect by qualifications and currently holds the position of head of fit out and construction at Infia Dubai. With a robust 13 years of combined excellence, he has built a reputation for excellence in managing complex projects, ensuring precision, quality, and timely delivery. Welcome to the stage, Jasdeep Singh Chandio. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank CXO for this wonderful opportunity to get everybody, all the industry leaders together on board, to have brainstorming sessions like these. I started my journey in Dubai as an architect, and now I have my own company for real estate, as well as I head interior fit outs for Infia. So Dubai, as they say, is the land of opportunities, and if you can work hard, you can make your life here. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next for the Business Leadership Excellence Award is with someone with over a decade of experience, an executive director at the Forum of Active Built Environment Research, specializing in urban planning, architectural competitions, and international investment promotion. She advises governments on urban development, works with leaders to amplify citizen voices, and empowers unrepresented groups. Passionate about mentoring, welcome to the stage, Deliza Coca. Congratulations.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for this award. I'm really honored, and in fact I think that we are very lucky to be alive in this generation where we have access to internet. We were talking all this morning about data, and it's amazing how much knowledge we are able to share and in what speed and what time. So we are able to be in this room together exchanging experiences, and I think it's really amazing. I had myself the chance to meet my students in Oman for the first time online during the pandemic, and that has been an experience that really changed my identity, I would say, and brought a better understanding of the MENA region. And we created two platforms. One is the Forum of Active Built Environment, that is in Tirana, Albania, and the other one, it's MENA Hub, housing people and the environment, and you are all invited to connect, to be able to see you either in Oman or in Albania. Thank you very much. Have a great conference, everyone, and congratulations.
The
Next up for Business Leadership Excellence Award at the conference CXO 2.0, we have someone with over 2.5 decades of experience, especially in insight, technology, and solution-led population scale impact initiatives in diverse Asian and African regions. As the CEO and managing partner, he is credited in turning around his consulting with a new vision, brand, and improved growth. Under his leadership, the firm's portfolio expanded beyond India to South Asia, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Please welcome to the stage Manu Prakash. Congratulations.
Hi everyone. This is a great moment, and thanks CXO team for this award and recognition. This is not for me alone. This is for my team at Arusham Global Consulting, my family, and all the well-wishers. So this is for them, and I hope it will motivate everyone. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful conference here, really being part of this.
Wonderful. Congratulations. The next Business Leadership Excellence Award is a young and successful entrepreneur and investor whose experience in technology, energy, and luxury real estate sectors make him a benchmark in the Italian and international business landscape. He has steered his career towards innovation and leadership, founding revolutionary companies such as VPS Italy, 3Digi Solutions, GCC Advisors, and Lux Investments. You've seen him on stage. Let's welcome him back. And give him a round of applause, Mr. Manuel Manzoni. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. You should already know me. I just spoke 5 minutes back. Thank you for this award. It's very important for me. And the message that I want to just share is that I appreciate that what you're doing, because I really believe that leaders move the world, move this planet. So thank you. Let's share ideas. Let's do networking. That is very, very important to work together as a team of leaders. Thank you and enjoy your day.
Wonderful. Okay, the next Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to an agile coach and the founder of Agile Dreams. With 15 years of experience in the IT industry, she excels in guiding individuals and organizations on their leadership and agile journeys. A seasoned speaker passionate about empowering women and amplifying female voices, she actively contributes to agile communities globally and hosts Women in Agile local chapters. Welcome to the stage, Neha Shauri. Congratulations.
hello to the wonderful audience. I hope you're having a good time. First of all, I would like to thank you, the CXO conference, for this appreciation. And I'm really humbled to be celebrated with such inspiring leaders over here. I would like to truly thank you, my family, for being supportive so far in this journey with me. And all this hard work of coaching leaders, especially the women leaders throughout the world, I would like to send one message that everything is possible and you can be your own superheroes. Now, I'm from Germany. I came here to Dubai and so far having a good time. And I think CXO is doing a great job here for inviting all of us, and I look forward to networking with you after the conference. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Wonderful. Congrats. Fantastic. That's what we're here to do. Network, share, right? Really collaborate and find out the opportunities that exist for us to go global. Our next award recipient is the CEO of Core Leaders International. With 18 years of experience as a leadership consultant, executive coach, and transformational speaker, they've worked across logistics, financial services, and retail sectors, guiding leaders from Warner Brothers Discovery, Barclays, and Tesco. Now CLI's Core Leaders Academy and Core Conference, the team are committed to building a global community of purpose-driven leaders, transforming their communities, organization, and our worlds. Welcome to the stage, the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellent Award, Obi Abuchi. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. A real honor to receive this award. Many years ago, one of my virtual mentors said, "We get paid for the value we bring to the marketplace, but the value you become pays more." And that's something that stuck with me over the years, that the value I become, the personal growth that I experience is what enables me to build a team, to add value to clients across the world. And I see that already in the leaders who have spoken and the leaders who have been honored this morning. And so a real honor to be part of that as well. I'm looking forward to networking and connecting with so many of you. So thanks a lot for today.
Congrats. Our next visionary is the president and CEO of Parmjeet Kaur, the LLC, and who offers consulting services, helping organizations streamline operations and achieve their goals. With certifications as a project management professional and a certified Scrum Master, she leads impactful workshops with resilience and effective communication. She hosts Your Life Projectize podcast based on themes of communication, project management, and resilience, collectively called CPR. Welcome to the stage, the winner of the next Business Leadership Excellence Award, Parmjeet Kaur.
Okay, hi everyone. Firstly, I want to thank the CXO conference organizers for this incredible opportunity and this incredible award. Honestly, I am honored as she mentioned I am a project manager and a scrum master, and I have a humble little podcast called Your Life Projectized, centered around what I call CPR, a way for organizations to revive their business. CPR standing for effective communication, project management, and resiliency. I am so honored to be here amongst all of you leaders in this space. And again, I am incredibly grateful. So again, thank you to the organizers, and thank you to all of you for being here.
Okay, love updates is throughout the day, so bear with us, and I appreciate your patience. The next award recipient today is the Director and Senior Partner at Right Path Transformation Private Limited. It's navigated 25 years in corporate and consulting world. He has mastered the art of turning challenges into opportunities and strategies into successes for top-level organizations. So, he is extremely clever, blend of understanding trends and next-gen customer insight with a strong understanding of disruptive tech magic. Welcome to the stage, a Business Leadership Excellent Award to Pavan Yabalori.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you, CXO team, for giving me an opportunity to be here and for this award. I represent an organization called Right Path Transformation, and we specialize in mentoring CXOs on business strategy, on people, and on go-to-market for both India and abroad. And we like to have we love to build the next big thing. And we like to do disruptive things in the market, which we have been fortunate enough to do so far. Looking forward to meet the dynamic team here, all the leaders who are present here, and spend some time in learning from you and also sharing my experience. Thank you so much again for allowing me to be here. And thank you, CXO, again.
As I continue, I want to ask all award recipients, please stay in the room. We'll be asking you all to join us on stage for one group shot at the end of the first part of this recognition. Okay, we continue on as we have the most influential African Youth Award, first place from this year. She's only 25 years old. She's a founder, mediator, scholarship recipient, international leader, Woman of Africa finalist, and has gained worldwide recognition for becoming a trademark of success, amplifying the voices of younger and older generations. She stands as a global visionary under the mantra to be the change you ought to see tomorrow. She's a force to be reckoned with as she drives academic, social, and entrepreneurial excellence. Welcome to the stage, a Visionary Award to Revimbo Gore. Come on up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd just like to thank the organizers for organizing this entire experience for everyone, allowing everyone to dream big and to be recognized simply for being who they are. Being as young as I am and being recognized in this manner is quite a humbling experience, knowing that some people my age or even younger sometimes give up on their dreams for their dreams being too hard, or failing in between, or experiencing hardships along the way. The journey to success isn't easy, but it's worthwhile. First of all, I'd like to congratulate each and every person here for being strong, courageous, and being the leaders that you are. Even if you're young, or even if you're starting, keep going. The world is your oyster, and I must add that getting to the top isn't an easy procedure, but the roads are worth it in the end. To all the younger generations, if you're here, keep pushing, and for the older generations, congratulations. Keep soaring higher, and keep making yourself, your family, and others proud. Continue to aspire, to inspire, and be the person you ought to tomorrow.
The next business award winner is a senior business manager at L&T Technology Services with over 21 years of experience in fields of engineering, industrial automation, cybersecurity, and digital transformation. He is a business coach, mentor, sales leader, and consultant. Welcome to the stage, Shaji Muhyiddin. So as we are streaming live, I'm going to just say congratulations. There are a few people that aren't here to join us on stage, but we want to still congratulate you live in front of our audience. We're going to continue on as our next Business Leadership Award winner is describing her journey as from the Foster House to the White House. She's a vice president at the Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. Previously, she has served as a political director for the Pennsylvania Democratic Party, chief of staff for the state senator, deputy COS of the Pennsylvania lieutenant governor, ran for U.S. Congress, deputy COS in a budget office under President Obama, and assistant at U.S. Senator Bob Casey. Please welcome to the stage, Shavonia Corbin-Johnson. Congratulations for excellence in everything you do.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shavonia Corbin-Johnson. First, I just want to say thank you to the organizers of the CXO 2.0 conference. I'm really excited to be here. When I look around this room, I just see a room of people who have been told no many times in their life, but they've never let it stop them. That's kind of how I describe my journey growing up in a foster house, really, I would say, on the poverty line, and working my way up to not only be able to be the first person in my family to go to college, but to work for President Obama, work for the U.S. Capitol, and to now be the vice president of one of the largest sports and entertainment franchises in the United States. In addition to that, I love to travel, and as well as I have a time management, consulting, and productivity business. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, and everyone here, every time you're told no, take that as a yes to yourself. Keep believing in yourself. And one of my favorite people, Nelson Mandela, said, "I never lose. I either win or I learn. So keep learning."
Okay, our next CXO 2.0 Conference Young Achiever Award goes to an SEO manager a dynamic professional with a solid background in SEO, renowned for driving innovation, achieving results in fast-paced environments, and beyond his professional pursuits, he harbors a passion for exploring new concepts within the marketing industry. So reflecting his dedication to assisting businesses and companies in flourishing within the digital landscape, welcome to the stage, Shravan Banjan. Congratulations.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So my name is Shravan Banjan. So I'd like to thank you for this incredible honor that I've received today. And it's truly humbling to be recognized at the CXO conference in front of everyone. Basically, I can see there's a lot of industry leaders which are sharing their insights and shareful experience, whether it's in the marketing, AI, or specifically about the data. So as an SEO manager, so I know how data is important. So if you guys are wondering how Google works, so we are the people that make sure that your business and your website shows up on the SERPs and ranks higher, so that it gets more conversions and sales and more profits. So people like me are really the reason when you search for anything, like specifically, so we are all in Dubai, right? So specifically, if you search for anything related to fun places to do in Dubai, then people like me are really the workforce behind this, working to make sure that all of the contents that you guys are searching for are there, and they will be approved by the Google, and then you guys can go through all of the contents on the Google. Yeah. Thank you so much for this insightful. Yeah. And I'm really looking forward.
Our next Business Leadership Excellent Award goes to an ambassador for Indian supply chain management. Is a techno-commercial business strategist with a rich and versatile experience in defense, corporate, and academia. Worked with Indian Navy, L&T, a whole bunch of good ones. The CEO of Jole Group, presently with the CK Berkla Group company. He helps organizations break their threshold business limits, and case studies of IT are reflected in his books, Leaping Beyond Vision. Welcome to the stage, Vivekanand Bengali.
Manottara Deva Bhava. That means humanity is God. Okay. That's what I look into it, and that's what has given me a passion. I've got a 30 years plus experience in project management, what we are talking about. And what I do and what I like is that I'm here today, and thanks to CXO for that. And giving back to the society has brought me here. And I would say that if you are giving back to the society, it will help you. I heard some of the panelists saying about AI and all. But I think we are going beyond that also now. That's called SI and RI. So that's what I think the next panelists were talking about. So I would like to connect those dots, saying that RI is nothing but real intelligence. SI is nothing but situational intelligence. There's a white paper coming out because we want to see that the human race which is there is still there and not we are taken back by the just AI. Thank you. Best of luck for everyone. Thank you again, CXO team. Yeah.
Wonderful. Next of the Conference Visionary Awards, we'd like to welcome to the stage with over 42 years of international management and engineering experience. He serves as the Chief Development Officer for First Bahrain Holding, leading the company's development efforts in concept, construction, commissionery, and beyond. He's held senior posts for a number of different companies in Australia, Qatar, and he is a chartered professional engineer, a member of the Institution of Engineers in Australia, certified in PMP, and is also a member of the Project Management Institute. Welcome to the stage, Yasser Abu Lagod. Congratulations. Congratulations, Yasser.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for CXO for this award. Dedication, hard work pays off at the end. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for my family, and I'm really happy. And one more thing is never take no for an answer, and if there is a will, there is a way. Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats. Wonderful. Next up at CXO 2.0 Conference, Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to a Managing Director at Excellence Badge. He possesses over 17 years of experience working in nearly every country in the Middle East, focusing on human capacity building and compliance. With credentials from several international organizations, he is dedicated to enhancing aviation security through quality training and best practices. Give him a round of applause, Yosef Hassan. Come on.
Thank you very much. I'm enjoying being here in this room with such futuristic people discussing how the future will look like. 8 years ago, a Germanwings aircraft crashed a mountain by the co-pilot who was suffering from a severe depression. So I was questioning myself, how can I identify a colleague who needs help? What about the airline? How can they identify that employee? This led me to create InTouch, which is a tool for monitoring well-being and providing personalized care. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. As we continue on, we have the next CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award going to the CEO and board member of the London Institute of Business and Technology, where he leads efforts to provide international recognized courses for undergraduate, postgraduate, and executive students. Under his leadership, blends academic research and practical skills and collaborates with industry leaders to ensure curriculum relevance. So his commitment to quality is reflected in LIBT's memberships with AACSB and Advance HE. Let's invite to the stage, give him a round of applause, Ceciri Pantherain. Congratulations.
Thank you. We've got like all sorts of subject matter experts from various different industries, right? I just want to say one thing, all of you guys are very influential. Advocate for world peace because we really need it. And there's all sorts of things happening all around the world. We really need the planet to be safe for the future generations. Thank you.
Picture, okay? I'm going to invite all the award winners for just now this morning's session to come back up to the stage. We'd like to take a group shot. I want to say thank you so much, Max, for helping us give out these great awards. Please join us up on stage for one group shot. It's really a time to shine with your colleagues, the people around the world that are making a difference to this space in leadership. Congratulations, and please, audience members, give them a round of applause as you see them take the stage one more time. Thank you for your support. This is where they get to feel good for all their long hours of work, dedication to making a difference. Let's squeeze in together. Paparazzi, take your pictures. This is a great photo op. Tag everyone you see on LinkedIn. And don't forget the hashtag CXO 2.0. Get in there, show your awards, fantastic. Squeeze it in. We might need some people in the front. Okay, if you're behind, come on into the front. We're all one collective energy here, really impacting the planet. Turn a little bit, get a little closer. We want to make sure everyone gets that shot. Well done for everything you do to help the leaders of tomorrow. Congratulations. Again, we're streaming live on YouTube, so if your family couldn't make it today, make sure you share that link. You can watch it over and over again. Share it with your friends, family. It's time to shine. Great job and achievement. Congratulations. Oh, come on up there, girl. Get up there. We're waiting for you. Okay, turn inward. Perfect. All right. Hope we got you all. And I encourage you to talk to each one of us and make sure you really get all their knowledge at the event for today, tomorrow, and the next day at CXO 2.0. Sounds good? All right, thank you so much, everyone. Congratulations for your awards. Well done. Exactly, I like that. Woo! All right. We got some good energy here. Thank you again, Max, for helping giving out the awards. Don't forget to talk to Max at the Chartered Institute of Marketing. Everything you need to know about what you're going to do to touch your customer. And congratulations to all the award recipients. Your achievements have truly set a benchmark for excellence and innovation, and we look forward to seeing how you can continue to shape our industry going forward and leading us into the future. Now it's time to recharge both your minds and your bodies. It's time to move around, which we need to do, and we're going to enjoy a fabulous lunch. And let's get ready to mingle and really take a moment to network at this great event. Like I said, there's 6 events happening today. You will see everybody at the lunch. We break at the same time, and check out those dessert options because they're almost as sweet as the morning sessions. So make sure you check out the exhibitors. They have their stands outside, and share some of the highlights on that hashtag CXO2Conf so we can see you. Now, we invite you to stop at the registration desk for next year. We do this every year, and if you're interested in 2025, that's your opportunity to book your place. In the meantime, be back here at 1:30 sharp. We start again, and we're going to do a very exciting thing starting sharp at 1:30 for everyone that makes it to the room. So I'll see you back. Have a fantastic lunch. As I say, Saktain in the UAE. It's the 53rd National UAE holiday today, so we wish the UAE a happy, happy National Day. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you soon. Dubai. It's been here for a long time on the creek, where the actual first type of trading was pearl trading. The Emirates became popular from the pearl trading, and they used this creek right outside this door to do that on ships that went to Iran, to India, and moved pearls throughout the region. Now, across the water, you may notice this is an actual library, and it's spectacular. It's made like a shape of a book, and if you're new to Dubai, you'll see some of the most incredible architecture in the world is here. You see architecture from all over the globe. Experts have come together for decades to really build the city what you see today. Now, I've lived here for 16 years. I got off the plane and said, wow, they speak English. That was my first experience with Dubai. Clearly, I couldn't get out of here. I've been here for 16 years. And one thing I love is the enablement of people working together. And I would like to invite everyone talking to please take a seat. We are going to continue because when it comes to connecting, there's nothing more important than listening. There's nothing more important than understanding who you're talking to, understanding what their needs are, what they want, what their objectives are, and asking questions. And our society, unfortunately, doesn't teach us a lot of things. One of them is how to sell ourselves, or how to ask the right questions, or to communicate effectively. But I invite you here to challenge yourself. Can you understand what each person you connect with is here for, what they want to achieve, and how you can help them on that journey? Because if we shift to a state of service, we will be able to bring a ton of abundance into our life, and it is a blessing that we can impact the globe just from this room alone. So I hope you had a good time with that networking. I want to make sure we're all friends here by the end of day 3. And that's my role on the planet, to help you and be that catalyst to encourage you to connect appropriately, effectively, and really optimize the digital space we live in while we use human connections to empathize with who we're speaking to. And that takes us to the next conversation, because we're diving into empathetic leadership, leading with the heart and understanding. And there's no doubt the digital world is pulling us away from this connection, but yet brands are using these stories and storytelling to really connect with their audience. And powerful leadership is based on human empathy. So get ready, as our next speaker is going to take us through a journey of human empathy and unravel the profound impact of empathy in leadership today. So please put your hands together for the owner and executive professional at LMI Executive, Stefania Simono. Come on up to the stage, okay? Stage is yours.
One of the fastest ways to the top is to work for someone who's already there. The system dictates that one must first be a slave before you can become a success. But this can be a very demanding process. Only a few people have the drive to endure the thousands of indignities and hardships that make up the system.
With is detail. I asked you to go get me a packet of Sweet and Low. You bring me back equal. That isn't what I asked for. That isn't what I wanted. That isn't what I needed. And that shit isn't going to work around here. I just thought... You thought. Do me a fucking favor. Shut up, listen, and learn. Look, I know that this is your first day and you don't really know how things work around here, so I will tell you. You have no brain. No judgment calls are necessary. What you think means nothing. What you feel means nothing. You are here for me. You are here to protect my interests and to serve my needs. So while it may look like a little thing to you, when I ask for a packet of Sweet and Low, that's what I want. And it is your responsibility now to see that I get what I want.
One of the fastest ways to the top is to work for someone.
Oops. I'm sorry.
Okay. The last slide was gone. By the way, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from your lunch. I am very honored to be here today and share about you regarding a topic which is very important from my point of view in the modern leadership style that we need to bring to our organization. And I'm talking about empathetic leadership. It's a great that we also had the opportunity this morning to listen about a bit about the different matters that are related with this topic and the different styles that in leadership need to be underlined every day from us that lead the companies. I am Stefania Cimino, and I'm here because I am passionate about people and leadership. And I am an executive with more than 25 years experience managing businesses in different industries and markets with strategical roles many times in multinational companies, leading big teams across the world, and many times also very diverse teams for age, competencies, cultural, towards challenges that sometimes were really very, very extraordinary. And in all my professional experience, there is one lesson that I learned more than everything else that I want to share with you today. Making a business happening, and better said, making a business successful is not about the investment that you as an entrepreneur can put on your company. Is not only about the vision that we as leaders can bring to the organization, and it's also not enough regarding as good as the action plan that we can put in place to reach the target of the organization. But clearly, it's all about people. It's all about people because we, as leaders, are called to interact with human beings that, of course, have feelings, have emotions, and that need some motivation, a strong motivation to reach strong results. So it's all about your team as leaders to make them the same effort and to run at the same speed as you and to look at the same direction as you as leaders. And it's all about also we as leaders, how good we are to build the common dream that can really motivate the entire organization. But what is empathy in leadership, really? I think that empathetic leadership is a fundamental shift that we need to bring in how we lead and manage the company. It's the practice of understanding, being aware of, and being sensitive to the feelings, thoughts, and experience of others close to us, around us, when we work at very tough goals and challenges, opportunity for the companies. It's about leading with the brain, but also with the heart, because people around us are very, very important if we want to reach the targets. But why empathy in leadership is very important? I think Just some. I'm not sure if this runs. Can you help? Okay. Well, first of all, empathetic leadership is very important because best practices and researches and experience has shown that empathetic leaders facilitate higher level of engagement, innovation, and well-being among their teams. And when people, employees, feel heard and understood, they are more likely motivated strongly in reaching and being productive and loyal, of course. But also there is another reason why empathetic leadership is important. We have learned in the recent years that leading millennials and Z generation is very different from the previous ones. We could talk hours about it, but in a nutshell, it requires that we put people in the center, that all the interests that we as leaders can bring into the organization need to be focused on how our people really feel inside the team. But what empathetic leadership really means in practice? We hear a lot about it, but to me, from my experience, I try to connect everything in 3 key points. First of all, communication. Secondly, caring about people. And third, example. Communication is not about smiling when we talk with our employees, or is not even just saying yes to every single request that they can do us, or not even distribute information that maybe requires some strategical sensitivity. Communication in an empathetic leadership means active listening, means establishing a connection, emotional, and in our common interest with the people which work with us. It's encourage open dialogue, show that we are engaged with people close to us. And it's encourage open communication across the different lines of the organization. Less one-to-one meetings, information, communication, but more sharing. Sharing data. We talked this morning about how important and strategical are data. Sharing goals, target, performance, brainstorming, co-creation in open, transparent way. And then there is caring about people. Caring about people means to promoting their physical, but also intellectual, of course, well-being. So means to show that we are very much aware about their work-life balance, encourage continuous learning, and ensure access to resources, value our people, celebrating our people, not only the first line of the management that is close to us, but in the entire organization. Feel and show interest in their life, in their professional growth, in their path, and ask for feedback. It's very important. Very important for us as leaders, but also very important for them to understand if they are going the direction that the company is requesting to them to go. Be a kind leader. Not a pretender kind leader, but a real kind leader. If I ask to my sales director, hey guy, I need this information on Monday morning, but it's Friday afternoon. Sorry, but please Don't spend your weekend time to work on this. I pretend to be a kind leader, but I'm not. And leading by example is so crucial. Setting a good example of empathetic leadership means supporting the team during challenging time, recognizing, understanding their effort, and be close to them, to help them, to motivate them, to support them. But also means show vulnerability, show our way of being a human, show how we can be worried about things. Say sorry if needed. It's not a problem to say sorry even if you are a leader of the organization. And it's not a problem to show that you made a mistake. But this will make them feel you closer and closer to them as well. Don't be afraid to declare that you don't know something. But be sure that you show that you surround yourself with people that know more than you. So they will learn to evaluate the others as well. Of course, the results are impressive because when an empathetic leadership is distributing across an entire organization, this will help people to feel important for the company. This will help people to feel extraordinary for the results that they will achieve. And of course, they will generate engagement, motivation, passion, enthusiasm. This will help everybody to really run at the same speed as you. I want to share one experience which was very impactful for my personal life, professionally, but also personally, to be sure, to be honest. Some years ago, it was 2013, and I was appointed as a CEO for the first time in one Italian company belonging to a very important global group. My leading was doing very well. After the first year of experience, everybody was very happy, performance were great. One day, my boss from overseas called me and said, Stefania, well, you're doing a great job, but you know, we have a company in Europe that is doing very bad. Sales levels are decreasing year after year, profit as well. People is demotivated, performance are very bad. So the board decided to appoint you as CEO, but you have to shut down the company. You have to close the company, fire the people over there, moving the management of this market for another country. Wow, you can imagine my feeling. I was shocked when I was talking to the phone. Of course, I had no choice. You know, we as managers are called to follow the strategy of the company, right? So I could not say, no, sorry, I cannot do this. But I found the force myself to ask for some time. And I told him, look, I will do what you are asking me, but please, give me some months to try to invert the trend, trying to recover the situation and changing the picture about this company. He thought a while, but then accepted. I closed the phone this morning, and I was really impressed, shocked, and depressive about this from one side. But from the other side, it could also be a great opportunity and challenge. But also it could be a huge failure, right? I could not sleep for many nights thinking about how I could change the trend of that company that in the past was one of the best worldwide. But clearly, that team had lost the power to manage the market. to bring customers, to increase sales, to growth, in one word. When I arrived in that company the first time, I still feel the sensation. Everybody was look at me and say, wow, here we have the killer. She's going to fire everybody, she's going to shut down the company, and I could feel on my skin all this bad energy. Immediately, I started making a one-to-one meeting with all the management, listening them, understanding their frustration, their worries, their reasons. And after 1 week, it was very clear to me that the climate was really toxic. The previous CEO clearly had led the team with a micromanagement approach, centralizing decision, eliminating all delegations, and maintaining a strict control on any kind of decision. So after 1 week, the picture was clear. I had to inspire the resilience of the management team, of the entire team again. And I had to make them dream to become again one of the best teams in the world of that company. I had to make the management take the ownership of this restarting. So I called the management team first, spending some time in making a lot of exercises, brainstorm, working to a 5-year plan, asking them, what do you want for you as person? What do you want for your family? What do you want for the company where you work with? Open communication, active listening, taking care, right? So from this exercise, we developed a plan with new company goals, personal targets, sales level, forecast, action plans, and everybody was shocked at the end of the exercise to transform everything in numbers and realize that sales already were shown on the paper, plus 60% sales growth. In the following weeks and months, of course, working in this new environment, the energy came out again. The team restarting working with passion, enthusiasm, willing to become a part of the real result and success of the company. And the entire powerful and performance changed completely the trend after 6 months already. After 1 year time, the trend was different. After 3 years, this same team got a global award for the best sales performance never ever in the company. What had changed? People was the same, market was the same, products were the same, the management style was changed. People felt they were the real cause of the success. After a few years, that team became the most knowledgeable and powerful in Europe, and today they are leading 60% of the global business of this corporation. This exercise made me grow very much in my personal and leadership journey. And I understood very clearly that leadership is really all about empathy, is really all about human value. And it's really about leading with the heart, considering the others like we needed to be motivated, to be stimulated, to be passionate about what they do every day and about all the efforts that they put in any single activity. And I believe, strongly believe, that as much as we go in a technological driven life that we all live every day, driven by performance. We always talk about performance. We always talk about artificial intelligence. We always talk about how we can be fast in technology and how we can apply the technology to the company to make a difference. I believe that every day more we need to increase the level of human touch that we put in our teams, in our management. So I really conclude my talk today in challenge each of you to embrace empathy in your leadership journey. And because empathy is not necessarily innate, challenge yourself to also practice empathy in your daily relationships with your relatives, with your families, with your friends. Empathy can really have a powerful to change the way that we bring together the energy of any kind of community and go to the next level inside an organization. Thank you very much for the time you dedicated to me today, and let's go out and lead with empathy, making a positive impact in any community where we can go and work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Would you like to open it up for one question?
Sure.
Empathy is a big conversation. We all need it. Where can I buy it? Anyone have a question for Stefania? Fantastic. Thank you. I knew somebody would.
Hi there. Good afternoon. My name is Beiju Obuchi. I am a director with Core Leaders International. Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much for what you shared. My question to you is, were you naturally empathetic as a human being growing up, wherever you did? If not, what have you done to grow in your empathy? As a human being and as a leader, what steps have you taken that have enriched your journey as an empathetic leader?
Thank you for the question. It's very good. Well, actually, no. I was not at all empathetic at the beginning of my, I'd say, life and professional journey. What I personally did in my experience was to, at a certain moment of my journey, I understood that when I started leading teams, I understood that it's not a top-down approach. And it's much more a connected approach that you can really make the difference with. And what simply I started doing was put myself in the other shoes. Put myself on the other side of the desk. And many times I made this exercise at the beginning of my career as leader. You know, physically, change the chair. Sit here, I sit there. Change the role. Try to put you as employee in my leader chair, and I will do the same with you. So how I feel what you are saying to me, how I can expect that what you are saying can have an impact in my life. This was my main exercise many times, and at a certain moment you start realizing that we all want the same thing. We love to be recognized. We love to be said, okay, great job, guy. Don't worry if you fail this time. Next time you will know, you will have more experience. You will know more things. I will not fail you anymore for the same. Maybe you can fail for another issue, but growing is about also failing. So it's the example is putting ourselves in the other shoes that I think in my case it ran.
Wonderful, wonderful. Did you have a minute for another question? Anyone else? Empathy. Here we go, Harold. What do you got?
That was a nice topic, by the way. So my question is, how can empathetic leadership foster stronger team engagements and collaboration, especially that nowadays numbers, in data-driven environment where numbers often take precedence over people?
I'm sorry, but I cannot hear you very well.
Sure.
It's too high volume, I guess.
Can you hear me
Maybe
better now?
Maybe put the microphone a little bit far. Yes.
Yeah, better. My voice is better. Okay. So my question for you is, now how can empathetic leadership foster stronger team engagement and collaboration, especially in data-driven environments where numbers often take precedence over people?
Yeah. Well, it's something that I jumped a bit in higher in one of my points. I think numbers are simply the result of what people do. Okay, so if you work in an environment where performance is the center of the world and nothing else happens, you need to concentrate even more about which tools you can use as leader to drive this request. And for example, using team building activities or connection activities or examples that celebrating case of success where you connect the performance reached with the effort that people did to reach this performance, putting a strong value on the human aspect that allowed the performance to be reached. I think this is something that is important to value the human being, which is behind the numbers.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Stefania. It was great to have her. Give her a round of applause. Thank you. Grazie. Clearly, leadership is more about than just numbers, right? Because the successful ones are going to be the happy ones. And HR is no doubt the most expensive cost to any organization. So if your staff ain't happy, you're going to be losing some money left, right, and center. You'll see the chairs are coming up on stage because we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to talk more about winning traits of customer-centric gurus. And there's clearly a connection between messaging and customers and which customers react to which messages. And we're going to speak to experts here on the panel that's going to give you a little insight to exactly what's working, what's not working, and really just hearing them and understanding customer needs is really how these panelists are going to share their secrets of how winning hearts and wallets is effective for the big business. Now, as we get the chairs ready, they bring up the tables, and I'll start bringing everybody up. In the meantime, I want to see from a show of hands, has anyone read any body language books? Anything about body language? Cool, we got a good amount of group. I say it's the best, because if you want to understand someone, only a small percentage is coming out of their mouth. Right? I got a lot of, yep, cool. I'm preaching to the choir here. I want to give you new information, so I'm going to keep on moving and bring the experts out to share. So please put your hands together after I call everybody up. I'm going to invite moderator of this next session, it's Shantanu Jan Sharma, who's a founder, Ozone Education Consultants Private Limited. Up to the stage today, we also have our panelists, our PAM Core, PMP, CSM, President and CEO of PARMJIT Core. We have Phyllis Mendez, CEO and founder, Powerful Personal Brands. We have Venu Gopal Shapur, who's the CEO of Trained Arrow, and Navin Jatli, the CEO of Navin Jatli Coaching Limited. How are you? Welcome to the stage. Let us get you some microphones here. Looking forward to this great conversation. And And thank you, Shan Shintu, for being the moderator for this session. One more microphone to you. All right, take it away.
Yeah, if you can just switch it on. I don't know whether you can hear me at the back or not. It's on.
There we go.
Okay. So, salam alaikum and good afternoon to everyone, and hope you all are all excited about this afternoon session. So it's a pleasure to actually moderate this session. And the previous session was very interesting because it leads us on to how we would treat customers. And when we talk about customers, we talk about both internal and external customers. Now, one of the things which is very important in today's context, and I just want to lay the base before I hand it over to my fellow panelists, is the fact that the world is changing like never before. If we really look at it from 2000 to 2010, we probably had one crisis, which was the subprime crisis. But if we look at it from 2019 to 2024, we've had COVID, we've had wars, so it's happening one after another. And this rapid rate of change makes it very important for us to hold our customers very close to us. So with this background, I will hand it over to my fellow panelists for them to introduce each other, and then maybe I'll come with a round of introductions for myself, and then we'll take this up. Yeah? Pleasure being here.
All right, thank you. So hi, everybody. I've met some of you already. I've had the great pleasure. My name is Parmjit Kaur, and I own a small consultancy called Parmjit Kaur LLC. And in my business, I help organizations revive themselves with CPR. So CPR, if you're familiar with the acronym, usually that means to give somebody life, give somebody breath. In the context of my company, CPR stands for communication, specifically effective communication, project management, and resiliency. I also have a humble podcast called Your Life Projectized, which again is centered around those same topics. I'm originally from New Jersey, the great state of New Jersey in the United States. I now live in Las Vegas as my poker chip. If any of you have seen it, will tell you. Very nice to meet you guys.
Hi everyone, my name is Phyllis Mendez. It's an honor to be here in this space that brings together business owners and entrepreneurs from around the world. I live in Miami and now in Dubai in the same time because I love this place. I am expert in creating a personal brand. Tomorrow we will speak more about that. Tomorrow my stage is 10:30 around. So I will wait for you here. So I have more than 2,800 clients around the world. I dedicate these last 3 years to grow people in not only in business. The most important thing for me is a personal transformation, but also they can grow their business when they start to work in there. So also I am author of 2 books of personal branding. One of my book, one which was with Kevin Harrington. I don't know if you know him. He is very famous because he was the original shark from the TV show Shark Tank. So for me, of course, you are here for grow your business, but remember that first of all, for grow a business, you need to have amazing customer service for your clients. In my case, my business grow only with recommendation. Before, I start to do social media, but before, for me, no was important because always for me, the recommendation was the best. And if you want only have clients in your life, you need bring love to them. Love is the most important piece in the world for everybody. So I am so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Venugopal Chepur. I come from the US, and I am a founder and CEO of a growth strategy consulting firm. We help Fortune 50 companies, 500 companies, and some of the family-owned businesses And also recently I've started mentoring startups as well. Now, I've been advising quite a few companies on customer centricity. In fact, customer centricity happens to be a part of the digital transformation that we take up. And I've been very fortunate to have been assigned and commissioned to really lead a research endeavor coming with the 25 ninjas, I always call them ninjas, from top management consulting companies across the globe. There's a Fortune 50 company commissioned me to do the research for digital transformation, what it really takes for being digital. I was so fortunate I ended up authoring 17 digital trans standards. So I take a quick analogy, don't want to take too much time. For example, this kind of a hotel, 5-star hotel, they have 165 stipulations to comply with to be certified and do the business as a 5-star. Where in digital space, you don't have any such. So what it really takes, everybody can claim being digital. So this is the kind of a commandments of the standards for being digital. That's where I started the journey. And then eventually building up what I call as customer-centric business design, which is not, I call it CCBD, which is, I didn't patent obviously, there's nothing rocket science out there, but it's a kind of a structural framework for any company. It could be a startup, it could be a Fortune 50 company. We can take that kind of framework and build customer centricity into the business. And that's what I did. And I helped quite a few organizations and businesses across the globe. So this is what I have. That's the reason why I chosen this very interesting topic of customer centricity, because it makes the company robust enough to face the disruptions no matter what. The customer base will be intact and they begin to love you, fall in love with you, patronize. So this is what I champion and I work and help companies with. So this is a brief introduction. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, so I'm Navin Jaitley. I'm the CEO and founder of Navin Jaitley Coaching.
Navin, just put it a little away. I think there's an echo.
Oh, there's an echo there. Yes, so what we do is we work with companies to do business growth. But really there's 3 pillars around that. So we are big believers in developing the communication skills of teams and leaders, the business development, because without business development a company doesn't grow, and the final piece is the mindset piece. So we do a lot around performance mindset. And this really comes from my own journey, because I will be talking about this in my talk on day 3. But I started off my career in business development and sales, and I wasn't high performing. And what really changed it for me was going through coaches, mindset and business development coaches, which were game changers for me, and personally took me into the top 1 or 2%. So when I founded my company, I never forgot those lessons I learned, which is how do you get high performance and how do you grow a business? And really came down to those 3 areas. So I've authored 2 books. I've written one alongside Dr. John D. Martini. Some of you may or may not have heard of him, but he does a lot around values-based work around the world. And I will be doing a talk on day 3, which is about how to get the best out of your talent development programs. Because what I really believe in as a leader is what was spoken about before, is the number 1 resource we have is our people. And I think a lot of people pay lip service to that, but it's like the last lady Stefania was talking about, are we actually doing enough to develop them? So very happy to be part of this panel discussion, because I want to talk about it from a customer-centric point of view, and how do you make the customers the center of everything? So looking forward to it.
Thank you, everyone. So my name is Shantanu Sen Sharma. I live out of India, and I work with clients to make them more customer-centric. One of the areas where I firmly believe and work in is to ensure that business growth is not just the domain of the salespeople, and everyone has to contribute to that business growth. Now, an interesting thing is that if you go around the table and ask anyone, is your organization customer-centric? I think 99% of yes will say yes. There will be barely a soul who will say, no, we are not customer-centric. Yeah, that's not us, right? Now, I think one of the things which we want to do in this panel discussion is to dismantle what customer centricity actually means and then go on to some of the structures which make an organization customer-centric, and some of the behavioral aspects which will make us more customer-centric. So my first question actually will be, maybe Phyllis, you can take this up, is when you look at customer-centric gurus, right, what are the keys which are there in these customer-centric gurus, which kind of differentiates them from outside? And maybe you could actually use some kind of examples to illustrate that point, but what are the keys of these customer-centric gurus? What do they do well? Yeah?
First of all is listen to your clients. Because if you don't listen, it's impossible that you can give them solutions. Remember, if your client have a problem, he or she are upset. First of all, you need to listen for give quick solution because your client are upset. Second of all, always that this solution, I need that are real solution. Because sometimes it's solution for you, but no it's solution for your client. And also, it's important that you understand that I know that now everything automatization, everything. But people hate that. If you have a high value clients, they hate that. You need invest in your collaborators, in your employees, and you need to do that, have a customized customer service for each of your clients. In my case, I have a different package, for example, but I have always have big business owners, and for example, for there, I have people focusing there 24 hours because maybe they need something. It's like, and no matter the hours because my business is around the world. So maybe in Dubai is night, in Miami is day, you know. But for my client, that no matter that. No, it's the problem of my clients. It's my problem. So, and I give them solutions. Remember, the two most important things for people is money and time. Always. If you find good solutions for provider that spend less time and money, they will be happy with you. And if you have one client happy, they attract 10 clients more. Maybe you start to work only for money, and it's okay. But for me, business is the base of business, no is think in me like owner of this business. For me, do real business is think more in my people. My people is my customers and my clients and my collaborators. You need to find the real solution for all people that are connected to your environment in your company. And also, always, you need to think in give more that your client pay you. For example, one of my clients are very busy. I create his personal brand because I am expert in that. So he now is the insurance guru in USA. He is very busy, but he was a period that he don't take really my service. So it's like he paid me and the service was for 6 months, but he only used 3 months. And after the contract finished. In that moment, other business owner say, okay, the contract is finished, you pay me, that's it. But I see that my client don't use the service. And for me, the most important thing is that my client use the service because after they can try it and after they can recommend my service with others. In that moment, I call him and I say, Philip, don't worry. I know that you are so busy. Don't worry. You are only my client. You are my friend. If you want, if you need, I will extend your contract for 3 months more. And he was so happy. He told me, oh my God, Phyllis, really? Oh my God, in USA people don't do that. I know that in USA people don't do that. But I am Latin. I live in USA, but I am Latin, I speak Spanish. So in Latin America, we are so warm, like Indian people. So this is the reason why my clients are happy with me. And I invite to you, and always when you need to take a decision, you need to be focused in your client and what is good for your client. Maybe in this way, you start to lose a little money, or maybe you need to invest more time, but I promise you that you will always have more clients, and your name and your personal brand start to grow like me. I say you this because I have 2,800 clients, and I don't use social ads or nothing, only was with recommendation.
Yeah, thanks so much, Phyllis, for that. And you know, when you talk about customer centricity, I start thinking that if you talk about your company to a customer, the dialogue will be very different when you're going out to a college to recruit, because the needs of the customer are completely different. Now, I think what Phyllis was talking about, the first part is that how do you get insights into the customer? How do you understand the customer? How do you give back to the customer? How do you be fair with the customer? I wanted to actually touch upon this a little bit. Venu had mentioned in his introduction that he's built a lot of frameworks around transformation, digital technologies, etc. So I want to ping Venu here now to share with us what are some of the best practices, what are some of the structures that he's used. Yeah? So Venu, we'll talk about the hard part, which is the framework, and then we'll get into the software area.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shantanu. First of all, let me also say, you said the customer-centric. People think that they're customer-centric. Some people very candidly say they're not customer-centric anymore. But actually, in the world, there are only 14% of the companies which are truly customer-centric. That's exactly the statistics there as part of the research done by Harvard Business School. Now, first thing is that the structure varies, although what I built is a business agnostic framework, which we can take either whether it's a $90 billion company, which I built one for, which is an insurance company. After the framework has been developed and implemented, all the pivoting has been done. Believe me, there were 1 million new customers added to the business. 1 million. This is true. Anyway, coming back to the structure, more than the structures, Anthony, it pushes a company to really think more about their own business. A lot of companies, in fact, including Fortune 50, Fortune 500 companies, the leadership, when I discuss with them, they don't know they know their business, but they are quite mistaken about their business. Misplaced notions. So we got to go back to the drawing board, first of all, because this is a socio-economic prescription. Because geographically it is going to vary. What works in the US will not work in London or Dubai, elsewhere. It's completely new, as you said, for a college customer is a new customer, a different customer, as opposed to a businessman, a B2B space. So that is, first of all, we have to accept that this is the prescription that is going to push us to really look at fundamentally who we are, what business we are in, number one. Number two, a lot of companies do not know who their customers are. A very surprising aspect of it. People don't probably stand up and question me as well, but the fact is they don't know their customers. It's all over the place, vague, ambiguity surrounding it. So it is definitely one aspect of it. They've got in the part of the preparation. They have to go back again and ask who is our customer. And for example, a conglomerate has a retail chain and a bank and a finance company or insurance company. They have a different customer bases, so that can be that is quite understandable. But that is for every business, there is a standard definition of who their customers are. that has to be answered before you really get into this act. I have conducted several workshops for this alone. And number 3, build the channels where your customers are coming in from. All the nodes, all the touch points. What happens at that particular touch point? What is their mindset? How they think? Let me give you an example. If you're booking an airline, if you want to fly down to London, you see the price is very low, very attractive, but you're not sure about the date that you want to fly, but you like the price. What is the next thing can you do? You have to think broad, create several options around the customer. You have to understand what goes on in the mind of a customer. So go back to the drawing board again and think broad. Look at the options. What's the option A? Can you reserve the price, paying some $10? B, can you give them 24 hours of free time? C, do you want them to be notified in case if there is a price drop? There's so many options that there. That has to go into the customer centricity. Number 4 is you immerse yourself with the customer. You work with them, create focus groups, opinions, capture all that. In the process, you also have to change your mindset. A lot of companies, they don't accept it on the face value, but they don't like complaints. You have to begin to love complaints. Otherwise, it cannot happen. The customer centricity doesn't happen with a framework. I do have the framework, but you have to be prepared for it, something like that. And lastly, the customers, when you really talk about why do you do all this customer centricity, you want to really increase the intimacy. All right, you've increased the intimacy, enhance that. But where is that? Where are you really operationalizing all this on a daily basis, on a cultural basis? You have to operationalize the empathy. How that happens is your employees, one of the key KPIs for your employees must be customer empathy. If that is not there, that means you also have to commit yourself for people transformation. If that is not there, customer centricity doesn't happen. Any framework, it is only spending money. And finally, we are in the business. So we have to definitely reality check is it all happening towards the customer equity going forward? How many people are patronizing us? What kind of a value, customer value? If somebody has actually become a customer today, for the next 3 years, next 5 years, how is he going to patronize us? What kind of a customer value, lifetime value of that? If you don't have these things, the customer centricity framework is going to be there, of course, but the real values and results are hard to come by.
Absolutely awesome, Venu. So one of the things which is coming out from what you said is that having this empathy towards the customer. And I think in the initial part you alluded to not only understanding what the customer wants, but you also said sometimes the customer doesn't know where his business is going. When we were chatting with Naveen, he was speaking about tactical empathy, and I think one of his books talks a little bit about it. So when we come to understanding people and creating that whole customer fervor within the organization, Naveen, could you just elaborate on what is this tactical empathy and how do you bring that on? And then I'll get into other softer aspects. For example, Param talked a lot about collaboration when we are having discussions internally. So go ahead, Naveen.
Sure.
All yours.
Yes, so I think this is actually fitting in very nicely because the last speaker spoke a lot about empathy as well. So, look, empathy has a few different definitions, but ultimately, what is empathy? Empathy is understanding the other person. And sometimes we shouldn't confuse it with sympathy. Because sympathy is when you feel sorry for someone. Empathy is when you understand them. You might not even agree with them. So with tactical empathy, it's about really getting to understand your customers. I mean, really living in their world and putting yourself in their shoes. And the last speaker spoke about understanding your team, and as leaders, becoming much more empathetic with your team. Absolutely vital. What about becoming very empathetic with your customers as well? So when empathy comes in many forms, and that means understanding what your customers' needs are, their wants are, their desires are, but also understanding the pulse on the market. So I'll give you an example. Back in 2000, there was I don't know if any of you remember this, but it was a company called Blockbuster Video.
Yeah.
Right? Blockbuster Video were the market leader at their time. And they had an opportunity to acquire Netflix. And the CEO, he put it down as, no, this is not what the market need. It's very niche. It's never going to go anywhere. What that was a classic example of, well, we know what happened. Blockbuster Video tanked, and we know where Netflix is now. That's an example of a company not being empathetic with this market, assuming it knows all the answers, not understanding the pulse, not understanding what customers really need and want at that time. And there are countless other examples a lot like that. So one of the things that we do is when we are working with clients, we say, how well do you know your customers? And I think I'll give you an example that will really bring this to light. One of the companies we work with are a consulting firm who, before they were working with us, they were struggling to get in new business. So when we looked at what they were doing, everything they were doing is based on them. So when they would even reach out on a cold message, it would be like, Mr. or Mrs. X, we need to speak to you because we do X, we do Y, we do Z. Is that empathetic? Raise your hand if you think that's empathetic. All right, I'm in the right room then. Because you're not understanding the customer. So we said, rather than put it from your perspective, find out about what the customer's world is and send your messages based around that. So when they changed their messaging, which was more Mr. and Mrs. X, we understand this is what's happening in your world, this is what's happening in your market, this is what you're trying to achieve, let's have a talk. That's a much more empathetic way of going after business. So when we talk about customer centricity, it really is, and I think a lot of people pay lip service to this, but do you really understand your customer? Right? Apple are a great example of a customer-centric brand and a great example of using empathy. In fact, they have empathy training for their staff because they are not just about the stats and the numbers. One of the reasons they grow so fast or grew so fast is because they also wanted to make sure that from a human perspective, their staff were understanding their customers' needs. So with tactical empathy, one of the things we talk about, a very good book to read around this actually is by a guy called Chris Voss, Never Split the Difference. He was an ex-FBI agent, and he had to negotiate with terrorists, with kidnappers, some of the worst people around. And what he always said is, when we used empathy and they felt that we understood them, we won the negotiation. When we came from our angle, in their case, it would mean even some people would die.
Yeah.
Right? So when we talk about tactical empathy, we really talk about you must put yourself in your customer's shoes. And the frameworks that Venu spoke about, it's about then adding that to the human touch and asking the right questions, not assuming everything, and getting that perspective from your customer to make sure you grow your business by becoming customer-centric.
Awesome. Naveen, thanks so much. And, I was on a call in the morning with a customer, and he said that we are 3 or 4 layers away from the customer. How do we get ourselves to collaborate with the sales team and become more customer-centric? So one of the issues which I'm going to talk to Paramjeet about, and she's been speaking about it since we have got on calls and things like that. Her organization does a lot of stuff around it. That how do you collaborate to create a delightful customer experience? So Paramjeet, if you can just talk us through that, that will be wonderful.
Sure, absolutely. So collaboration has to be twofold. Not only do you have to collaborate internally with the stakeholders in your organization, so a stakeholder would be anyone who has a vested interest in the project or in the product that you are creating for the customer. So let's say you are on a project team. You are a stakeholder, and everyone on your project team is a stakeholder. Ensuring that you collaborate with your project team and get buy-in from each individual on that project team and really ensure that they understand what is the purpose of this project, what is the purpose of this product, but then also collaborating with the client. Oftentimes I see, I love the word innovate or innovation, and all of us innovate. But the problem is, oftentimes, the client isn't always involved in that innovation or building that innovation or building that product. So creating a feedback loop so that the customer can give you feedback on the product. And based on that feedback, again, going back to your team and saying, okay, this is what the client has said. Now, what iterations do we need to do, or what changes do we need to make to this product to appeal to the customer? And then once that change has been implemented, again, going back to that customer, letting that customer test that product, and ensuring that it is satisfactory. I use this example a lot. So how many of us, and I know I'm going to get a lot of hand raises, how many of us here know Amazon, right? I think like everybody here knows Amazon, right? So I'm sure you guys have heard of Alcoholics Anonymous. I know we have that in the US. I feel like I should be part of Amazonians Anonymous because that's how often I order from Amazon. And why? One of the reasons Amazon has reached the level of success that it has is because it listened to its customers. I think Phyllis touched on it. What do customers want? They want an easy way to order products. They want something that's quick, right? We live in a very fast-paced world where time is of the essence. And so what did Amazon do? Amazon gave us a marketplace where, I'll use myself as an example. Before I was coming to Dubai, I needed a converter for my electronics because I knew I was going to be in Asia, and then after this, I'm leaving to go to Europe. So I went on Amazon, and I found a converter. And so it gave me several options from several different companies, and the next day, I had the converter. If I had gone to a local store, so here's a few issues. That's time, right? Time that I didn't have because my Dubai trip was coming up. What if they didn't have the converter in stock? What if they had a converter in stock, but what if it was out of my price range? So what Amazon did is Amazon recognized that these are some of the concerns that a lot of customers have. And so Amazon grew its market to address these concerns. And obviously that is why we see, I think Jeff Bezos, like him, hate him, I think he is brilliant because he really was customer-centric. So.
Awesome, Param, and let me ask a question back to the audience. If you really look at your company presentations, how much of the presentation is about this is who we are, this is what we do, these are our locations, these are the kind of things that these are our employees and stuff like that, and how much of it is about the challenges which the customers face? For example, if you bring any CXO person, I think the direction will be reversed. They will talk a lot about what are typically the challenges my customers face, right? Now, and airlines might measure customer delight based on certain touch points which the airlines has. But I, as a customer, my airline's experience could get marred by the fact that the security guy was very tough with me, or the fact that I didn't get vegetarian, say, Jain food at the airport, and then my rating of Lufthansa or BA or whatever plummets, but that's not really their fault. But if they understand that this is one of the areas that the customer works on. So one of the things which, I'll leave it open for any of the panelists to take this up, is one of the points which Paramjit alluded to was creating a sense of collaboration by using purpose, by using a common why. Why are we doing this? It could be even. So any example where somebody has taken this on with a live kind of situation? Venu, I know you want to go on this. Yeah, go ahead.
Anyone can actually. But
yeah.
Anyways, see, I was actually interacting with a restaurant owner in New York, one of the top restaurants, Middletown. And he made an interesting comment. We are here to create memories. He was serving food, different kinds of food. But he actually said that we are here to create memories. Whenever whoever walks into New York, have some food here, some kind of dish, we want to really make it such a great thing. That's exactly where we go. Why we are in business is to create memories, not to just serve another plate of food or whatever. So that's where really the purpose why we are there. And then one more point I say is I asked him and said, okay, he asked me, I practice a spiritual way of life most of the way, that how do I really change and transform? He said, like, I told him one thing, I said, like, go above and beyond yourself. Don't look at yourself as I am the owner of this company, a restaurant, I'm a millionaire, whatever that is. Forget about all this. When you have to clean the table, be yourself. Just to clean the table, make them happy. That's all about it. If you really ignore yourself and be yourself completely away from who you think who you are and outside others think who you are, I think probably that's the best way to really do it.
Yeah. Naveen wanted to add his perspective.
Yes, so I always remember when it comes to the whole Kennedy, when NASA, and he asked that cleaner, I don't know if anyone's heard this story, where he asked the cleaner, what is it that you do for NASA? And the cleaner said, I'm trying to help put a man on the moon. And that was a case of a very successful organization because everybody from the cleaner to the CEO was aligned on the why and on the mission. And I say to my clients, and we've done this with several clients, is if you start aligning your mission to your why, then what will happen? You will automatically become more customer-centric because you are there for a higher purpose of serving. And then you don't have to beat the bush. It's about creating that culture that everyone has alignment to then become more customer-centric.
Yeah. So thanks, Naveen. We'll probably, I think Param wanted to just add something. We take a minute or half a minute from Param and then we take the questions. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to touch on what my colleagues have already spoken about. People buy from people they like, right? And how do you get someone to like you? And that is truly by adding value. So I don't know if you guys know, this hotel, they do a regular training. So how many of you can attest that the customer service of this hotel has been exceptional, right? Or if it has been exceptional, that they are constantly iterating to make it exceptional. I have had great experiences here, and I spoke to one of the gentlemen, and I complimented him. I said, you guys have provided such great customer service. And he said, actually, ma'am, we get trained on a regular basis to provide excellent customer service. So the day that I got here to Dubai, I was starving. I got here late at night. All the restaurants were closed. I went to the HH bar. I'm forgetting what it's called now. But anyway, there was no food available. And the waitress said to me, ma'am, you're really hungry, huh? And I said, yeah. I said, I am. I said, I haven't eaten anything. This sweet girl, she went and got me nuts. She got me cookies from the bar. She got me a piece of bread. And she said to me, ma'am, I understand because I've been hungry before. And that small moment, to her it may have felt small, but to me it was monumental. And I thought to myself, next time I come here, I will make sure I go to that waitress or I will go to that restaurant because they provided superb customer service. So again, people buy from people they like. And so being customer-centric is truly crucial.
Lovely. We'll take questions.
I can
yeah,
say
just
something.
add half a second because I think we are somewhat behind time. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So please, don't remember that you are human. This is the most important thing because humans are in this world for serving other humans. I totally agree what you say. This is the reason why I take the decision that moved to Dubai because this is impossible in USA. So my business in USA, I travel a lot for that because really I believe that when you really serve with your heart, always you can attract people, not only for business. Because sometimes there are connections that not are for business, but that connection bring amazing things to your life. Remember, you are human before everything.
Awesome. Thank you, panelists. We'll take questions at this stage.
We got one question.
Yeah,
Time
there's
for
one right from the back, and the mic has to travel a long way. So if both of you could travel a bit as well, the mic will move faster. Yeah, all right.
Lourdes Gonzalez from Lulu Process Design. So I'm from the background of process. So a couple of things, one question and one comment. So one resource that I would like to offer to the audience is in US, they have the Baldrige Performance Excellence. In that framework, there's a whole category of customers. If you read through the questions, that will help you understand what the customer wants. It's just really a series of questions to help you inquire about your customers. So, but my question is, you guys touched a point on that. It's important to look at the touch points, how your organization connect with your client, with your customers. So from the technique or methodology standpoint, we use customer journey maps. My question is, as you use that, how do you connect those touch points to your internal processes that they are the ones that generate the value to your clients?
All right, let me answer this. If I understand your question right, please correct me if I'm wrong in understanding your question. As I talked about, we didn't have enough time to really explain all that, but you certainly have the customer journey, what you call, and each point is connecting back to your internal processes. Say, for example, if you are a finance company or a bank, for example, you just want to really check your account. You want to transfer $10,000. You're a different customer in a different point. If you're transferring $10,000 and above, you need more security, a completely different level of authorization and authentication. And that really defines who you are as a customer in the customer-centric business design. But the moment that recognizes that you are this level of customer, and then the process will change automatically because it's all internally programmed to take you where you have to. And there are touch points. And each point, what you want to really do, although you are that customer, suddenly you change your mind. You want to change only your email address. So how a system should respond to it? So everything is process. The process design is linked to your wish list and what you want to do. And then at that point in time, different levels of authentication happens. And it's all well-connected design. And that's what I said, customer-centric business design. And I can certainly assist if you really have any more interest in that going forward.
Fantastic. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great panelists.
And one last thing, announcers, all 5 of us are part of this conference and we will be around for the next 2-3 days.
Great.
Apart from our LinkedIn profiles, you can reach out to us, catch us in any of the coffee breaks, etc. That'll be a pleasure.
Are you ready for a picture?
Yes.
Good. Then we encourage you to take pictures with our panelists. Right. This is a great connect and stay connected. So great conversation. We now understand we'd shift from the leaders to the customers and see that profitability. Sorry to keep it going. We're going to ask you guys all to stand to the front here. Paparazzi needs to take a picture. You want to sit? You want to stand? What do you prefer? One sitting, one standing, he says. Great moderator, great session. Are you guys enjoying this? Not bad, right? Staying awake, getting that coffee? Intercontinental, great brand. They clearly know what they're doing. Everyone's trained to be customer-centric. And some great panelists. We got a lot of U.S. infusion here. From a show of hands, who's from the U.S.? All right, woo! USA, I could say that because I'm American. Anyone from Asia? Raise your hand. Asia in the house. Great. Europe. Okay. Africa. Whoop, whoop. There we go. All right. We'll give a little whoop, whoop too. We got the world right here in this room in Dubai. I used to say the city that never sleeps. I know New York got that title, but let me tell you, you can get food delivered in this town any time of day. Thank you so much for being a great moderator. Great conversation. That seemed like a master class. We got a lot of experts here. And we're going to keep the conversation moving. So the next agenda is a panel discussion you'll find in your brochure. It's all about meeting the challenge of disruptive change within C-level executives. So in this fast-paced market, standing still means falling behind, but fear not. The next set of leaders is here to teach us how to dance with disruption, even take the lead. Now I'm excited to learn and hear about how they've turned potential upheavals into opportunities for growth. So let's give a warm welcome to the visionaries who don't just survive, but they thrive when this happens. So I'm going to invite every panelist up. We can give them an applaud after they're up on stage. First up, Amit Bagaria, the managing partner of Arus Properties LLP. Come on up. Ann Summer, she's CEO of Ann Summer Coaching. Amit Bala, the founder and CEO, Transform into Your Best. Harshal Patil, founder and CEO, BTB Venture, and Mustafa Zaglo, the FMCG expert. Everyone has a microphone here. Great. I invite you to introduce yourself a little further and take it away. Have a great discussion. There he is. He's on. Everyone check your mic. Good, good. Nope. Ann needs a little mic action.
Hello.
Oh, there she is.
There you go. Hello, everybody.
How are you doing? You got a mic working? Whoop. All right. You're ready to go. See you soon.
So everybody had a good lunch? Yeah, great. Fantastic. Let's start. So let's start with you, Ann. So can you tell us about some strategies for C-level executives to communicate with their junior colleagues to neutralize any disruptions in business?
Yes. Hi, everybody. I said, hi, everybody. There you are. There you are. So the question was, can I give a couple points for C-level executives to neutralize conversations with their junior employees? This is how I see it. If you're at C-level, you oversee somebody underneath you. What does it take to oversee somebody underneath you? It takes you to listen. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. I think you need to listen 2/3 of the time, and you need to talk 1/3 of the time. And the first thing you should do, in my opinion, is ask one question. Because we're talking about disruption. So what is disruption? Something is going wrong and somebody created that, whether it's the environment or a person. So bring them in and ask, tell me how you see the situation. And then, that's my first, so listen 2/3, talk 1/3, ask the question, how do you see the situation? And then I need you to sit back and get very comfortable with silence. Silence. People are uncomfortable with silence. Has anybody ever been on the stand in court? I've been in medicine for 26 years. I have been on the stand in court and always found innocent. Why? Because I see the situation. I get asked a question and I sit back and get comfortable with silence. And that's my silence. Okay, it's done. Oh, so just wait for them to answer. So that's the other thing. Really let them answer. How do they see the situation? It may be completely different than the way you do, and you're going to collect everything you need from where they're standing, and then you can meet them where they're at and infiltrate the thought process and bring them into where you need them to be.
Thank you. That was insightful. So to the other Amit on this panel, what strategies can leadership teams use to build alignment and cohesion in the face of disruptive change?
Thank you. When I look at people and teams, I look at the people first. I look at the individuals first. And when I think of alignment and cohesion, I look at one person, the leader that I'm looking at in particular. And whenever disruption, we're talking about disruption, right, happens, it's an external event and it's also a definition of that person's disruption, right? So for me, in my life, disruption is normal, right? Because everything changes all of the time. It's how I react to it that is the key element. And so that's what I would look at first, is the individual and their patterning, their way they view the world, the way they take disruption, how they react, what's really running their software, because that's also what's running their team. That's also what's running their company, and that's also what's running, the customers that are attracted to them. They're all running off a similar pattern and software. They're doing it in different ways in terms of behavior, so psychology can only get you so far. But you have to look at what is the operating system of the individual, the C-suite leader that we're talking about first, before we look at the team, because it's their patterning. So if they're always coming back, I'll give you an example, they're always coming back, and no matter what's happening in their world, they come back, feel alone, misunderstood, nobody really gets them, so they're compromising in some way, shape, or form. And therefore, that's what's running, what they're doing on a day-to-day basis in their business. That's what's running when they get a disruptive activity happen from outside of them. That's going to run that company. And so my kind of key thing is to go inside out from the individual before you go into the team.
Excellent. So Harshal, how do sales teams, how do sales teams adapt to changing priorities of the bosses up there on C-suites during disruptive change?
Absolutely. So I think in addition to what Amit said, during the disruptive times, sales forecasts become like a weather forecast. You can't predict what's going to happen. So from that particular perspective, I think it is important to seek the cross-functional help. For example, let's say if you're a tech company, it's important to involve the CTOs or the VP of engineering kind of people to extend their support to the sales team in order to demonstrate the right use cases. So cross-functional help is one of the ways to improve the funnel. Second is, nowadays BD is not restricting to business development, it's equally brand development as well. So the need to also adapt the business brand development as one of their main divisions, so that in the earlier session it was about the people. So from that perspective, I'm saying it's also important to recalibrate the value propositions actually. So every quarter it's important to revisit the messaging, what value propositions your company provides, and from that perspective it's important to realign the values that you will bring to the potential customers. And the last, I think sales team might need to also adapt the active listening systems, not in terms of what prospect is saying, but also in terms of the behaviors of the prospect. So there are a lot of AI solutions which can be readily available that will support sales teams in order to really adapt the problem statements that they're facing actually.
So Mustafa, so you've got to hear these numbers. 22 categories in 22 countries in 22 years with some of the top FMCG companies in the world. That's Mustafa's experience. What would you say is the most significant challenges that C-level executives face during disruptive change?
So thank you for the intro. Thank you very much for the question, and hi everyone. So I think before we jump into this answer, let's differentiate between change and disruptive change. Okay, so change is inevitable. So change is everywhere. Change, for example, is when a process gets updated, when a restructure happens in a company. That's change, which happens every day. But disruptive change is an example of AI when it entered the new era. That's a disruptive change. A disruptive change in my industry, in FMCG, we used to buy our products from the normal groceries and key accounts, but now e-commerce is expanded. That's a disruptive change. So let's understand this first, and then we answer. So based on that, the key challenges from my point of view, the first one for any senior leader in an organization is to manage this change, because change doesn't happen overnight. Change is a transformation, is a journey. So the number one challenge from my point of view, being a senior leader, is how to manage the current deliverables on the short term versus still committing to the goals of the transformation or the aspiration that we want to reach. Because no one will be in a position to commit to a transformation to my boss or to my management in the global team that, okay, we will transfer XYZ in 2 years, but we will not deliver a single number or a single KPI within those 2 years. It doesn't happen this way. So that's reality. So that's the number one challenge. The second challenge from my point of view is resistance to change. So human beings are resistant by nature. And when I talk about resistance, I'm not talking about employees only. Some leadership team members resist. So I think this, I see someone clapping, so I think this is the nature that you want to deal with. Being a senior leader, you need also to manage your leadership team members, not to have the resistance that will not allow us to grow. The third one is clarity and focus during the journey. So you shouldn't lose this focus and clear communication. You need to have one communication as a leadership team to the organization. So the challenge here is how to maintain this clarity and focus throughout the transformation journey of the disruptive change. The other one that pops to my mind again is about people. So people are the heart of organizations. So how during the change, because change is something uncomfortable, how do you move through this journey but still maintain the healthy mental culture and well-being of the organization and people themselves? So the last one I will close with is resource allocation. So if you go through a transformation, let's say we do the AI transformation in an organization, and you have a certain number of employees. So definitely in transformations, you might not hire more people. You will need to relocate some people within the organization. So who will be responsible for delivering the today numbers, the KPIs, the operational stuff, and who will be part of the project? So the resource allocation for a senior leader is the fifth and last challenge that I will close with. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very insightful. By the way, human beings are not the only animals that are against it. I mean, yeah, both my dogs, they resist change. So Anne, before you moved on to the entrepreneurial journey, you've been a healthcare delivery professional for 26 years. And in your profession, COVID was probably the biggest disruption that happened. So how did C-level executives in the healthcare domain known to you handle that disruption?
How did the C-suite level handle the healthcare disruption of COVID? They didn't.
That's an honest answer.
They didn't. Did you? Nobody knew how to handle COVID. COVID had never happened in where I was living in the United States. We never had a national pandemic before. So the C-suite of the government gave a blanket law and it covered all of the states. The problem was, where I live in Wisconsin, we weren't hit with COVID yet. We were all fine. We were mandated to wear masks, stay at home, and not work. I was in healthcare. We could have actually been seeing our patients and maybe doing some preventive care. Well, what are your iron levels? What is your vitamin C? What is your vitamin D? But that doesn't ever come up, does it? Because the C-suite throws a blanket law. So by the time COVID hit my state, we were all going back to work. And we had no time to prepare. The C-suite, the doctors, the employees, the nurses, nobody. And that was the trauma of the epidemic, the pandemic, and the honest truth, and probably part of the demise of our healthcare system as we see it right now, unfortunately.
Thank you. So Amit, how can C-level leaders turn disruption into opportunity?
So, you know, when I look at anybody in a leadership position, I kind of look and see what tools do they have available right now and what tools do they have available generally that they don't see as well, right? And my aim with them is always, how can they become their most aware self and observational self, so they're directing their movie as well as participating in it. So for me, with disruption, in order to see the opportunity, for example, you people, leaders, need to be in a state of awareness as well as participating in what it is that disruption impact is on their business and who they are. And in order to do that, you've got many tools in the world, right? Some of my colleagues here on stage have talked about them, right? But what these C-suite people need to be in a state, I think, of doing is understanding what tool is the right tool in the right moment for that bespoke situation that they've deemed as disruptive. So that means that everything applies, right? Anything that anybody comes up with, any solution can apply to any situation. But what's the best solution? What's the best, kind of tool that you use in that situation? What is it best in terms of when you're managing your team? What's the best tool for them? Well, that's what a leader's, let's say, job is. But if I said that to everyone in the room, you might find it a bit of a burden that you have to be like that. So I come back to what I say before. In order to see the opportunities are bespoke to that disruption, right? So I can't give a one-fits-all answer about the opportunity that you have, but you're the one that lives in your world and sees the world the way you do. So you're the one that directs that opportunity. Therefore, I come back to what I said before. The C-suite, the people, even the people leaders, look at yourself. Look at what is really driving your life, because whatever is driving your life can either expand what you see or it can limit what you see. And so that's where I would come from. So in order to see any bespoke opportunity from what you deem is disruptive, look at yourself.
So Harshal, what skills and traits do leaders in the sales profession, C-level leaders in the sales profession, have to navigate uncertainty?
Absolutely. So I think recently we did one survey with roughly 100 founders actually. And
founders?
Founders, yes. And the question was why they buy and what they buy. And we had 4 options, and the top options that they selected was ROI. If they spend money, what they will get in return actually. Unfortunately, when we did the same survey with the sales guys, the ROI was the last pointer in their checklist actually.
Wow.
So I think if sales team starts talking the language of ROI, then sales will really start to happen. And for that, I think the simplified communication is equally important. If we are selling, I think we need to sell it in extremely simplified language. In one line, we need to explain exactly what we do, what value we will bring in, because the attention span is decreasing day by day. From that particular perspective, I think from macro approach, we also need to move to the micro approach. When I say that, while let's say if you are sending the collaterals or marketing material to the founders or the stakeholders, we need to narrow it down to the sub-industry vertical and even the problem challenges that they might have seen. So right from advertisements, emails to the websites to throughout the marketing material, I think the unified messaging also supports sales team in order to uplift the sales numbers in a way actually. And of course, it's good idea to adapt the AI into the overall system, but to fully rely on AI is not a good idea, because at the end of it, we might need to strike the right balance between utilizing the GenAI generated insights of the potential prospect versus doing a manual research about that particular prospect before going to the meeting actually. So those are some of the things that could help in a way.
Okay. So Mustafa, coming to you, during this disruption, periods of disruption, how should leaders balance between short-term performance pressures with long-term transformational goals?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So I have worked in a couple of giant FMCGs. So Mars, Unilever, Henkel, Johnson. So my experience is extracted from those companies where we faced disruptive changes across, for example, one time I remember in Egypt, the revolution. During the COVID, that's another disruption. Then a massive change in the market dynamics happened in the region. So I think it's a very good question. How do we manage between long-term and short-term? Like we mentioned this in one of the challenges. So change is about leadership, and leadership is about people. So I'll pick 3 things to mention here to do related to people, because again, I always talk about leadership in any topic. So the first one to be able to balance is, how do you have the clarity in communication and adaptable mindset from every single one in the organization? Again, refer back to the challenge we mentioned, daily KPIs, deliverables for survival, okay, let's put it to that extent, versus transformational goals. So communication, in that sense, is very crucial to be clear and one message from the leadership. That's number 1. Number 2, I would say delegation. Delegation is one of the skills, and it is a skill that people sometimes overdo it, underdo it, but in disruptive change, delegation is needed because no one can do anything by his own or her own, okay? And when I say delegation, let's focus on those 3 words. Empowering, capable, teams. So, empowerment, that's part of delegation. Capable, because if you empower non-capable or incapable people, that's a disaster. And teams. I didn't say individuals, teams. Because change is about working together. And the third one, which I like the most, because we said transformation or disruptive change or going through a change or a journey takes some time, some leaders think that celebrating major milestones are the things that are crucial for the business. I go for the opposite. Celebrate small wins. Recognize every week someone. You could do it every day. So small wins matter. Build the momentum of recognition throughout the journey, because people will be more passionate about change. Because we said, yes, human beings are resistant, but I mean everyone could be passionate about something and could do more than the maximum if they feel that at least they are recognized. So build this momentum, accept the change, individual change, and win small wins, recognize it, and focus on it on the day-to-day and weekly, to that extent. Those are the 3 things from my point of view. Thank you.
So I'm just going to give a very short example of what you said about delegation. My own personal experience. I don't know how many people have heard of an Indian company called Tally, T-A-L-L-Y. Some of you. So it's India's largest accounting software. It started in 1988 as a startup in a garage by a college dropout whose initials also happened to be BG, like Bill Gates. And the product was excellent from day one. There was no doubt about that. For about 8 years or 9 years, the founder struggled to grow the company because he was just not able to delegate. And, his company grew to a maximum of 60 people and stagnated. Even though there was no equivalent product. So 8-9 years after the company was founded, a 50% stake was bought by this multi-billionaire. Some people know him by name, Mukesh Ambani. Some people know the business, Reliance Industries. Mukesh Ambani personally, not the company, not his company, but he personally bought a 50% stake in the company. And he told the founder, his name is Bharat Goenka, BG, he said, Bharat, you do what you're best at. Keep on improving your product. I do not need you to attend marketing meetings, sales meetings, administration meetings, HR meetings. Just stay away. I'm going to put in 5-6 leaders in the business. They will tell me if you attend any of those meetings. And I will personally come and reprimand you. And within 3 years of this happening, the company grew to 2,500 people. So delegation versus, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. So, and although the topic is the disruptive change, my next question to you is not about disruption or not about disruptive change. In a normal period also, what do you think are the top 2 things that C-level executives need to do to get junior employees aligned to their vision and mission?
Okay, what's a C-level? What do you need to do? What do we all need to do? There are 2 things. I was in medicine for 26 years. I operated for 26 years. I've lived all over the country. I've lived in Europe. I've done different surgical specialties. And when I went into the operating room, who was I? I was the liaison between my surgeon, my patient, anesthesia, and the staff helping us. And there was one time we were working how many hours? The patient came in almost to the end of her life, and we needed to move fast. And everybody's mad. Everybody's mad because why do I have to do this case? Everybody's mad because I didn't get a call from the doctor. Everybody's mad because where did the patient come from? And I go flying in the operating room, and everyone's yelling at each other. Now, what could I have done? I could have easily been like, knock it off, we got something happening here. But I made a choice, and I said, what do you need? What do you got? You okay? All right, you're right. You're right. This was unfair. You should have been notified. I know it's hard to set up for anesthesia in like 2 seconds, but you know what? We got a patient. She's about to die because I was with her for the last 3 hours. Can you do that for me? I got it in. Okay, yeah, you guys, what do you need? I don't know instrumentation. Well, I know the instrumentation. Why do I know the instrumentation? And that's the lesson. Do you know the instrumentation to facilitate the room you walk into? I know the instrumentation because I need it. When I say I need a clamp, I need a very specific 90-degree clamp, atraumatic, I want a 90-degree clamp, atraumatic, because I don't want to have to look at it. That's a trust. What's like knowing trust? I need to walk in there and be like, hey, you don't need that instrument, you don't need that instrument. When we ask for this needle, we need that clamp next. When we've got this needle, we need that clamp. You got it? What do you need? You good? That's my lesson. Put your tennis shoes on and find out who is your team. What are they doing? I would say that was my number 1, number 2, number 3 problem with medicine is the demise of medicine is being told what to do, being forced to take a survey, and never having the results of our answers delivered. And that is what we're all saying. So when we say things like, rah, rah, get them on board, tell them what your mission is, no. All you're doing is giving them a PowerPoint. You put on your tennis shoes and you sit next to them, because nobody ever did that to me, until I started to speak out a little. Until I started saying things like, I can't take this anymore. I can't take that I can't see my patients because I'm already working 10-hour days and 24 hours twice a week and 1 weekend a month. And now I have to send my patient to the ER and they're getting told that I'm not doing my job. And then C-suite comes and seeks me out. I'm okay with that. I'll tell you the truth. And you know what they said at the end? This is one of the best conversations I've had, and can we talk again? Yeah, we can talk again. And I would appreciate it if you didn't be so scary to the other employees, because maybe they would talk to you. So I think that maybe it's a little harsh. It doesn't matter if you're a C-suite. It doesn't matter if you're a ground level. It doesn't matter that I know what I'm doing, because when I go from your hospital to your hospital, you don't know that I know what I'm doing. So what do? I put on my tennis shoes and I prove I know what I'm doing. I start at the bottom. Tell me how do you run? What are you doing here? Because the only way to get like, know, and trust is one, can I trust myself in this situation that I'm not going to screw something up? And what is it? How do I get them on my team? Get them on your team by knowing what are the tools they need to do the job to run our company. And I think that's the answer.
So Amit, you can take a few seconds thinking about this. But if you were the mayor of New York, if you were the mayor of New York City on 9/11, what do you think your biggest challenge would have been, and how would you have handled it? I'm saying you can take your time. But it's not an easy question.
As in right now or then? So I can...
On 9/11, if you were the mayor of New York City.
Then I have to go back to what I was like in 9/11. So, which is a bit of a personal story, so to answer that question. So my background, personal story, my background, as an external label, I was in M&A and investment banking for over 20 years. I was in banking, I was in advisory, I was in industry, I was in private equity, I was C-suite. And I've had, from external perspective, very successful career. Internally, I did not feel that way. Internally, I felt misunderstood, alone, wanted to validate. As I became more and more senior, I became very, very, very alone in those positionings. And in that aloneness, I couldn't ask anybody anything else because I'm meant to know everything. I'm meant to know as a leader what to do, how to do it, who to go with, and nobody taught me how to become a leader. I didn't teach myself either. And I had a breakdown because I was being so far removed from who I was, really was. And we talked about mindset and heart-based, empathetic leadership. We talk about, those authentic. But actually it comes from something internal. So in 9/11, I would have probably flailed. And I wouldn't have known what to do, and I would have been the biggest pretender. And you would not...
What do you think your biggest challenge would have been? Handling what? One particular...
Honestly, I would have been the biggest pretender, and I would have unraveled because I wouldn't have known what to do because I wasn't...
I think he deserves a round of applause for that very, very honest answer.
Right, so that's the honest truth. I wouldn't have known what to do, and it would have been the biggest disruption for my personal, as well as everybody else. Of course, it was awful for me to kind of either sink or swim. And, I think everybody has those moments in their life, at least one or two, where basically they go right to ground zero and they have to do something different in order to rise back up in whatever way that is. They have to shed themselves, they have to shed who they are, and everything that they really are has to come to the fore. And that's what 9/11 would have done for me, but I had that anyway in a different way on a microcosm, which is macro for me. So that's what I was so far removed from what I put out there, and I was very intelligent enough, if you could call it that way, to put so many masks up to so many people about who I was that I was burnt out every day, completely, couldn't perform. If you're talking about now, and I would never want that again, obviously from a disruptive perspective, if you're talking about now, I would not be like that at all. I would hope I'm not like that at all, because in that way, I don't feel alone. I feel very supported. I see that everyone's a mirror of me in some way, shape, or form. It's my perspective on how I see them that shows me my own mirror, in which case they are me. And so therefore, I see everybody's just because of my own abilities. So I was always very aware about people and who they are and how they operate and also their best possibilities. And that comes from awareness, right, which everybody has. You know, you're on your own journey on that. So I would therefore bring together hopefully the right people who would collaborate and move together, and I would be the active. I know who I am right now at this level of awareness. I would activate them to do whatever it is that they need to do. But that's now. Before, I would have fled. I'll probably run away, and I probably would have never, I would have been guilty for the rest of my life, and I would have felt alone. I would have felt I betrayed everyone. I would have felt that I, didn't do the sacrifice. And these are big patterns, right? So they're the patterns I was operating from. And I have been on my journey to look at myself, to release those patterns in order to be free, so that I understand the concept of what it is to be abundant. And that's what I would, it doesn't matter if you're C-suite or anything, everyone in this room is a leader. It doesn't matter what you label yourself as the leader, you're a leader. And your journey is yourself. And through yourself, you see everybody else. And it's that way around. So thank you for that question, because that was a question that really got me to where I was before, and it's not who I am now.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sarshil, I have to think about this. I don't mean it in a bad way, but just as an example, you have 150 employees in your company, right? Let's assume, I don't know whether they're all working in one site, but let's assume all of them are working in one site, in one office building. And on a Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock, that building catches fire. People are injured, everything is burnt out, all your servers are gone. What would you do? How will you handle that crisis?
Fortunately, we got fire safety in place.
Your data's on the cloud, I hope.
Which is a proactive measure of, second thing is...
Despite that, fires can cause damage.
But practically, out of 150, around 12 leaders are working from the office. And
no, I'm saying hypothetical, right? So the question was hypothetical.
I think it's better to have the proactive measures because, we ensured since the beginning that, fire safety measures are there in a way. But, and we also have the fire drill water. So
okay.
That's what, so I think I personally feel that, proactive measures are always needed in a way.
Okay.
I love it. I think it's time to open up for a question. What do you think? Would you like to open it to the audience?
Just one last quick question to Mustafa. So, 22 years, 22 categories. What's been your biggest challenge as a leader?
So, my biggest challenge is how to maintain the culture, because again, what any leader, and myself being one of those, care about is people. So I would say, so my personal purpose in life is to make a difference in people's life every day. That's my personal purpose that I identified 8 years ago, and everything is around that. And I'm not trying to do any marketing. I don't have a product to sell, but I'm very active on LinkedIn. I'm one of the influencers in this great country, and I write a lot about these authentic leadership thoughts. So, in a nutshell, the number one priority and the number one challenge and the number one aim for any leader is how to care about your people in whatever organization, in whatever industry, because resilient, mentally fit people are the only answers to any problem you have at any certain point of time, at any industry. Thank you.
Yeah, can go to questions.
Fantastic. Well, nice. What do we got? What do we got? Well, I promised you here. I pushed you off last time. I want you to introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rita Sana. I'm a professional coach, and I support both individuals and organizations. I've experienced myself in my role as operation director of some of the largest design and engineering firm in the world, having to lead and work in what we call adaptive challenges, meaning challenges that they are far from agreement and far from certainty. That's a tough space to be as a leader. But it's the reality of the business, it's the reality of the world. So I now work with organizations and individuals across different geographies, supporting them through these phases. And the question that I have is, as in your experience, what do you think is the leadership skill that C-level executives need to learn and master to be able to lead during adaptive challenges time and seeing them through the lenses of opportunities rather than threats? Thank you.
And is that question for anybody in particular? Or
anyone, whoever
anyone?
wants to answer. Thank you.
Amit, yeah?
Yeah, wouldn't mind. The number one would be awareness, observation and awareness, because through that you can start to see how you are doing what you're doing, what is happening in your environment, and then you can start to get to the next kind of, let's say, iterations of collaboration, all of those kind of things, authenticity. But you need, I kind of liken it to you're the producer and the director of your own movie, and you star in it too. So as much as you and I are interacting right now, there is another you here watching everything that you're doing from a different perspective. So come from there a lot more, and you get to see the whole map. And then that map then gives you that pinball direction of what it is that you personally need to do, not how somebody else is doing it.
If I could add 2 words to that, a skill and a strategy that always work in leadership and in change times, empathy and communication. Other than that, it's all business related, but again, business linked to human beings, empathy and communication. That's my answer.
And yes.
Okay, get your pen and paper. Get your pen and paper. When there's disruption and hostility, right, because you're really dealing with somebody's hostile, whatever that interaction is, you're going to let them talk, and you're going to ask this, write this. What I hear you saying is blank. That makes me feel blank. Is that what you meant? And let them answer it. Because now you flipped it, right? So we're having an interaction, you're upset. Ahmed, what I hear you saying is that you think the C-suite isn't compensating you except with a pin every 6 months because you're working 12-hour days. That makes me feel a little shocked because I feel like we're actually giving you more with benefits and a raise. Is that what you meant? Can you explain that? It's a skill. It's an exact skill. It sounds so simple. Prove me wrong. Try it once. They will feel heard, and you'll see what is it, how are they interpreting the hostility? Because you got an X and a Y curve, and you need to start changing the paradigm. The only way you're going to do that is let them voice their opinion, and the way to get what they're really saying is to ask, is that what you meant?
Good, got it. I got a question over here. I'm coming for you. Okay, thanks so much for being patient.
No problem. Paul Baird from Indianapolis, Indiana, Baird Enterprise, Chairman and CEO. And you said something that struck me. You're in surgery, and you had disruptive change in surgery that didn't impact the whole healthcare system, but in surgery. So how do you manage for disruptive change that's not 9/11, but happens every day?
figure out who you are. That's what we're all saying. I have a pet peeve. I don't hypothesize, and I don't theorize. I find it a waste of time. So when I answer, I'm trying to give you a tool. Well, what's the tool? The tool is you got to figure out who you are. How do you do that? You find a mentor like Ann Summer Coaching. Read The Power of Positive Living. Read any book that you haven't read that makes you think, like really question, who are you? Can you tell me? If I made you write down your 3 really big strengths that make you the best leader, you could do it. If I said, now write down the 3 biggest personality traits that define you, you would probably struggle. Because most people do, right? So until you can figure out like who you are to the core, with no question, that you don't care what anybody says. You don't care what the gossip is. And when I say that, it's not so much like, I don't care what he's saying or she's saying. It's like, seriously, I must be doing something pretty great that they're wasting their energy in life talking about me. And the less that you give energy to those other people that's negative and fuel that, all you're doing is giving them ammunition that they're right, because you're giving them affirmations. And you do that when you're fearless, when you're bulletproof. And that would be my advice. And that's what I train people to do. Not that this is a self thing, but I figured out going from medicine into entrepreneurship and figuring out business and being told, like, you're crazy, why are you living a 6-figure income to like make $0 and invest another investment of your own money, because I know who I am to the core. I know that's what I'm meant to do. And until you get to do that, that's how you serve people. That's how you serve people. You won't even have to think about it. That's my answer. Does that make sense?
He agrees. Anyone else want to add to that?
Oh, okay.
We're up for our time, but great panelists. Thank you, guys. Thanks for moderating. Please stand up. We'd love to have a picture. Like I said, if there was no picture, it never happened. I invite the audience, take a picture, tag them, jump into the conversation online. At least you'll be remembering who they are, because there's a lot of experts coming and talking on this stage today, tomorrow, and the next day. And you'll see everybody hashtagging CXO 2.0 to make sure that their conversation is heard. So if I don't get a chance to talk to you when I'm walking around the room, online is the other way to go. You can jump in to have a conversation. So we got the paparazzi here. If everyone watches these tables, don't get too close to the edge. We'll have another hospital situation here. But smile for the camera. We're streaming live on YouTube. Anyone in the audience share the YouTube link with anybody? Oh yeah, I like that. It's great. I was sharing, my family was watching. They said, we saw you this morning. There, you could always go back, rewind. You could download, edit if you need. What's the link? You got to go to YouTube, search CXO 2.0. You won't miss it, because the 2.0 conference has been pushing content constantly at every one of their events in Las Vegas, Dubai, and now they're headed to Saudi. So great opportunity to get involved with different regions and really skyrocket your business. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for starting that. We got sponsors on the stage. We got great experts sharing. And you know what's interesting? I see the conversation on the stage today going from empathy, customer-centric. Everyone's talking about being aware, you know, trying to figure it out, being aware of their customer. And this is a theme. But yet we're never learning that in school. I mean, unfortunately, these are like self-driven kind of tools that we get in second education or in our own life skills that need to be adapted. And we have to kind of look on our own sometimes for the right solutions. But there are definitely experts in the room here to help. So it's not just about ticking boxes. It's about how we're integrating something called environmental, social, and governance factors. That's where we're going this afternoon. We're going to find out the factors in M&A decision making This is going to be a fireside chat. You see them adjusting the chairs up here. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. I hope you are using that hashtag, really important. Please welcome hashtag. Is it on the table anywhere? They don't even have it. It's CXO 2.0. Really exciting. CONF. So they have those 3 conf. And then that's the hashtag that will be picked up on Instagram and YouTube, on LinkedIn, all the platforms to ensure that you can get into the conversation and your content is seen by people at this event. It's a great way. Any platform, you just search that hashtag, you'll see everyone that posts in this room for the next 3 days. So please welcome our next speakers, Giacomo Grecchi, the Business and Sustainability Advisor at Studio. He's coming up, Grecchi Giacomo, and Sarunas Narbutas, the co-founder of Resistin, who will shed light on how ESG considerations are reshaping the business landscape. Give him a round of applause. New faces to the stage. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Nice to see you. Looking forward to this conversation. Please check your mics and enjoy a great conversation about sustainability. Check
That's
that
1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Okay.
1, 2, 3. It's working. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Oh,
Perfect, perfect. And my surname is Grecchi. Okay, how is going so far? Very good, yeah? Okay, a little bit of introducing myself and then my colleague. I'm Giacomo Grecchi. I'm from Italy. I'm a chartered accountant, a statutory auditor, and for the last 5-8 years, sustainability advisor, because you know, when you are doing financial statement and taxes, you get bored at some point of your life. And then I changed it with the sustainability field, which is involving all of the company of all over the world, and that's where I work for. And that's for me. And then Sarunas.
Hello, I'm Sharunas. I'm coming from Lithuania. I have a split personality because half of my personality is in the Health 2.0 room. We did a panel there, so it has to do more with the cancer field, but that's not what I'm discussing here today. I'm a lawyer by background, but I'm also here as a part of a startup which is in the ESG field, which has a product in a hygiene space and in the climate change space. So I will try to also explain not so much of just what our product does, but what I see as the changing trends in the market, especially when speaking about the big corporations which are all preaching the ESG, but actually are we doing a lot about it? So, and we actually, because we have this luxury of just being 2 of us on stage, not 7 or 8 panelists, that we want to involve you in your questions or in your concerns, because we think this topic is gaining traction. We will speak, of course, a lot from our European experience, where it is very, very hot on the agenda, but we think it's coming here in this region, and there will be not a region in the world that will be escaping it corporate-wise.
Yeah. This is a fireside chat, but we are missing a fireside, so you can imagine a fireside. Anyway, let's talk about the ESG in M&A. First of all, I think we need to agree on terminology, because I think everyone heard at least one time of ESG, right? Yeah, shake your hand, yeah? Okay. And, but what means ESG? Because, yeah, we say it's environmental, it's social, it's governance, but from the last few years, it gets overused as a term. That's why I tend to use the more sustainability as ESG, because it's not about something which are independent from each other. Because we cannot think about the environmental without thinking the social, without thinking the governance. Because sometimes governance is getting underrated under the ESG, but it plays a very big role on ESG. And everything is connected, but especially in M&A, it's important to define what ESG means for your business, what's your goal, what's the materiality of the ESG that you are looking for, which is, must be connected to the potential seller. ESG is also must be a measurable outcome. It's not like an intent. This is some pathways that the company must do in their process. So I think that the agreement terminology is the first step to do. What do you think about that, Sarunas?
So again, what Giacomo said, when we just say ESG, we said pretty much everything how the company should operate, and then we say nothing because it's just too vague. I tried to put it into the context. So environmental. When I'm thinking environmental, I'm not thinking that the big corporation should be planting more trees and then say, now I'm environmental friendly. I'm thinking what the corporation is already doing that it can be doing differently today. So take, for example, any office. Offices need to be cleaned, yeah? Cleaned or disinfected. So imagine how much of the chemicals are being used in that office just to fog the surfaces and the chemicals, and that your workforce is inhaling it. And when they are inhaling it, it causes diseases over time. And then is it this the cost which is being calculated in the corporate thinking? No, it's not. And should there be? I mean, every healthcare policymaker will say, yes, we have the social determinants of health, pollution, the hazardous environment, and etc., right? So for instance, and that was behind the mindset when we developed the resistant product, which is essentially you coat any surface once with a special equipment, can be the stable, can be wall, can be ceiling, whatever, and it keeps this clean for a year, right? No fogging, no disinfecting, etc. And then what we face as a challenge, the companies are saying, okay, how does it save my costs? We're saying, okay, we will prove you that the product saves costs, but are you thinking now that whatever cleaning service you're hiring, the cost that it will cause cancer to your employees or some other pulmonary disease, or that you will then, 10 years from now, will have to pay fees or in damages causing to environment, and this is not being incorporated today. So what I'm going to be speaking today is, let's say, causing for immediate reaction, but not immediate change in the corporations, because I think this will become reality maybe 5 or 10 years from now, what should be happening now. But we know these are big systems. They take time to change. But if we are not thinking about this today, that means in order to see the real change, we'll probably need 20 years. And same with the governance, and same with the social. It's like all of these impacts, this is the hidden cost to broader society, but to the corporate profitability as well, that you will pay in future if you don't calculate this as what you need to do and calculate all of the sunken costs, all of the impact that you're making today. Your shares will plummet 5 years, 10 years from now.
Yeah, that's right. And from my experience talking with the company that want to approach even the sustainability report, which is under regulation, which we'll talk a bit later. And they tend to, when you say, what's the sustainability, what's ESG for you? They say environmental, climate change, because this is something that came up at first in our mind. But there are also, like Saruna say, a broad of sustainability matters that we need to address. Human rights, labor, diversity, business conduct. There are a lot of topics which they need to address. And in MA, the role in MA about the SDG goes beyond the compliance. Because let's be real, business understand finance, money. But let's take a look at what's happening in Europe, for example. The central bank, they say that they will give money only to sustainable company, okay? How do we give money? By the local bank. But the local bank, they will give the money only to companies that show that they are sustainable. How they can show to be sustainable with sustainability report or whatever. I won't talk about the ESG rating because there is a big, I won't say it's a scam, but I want to have also your opinion on this because if you fill up a form for yourself and give a rating, this is not a rating of your ESG compliance. So companies need to show that they are sustainable, and one way is with the sustainability report. Even all the investor regulators, those can give access to all benefits about green bonds, or even a loan specifically for the sustainability transformation or sustainability progress, which is tied up with some covenant, with some ESG goal that you need to reach and to be assessed maybe by with the assurance or whatever. So
on this, yeah, you said about, so methodology, currently we're living, when we are discussing ESG, we're living in methodology-driven world, with methodologies often are not backed by science. It's something which was created as a process innovation. Let's say you need to have a template to report how your company is doing this and that. Let's say there are smart people from the big 4 companies or similar who are creating these reports. When we are discussing in a Health 2.0 session where we always discuss where is the science behind if you ask this or that. And behind many of those, it's not that the science is behind it. It's like what would be an easiest way for the companies to get away with just ticking a box and doing nothing. And this is currently what is happening, and it's currently that's backfiring. Therefore, the more stringent regulations are coming into place. I think we will be discussing a bit about what European Union is doing as such. But bear with me for a second. So in this regard, currently when you sit in the boardrooms and you're saying ESG strategy, someone will ask how we are doing with it. You said, yeah, it's being reported, it's being fulfilled. The problem is that companies do lack content expertise because the topic is very new. So what they know is how to report, to tick the box, and whether they get slapped by the board or by external regulator or not. That's the game. It's not whether they report the real things and whether these things impact the metrics of the company, what I was saying, shares and etc. And it's really, you can evidence this very easily. If you are trading a bit in the markets and you are buying into different funds, you can see the funds which say that they manage ESG stocks or something similar. Their admin costs are 3 times more expensive than the funds that do not say they manage ESG stocks. But when you actually look in the stocks, these are the same stocks in the ESG funds and the non-ESG funds. It's just a matter who found a way to convince the buyer, the retail buyer in this case, that it's a better investment. And that all has to do because they filled the table, which was able for them to say that. And when we are moving in the future, right, so we're not probably here to bash about how the situation is, but our role here with this chat is probably share our experience that it is becoming a big topic, and this will be a big issue, and there will necessarily be regulation around it, and the companies who choose to do it the way like they are doing right now, well, they will suffer the consequences in negative in terms of the profitability loss, the loss of reputation in the markets which are rapidly changing.
Yeah, exactly. The regulation is one topic that we must take care now, because now is already late, we can say, to act on this field. As you may know, Europe, for example, is an high-speed train which is launched on sustainability. They came out with different directives on this, the CSRD, for the sustainability report, the CSDD for the due diligence. There is another one coming out for the rating of ESG, but Europe is just one example, because China is already working on the sustainability principle. Australia is the same, all over the world. And Europe is much more important because they want also, for example, if we are in a big group, a parent company is in the US and the child company is in Europe, the child company probably will need to do their sustainability report under the ESRS principle, which are for the CSRD. So there are a lot of regulation that, from my experience, companies are not prepared for. Are not prepared for their sustainability report, but more than all, they're not prepared for their strategy, their policy, their action I don't want to talk about the metrics because metrics is another big topic that we can talk about, but because there are a lot of metrics and you need to organize your data collection in time. It's impossible to think to do something, to report something, if you start late on the year and if you have already have done something at least 1 year before for the year of the reporting.
Yeah, let me add to this. So just a bit to summarize. There are legal acts at European level that are adopted. They are not entered into force yet. They will next year, and the companies will have to report all of the things what they do in ESG, included, let's say, what is your carbon footprint? So every big corporation, it qualifies into specifics, 250 person, over 50 million annual revenue, plus all the banks, will have to calculate it for the first time, because directive requires it, and report it in 2026. So now everyone is working hard to think of a methodology, either within the company, getting some experts, seeing what the local regulators will do, but they will not get slapped on the wrist for reporting rightly or wrongly. They just have to do it first time, hopefully to get it right. But we know no one is born perfect and gets it perfect at the first time. So this is just the first step of reiteration where it starts to matter and it starts to be more of a prevalent discussion at a board level discussion. It's not like once in a year, let's review it on a quarterly basis. It will start to be implemented with every decision. But when it will start hurting. So now we have in Europe the new commission, so like a new political leadership which will take shape. But we already see the sense where they are going, so that we will either or both reward innovation. So what you say will help with ESG transformation. So the companies, if you want, you say you're green, you're sustainable, you help the planet, you need to invest certain percentage into these technologies who are sustainable, green, and etc. And if you don't, you will not be able to call yourself that company with whatever consequences, maybe losing some grant money, something. I'm speculating. It's not on the table yet. It will be created some years from now. But we see, we know how Europe operates. This is coming. Same like it was with anti-money laundering directives, which now every bank is super scared of. Same as it was with GDPR. First, people were just laughing at it. Now it's super serious stuff. In health context, we debated much further about who owns the data in the patient setting. So this, again, hear us preaching about that this is a topic to take note, and not as just something, oh yeah, ESG, nice to have, etc., that it will become critical. And you being here in the room, you can think about when is the last time you were discussing this, or if I'm just prompting a bit, like if you had any training, if you've attended any training of what ESG means. Maybe we can we ask actually...
Yeah. Raise your hands if you have seen or you have done any ESG or sustainability training on the board or on the governance side. Yeah.
So we see, because you don't see each other, we see like 20% of the room, which is not terrible, but there's like Pareto, right? 80% people need to be educated.
Yeah, because this is the key factor, because sustainability in M&A is, especially in M&A, is managing the risk. That's it. But we have the impact, the risk, and opportunities. The impact is what we do externally for the environment, for the social, for the economy. And the risk opportunities, it's about the financial side of the company. And that's where the M&A factor came in place. Because, and this is what you need to report, to need to take care. It's something that you need to look, it's a forward-looking factor. It's, you need to understand what can happen in 5 or 10 years. It's very long term. In your company, in your cash flow, in your financial statement, what will happen? This is something that you need to care about, but who managed all this? This is all managed by the policy and the actions that the company must take in place. And who set the policy in action? The governance. That's what we came to the question before. Because if you need to manage this and the governance don't know anything about what we are talking about, how they can manage this? This is the very real question that we need to address. And this is something that in M&A operation it's very important because we need to think up about our goal, our mutual goal. And this is what it's called about the double materiality. I don't know if anyone have heard about this word, double materiality. Yeah, this is a very an evolution of what we were talking about, the impact in the past. But what the key factor for me is about the impact is about a sustainability matter. The financial materiality is about business continuity. Take note of this because it's what can happen to our company from the outside, which can be relevant as impact or not, that will increase or decrease our value. So it's all about managing the risk to create the value and can give you a premium price for your deal or a discount price, which is very, very bad.
Just again, to build on this part of an M&A decision making. So let's say you want to sell or buy the company or merge the company, and then you do due diligence, and then you bring all of the different parts of the records, and you go to the big four companies. So now these companies will put right now a different emphasis on how important is ESG. Some will continue as business as usual and say like, okay, it's a tick box exercise, you have the processes, all of that. Others will drill you, like what are you thinking on your how you're recycling? What are your contracts with your vendors? What is your health and safety division like? What are you calculating as a benefits for your workforce 10 years from now? So all of the difficult questions, and that from one is like if you're unaware, you would be saying it's like, okay, we didn't predict this in our timeline, how do we address this? And it's a major topic, is it a red flag or not? So what I'm saying with this is like already the current field in the top tier is very divergent, either putting a lot of emphasis or minimizing the emphasis on this. And that's something to be aware of. But then when you when you're looking into the price, into the premium that you would pay for the company, which is, let's say, ESG compliant, you would be paying huge premiums currently over share price or whatever materiality of a transaction, but you will be paying for those tick box reports. And that is something also to probably be able to push back. And where, when you are, there are a lot of compliance conferences, I'm not prone to those, maybe that's more of your field. There's a lot of conferences in healthcare, which is my field, and in the healthcare, what we discussing is in ESG. It is much broader, actually, than in a normal setting, because it thinks how does it impact the patient well-being, how the patients that the products you are creating for, how they're being taken care of, not just their disease, but beyond the pill, if you may. How you, as a provider of service of a product, are thinking that your client, the patient, will be taking not just your medicine or service, but what will that patient do in the remaining 23 hours and 59 minutes in the day to not damage himself, herself, to achieve the outcomes. And that is part of ESG discussion, right? And that means that this is coming into all of this debate that the health at the workforce is a responsibility of a corporation. If you do something bad in your practices and your workforce becomes diagnosed with some conditions, currently you would say probably, okay, it happens. 10 years from now, you might be legally liable for creating these conditions for your workforce. And another point of, let's say, you are the company who is now going through this M&A and say, okay, I want to be looking very, very good on ESG. So now we will buy all electric fleet, we'll buy the charging stations, we'll use only recycled paper, we will use only the organic paints in our printers, and we do all of that. In a big scheme of things, this is very minor investment. And then you try looking into, okay, what are other technologies? So green, everyone speaking about green. Okay, we can use the bottles, glass bottles, and not the plastic bottles like we have in our rooms. Yeah, the glass bottles that we say are sourced from the grounds of this property. You see, in the elite level, in the 5-star hotels, in the nice environment, it is becoming a nice thing. a nice thing to do. It's not becoming a necessity because we still have plastic bottles here. Yeah? In Austria, I give you an example, the hotels are not allowed to have a plastic bottles inside, only glasses, and that's super expensive. It's just because they have a scheme. So there's a lot of these things happening already, right? And now I'm coming back a bit of to the core of our startup, of the idea. We're thinking, how can we create technologies which benefit humanity, benefits corporations? I spoke to you about this antimicrobial coating that lasts for a year. Another product that we have is tailoring the climate change. The same thing, you apply a coating outside, on the wall, on the vehicle, on a billboard, and it offsets nitrogen oxides. You may not heard of that gas, but that's what comes from the combustion engines. It is much, much more potent, harmful to the environment than CO2. And the problem is you don't hear about it because you hear in the climate change how you capture CO2, how you sequestrate CO2, because that's where the big money is, that's where the big corporations came and try to now push these technologies. However, our technology is like 200 times more effective because this N2O gas that we are able to offset, this warms the atmosphere that much more, right? And then we are in this field, it's not about now I'm trying to convince you to use our technology, I'm just telling you that we are a minor blip with a good solution in the market, which is dominated by, of course, very big corporations having good solutions, but those solutions were built to address the tick box exercise, that you are pretending to do something, not actually creating a lot of impact. And I know, of course, there are companies who are working a lot and doing great things and moving in that field, but it is not being systemically encouraged as of yet through the regulation. Through regulation, the self-reporting is encouraged, not the real substantial change of what you would measure. Use one technology versus another, show me the delta, show me what is the impact of how much money you saved, and then you are ranked in ESG. Now you can use the cheapest or the least efficient product, and you would tick the box that you are ESG compliant. You know what I'm getting at.
Yeah, this reminds me of something that happened a few months ago about talking with an entrepreneur about the reducing CO2 emission, and they just wanted to change the bulb. So how much CO2 reduction you can have just changing 50 bulbs? It's not like that. It needs something more. You need to change and think in a different way. Another example, in a recent M&A operation, that they asked, there was a plant near a river, and they asked about how you manage or how you consider the fact that the level of the river can rise and can get damage to your plants. This is something that you need to take in consideration, and this is at least what the ESRS on the sustainability report you need to state, because this is what we need to check. And we can have a lot of examples about this, but let's get more into the M&A, and how we can go further to considering the ESG factor in M&A. The first step, I think, it's linking to the corporate sustainability strategy, because if I am in the oil and gas field, maybe if I want to buy a company which is under the solar energy production, I'm more interested in the emission or be more sustainable to diversify my business. So we need to put some clarity of the corporate strategy. And then a clear view of the material topic of the company, because not every company have the same sustainability matter that need to address. If I'm a fashion store or a fashion retailer, maybe I take in consideration the human rights, because we know some big brands where they manufacture their clothes. So this is a very important sustainability matter that we need to address. Maybe those brands will buy the supplier to change the behavior they are doing. For example, the Nestlé, they both, we know that the beans have the workers on the farm have some human rights problem, and then they bought the supplier, and they gave them a good paycheck. They build some school. So this is something towards buying a supplier to have more direct control on the sustainability matter. So we need to have a clear view of what we want to achieve. What do you think about that?
You were mentioning on the solar panels as a good example, because it's like something what we say is good, right? It's like everyone should get more solar panels. And we're in a region with a lot of sun. When we're speaking about wind power, it's also good, it's clean, but oh, it may damage the migration of the birds and the bats, and we have issues. So solar panels is like ultimate good thing, yeah? Like maybe you will argue, and I would be eager to say that. And so that this is also where we, as a Resistant, as a startup company, thinking, it's also what we can help in this field, because solar panels here catch sand. In other regions, it may catch dirt. They are not as effective. They may cause corrosion at the longer term, and then they would not fit in. So how we, again, thinking in a ways how technology can help. So again, we apply coating on the existing solar panels, and when the sand doesn't stick, the dirt doesn't stick. In fact, we have an ongoing project right now with Dubai ports testing this in this area, because, well, the water is expensive, and, you know, just where we could just spray it with Kercher or high pressure, with a high pressure, maybe you need to use a different equipment and then use the labor force, and that is more difficult. So you see, there are different ways of approaching it, and this builds into what you're saying, thinking about the vendors down the lane. Actually, this has a huge impact, where my expertise, a lot of that is working with pharmaceutical companies, and also from the ESG angle. And the pharmaceutical companies, the mega ones, of course, are the best client that the vendor could have. But they have strict requirements of what you should do, and most of that is actually not on the environmental, but it's on social and governance, about the benefits, ensuring human rights throughout the way. So in our regard, we are then the vendor to the solar panel manufacturer, or then just end user, making sure that we also thinking, it's not just what we do, but that we also think how not to cause harm, how to negate bad effects if possible. And this is the mindset. Now, is it something which is gaining traction? Difficult to say. I would say the regions are very different. But I think in this region, a lot has to do with an ethical sourcing of whatever type of things. And ethical, again, it's another broad word, which would be another fireside chat. But that this gains prominence, but currently falls under the regulator radar. We are discussing about the companies, what they do, the companies, how they calculate their own impact on environmental, carbon footprint, or the social, the sustainability, mitigation of risks, and governance in a lot of the fraud diversion, and etc. We need to make sure that the buck does not stop with the companies, but goes all the way to their suppliers, and also if it impacts their end user behavior.
Yeah, and that let's go to the next part. Once we are aligned with what we are looking for, then how we compare the potential seller, the data, the sustainability matter with whoever. Because we don't really have nowadays a benchmark, but we will have in the future, because in the aim in Europe, we will have all sustainability report data in a database which we can use to compare and to see and to check if we can pay a premium price or not, based on the ESG value or ratio of the company. But that arises other big problems. Data. Because we talk at the first. data quality is something that is missing in the company. Getting the data is hard because there is also some resistance and there is also some additional cost that the potential buyer must have to address what maybe they missed on their due diligence process of the company. And it's lack of the reliable data that for me is the big problem even for the due diligence process.
Yeah, maybe we should be asking audience a bit in that we see, Steve, still have close to 8 minutes in here, and I appreciate you are not sleeping through this, especially that, you know, some of you have content maybe say, okay, it's still, okay, I will know now more of it, but I don't really care. Can you have some response feedback to what we're saying? Is it resonating with you, or it's just interesting to two of us? I would say, again, there's no stupid questions. It can be just stupid answers from us. But how it resonates with you? It's just fine to say, I don't know, I don't understand why this is relevant. What we deal with is different problem. So please just help us understand the temperature in the room, because it's cold here.
How we doing? Who wants to ask something about governance, environment? Oh, you're up front. Sorry, I'm walking
More
to the back.
exercise for you.
That's all right. I got 10,000 steps so far, so I'm doing well. Here we go.
Thank you for your valuable insight on ESG, which is our challenge for this current moment and for the future. I noticed that you, Giacomo, mentioned the double materiality assessment. And in my experience, I started as chartered accountant, so with a training in law and in compliance, and ESG is first of all a challenge in terms of compliance for me. But as I can understand by the business clients we follow in my law firm, usually management and the top management doesn't really understand the responsibility they have about the data they disclose in ESG reports. When they use outside suppliers for their report, they don't even read the questionnaires they send to their stakeholders. And I think that if they read them, they would appreciate the real disclosure they give about their attention to ESG issues. Because from the questions which are the background for the report, the stakeholder, the banks, giving funds, and the clients would appreciate that sometimes the questions raised are inconsistent with each other, and they show that the real issues in terms of sustainability are not even grasped. They haven't caught. For now, I think that this lack of attention and lack of culture belongs to both sides, the businesses and the banks. But I understand that now the game is changing. And the banks understand that they could have to address penalties because of their lack of attention. And they will start to read with higher attention the papers we receive before the reports. And they will understand the real attention that management puts on ESG. And I think that this is something that today, as we are talking about leadership, as we are talking about management, this is something we cannot be delegated to third parties without a real commitment in terms of also about responsibility of the management. So if you have some further insight from your side, I will really be happy to listen about it, at it. Thanks.
You want me to start?
Yeah. Well, I can say, so true. It's not surprising for me because the latest one, which I'm talking in the company a few weeks ago, I haven't talked any time with the management. There is a team. They said, you are in charge for this. Talk with them. And that's the main problem, because who set the strategy? I told before, who set the strategy, the policy? Who set the action? It's the governance, it's the management. That's where we need to train. It's changing. We have something on the skyline that it's changing, because whenever the company come to the local bank and say, I want a loan, and they say, how sustainable you are? Because the bank, we will have two baskets, one big and one very short, which can give the money to the sustainable company and to non-sustainable company. And if they finish what they have for non-sustainable company, they won't give you the money. And that's, I told before, company understand finance, the money. If you took them out, they will understand that we need to do something. I hope that we will not arrive in this time when the company will close because the bank will not give, will loan the money. But if it needs, yeah, why not? Because we need the change.
So to add on this, yes, I see that the companies do not have internal expertise on ESG so much, but that is changing. And think a bit of like a decade ago where compliance was often outsourced, and now you have all departments. Think of MLRO in terms of money laundering officials inside banks, again, was new, and now it's emerging. With ESG, I actually see a trend where many law firms hire ESG people, because these are not lawyers. They may be trained somewhere else, and this to guide also the legal team within the law firm how to advise the client as a service of the ESG reporting. This is happening a lot because of the EU directives coming up. But back, just to wrap it up of this importance, I think if the companies do that way, like what you said, they think, okay, it's a tick box exercise, it's important for investment relations, whatever, but we will outsource it, and do not build capacity in it at a board level and a senior leadership. It's a ticking bomb. That once it goes back bad, you will not be able to contain it. And then in terms that these mistakes happen, they happen at the highest tiers of level. So just maybe a month, 6 weeks ago, among the big tech companies, there were huge situations with the Google, with Facebook, but Amazon was hit most, all about the carbon emissions reporting. So we are speaking not billion, but trillion-dollar companies not able to compare the processes, and they were saying, like what you said, your report as Amazon is your carbon footprint, in your own report says you pollute 20 times more, and you predict to pollute 1,000 times more, even you say you will be carbon neutral by 2030. So where is it? You know, and this is your own documents contradicting that, because the devil is in the details. But that also showcases what's my take after really digging into this. It's not about that truth is one side or another. All of those are magical numbers extrapolated with a potential for something, not a real thing which is being assessed at the corporate level, because now we deal again with this process innovation, not so much as a real change, which will be demanded by our regulators in few years to come.
Yeah, there is a question?
We're going to do a quick one. There's no doubt some of these motions definitely affect the trust of the consumer and how they're perceived. So revenue is going to go down, no doubt. What's your question around this?
Thank you very much, both. He has a duty. Maybe one comment first. I think it's a great place to speak about ESG in Dubai. Why? I see Dubai always as the non-official capital of the global. I think
you are saying good things about Dubai. You should not be silenced. Yeah, so you can take my microphone. Or
no, because when the times runs up, and then all the Microsoft will shut off.
Sorry for that. Yeah, I think it's working better now. No, just to recall, I mean, it's ESG sounds sometimes like it's a Western thing. It's for Western company, for the advanced world, and I think it's a great place to speak about ESG in Dubai. I see Dubai always as the non-official capital of the global South. And if we think about the evolution of the projections of the world demography, so this region, the global South, will determine basically the future of human civilization. So if we will not get it right in the global South, then it will be the end of human civilization. So this is first comment. Second comment is probably a question to you as experts is, one trend in the ESG sphere is the increasing number of regulations. If we take the European example again, so we have CSRD, we have EU taxonomy and so on. So there will be more and more need for reporting, more and more data points to inform investors and to serve the objectives of the European Union with all of these. So what is your recommendation for companies? Because there is a risk that everyone will be optimized for reporting, covering so many data points instead of driving real-life action. How to manage that? What is your recommendation for companies to work on it? Thank you.
I can start with that. Thank you greatly for your contribution. On your comments, I would also agree, there's the concentration of people living in the global south. It's like what will make or break the climate change. And this, what we actually see, one of our products for this climate change, we were speaking with the Dubai government. We had COP28 last year. This is where we were showcased as well. But we see that the pollution in this area is much, much higher, much more difficult to deal with because of the sand. So the wind blows, the sand goes, all of the bad particles goes in the air. Where you have forests, where you have a lot of mountains, it just separates. On the separate one, yes, this is what we were preaching. It is the evil which is coming, but it's probably necessarily evil before we start measuring the right things, not just measuring the things right, yeah? So in this regard, I think once we will have incentives for companies to be ESG compliant and gain something from that, this will change. I can say a good example, which we like also from our operations in UK. It is very interesting fact, like you may know that the healthcare system is really on the brink of collapse, always like that, gonna bankrupt, NHS. But even with that, they are so mindful of their being environmental friendly that the hospitals have to pay for the anesthesia gases as a pollution every year back to the public budget. And then we are again solving that problem. And whenever there is a public tender, now don't think of a healthcare, and any public tender in UK, and you are again selling the bottle or the chair or the lighting service, you have to also say what innovation you bring, and innovation brings you extra points. And this is very interesting approaches, because when we see companies like ours, we have an angle. We say we help that product to be competitive. Whereas in most countries where you don't go and you say it's just a minimal, the lowest cost approach, they don't care, because it's always added cost. And then these approaches with these companies, by the time the regulations kick in, they already have case studies to present, they already have metrics to measure what's the impact, and then it's not just reporting a lot of things. But I am afraid there will be more and more regulation, and I think the companies will have internal resources, much more of those dedicated to address this, to understand what we do, and then to try to think of a case where over time.
I love your insight. Thank you so much for being experts around this topic. It's extremely important to our society, our globe, our world, and all the businesses. So thank you for that contribution, and thank you again, gentlemen, for sharing your insight. I know this conversation will continue during networking. Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Paparazzi, where are you? I need a picture of these two at the front. Grab a picture, tag them. Good stuff. Really, we're going through every topic you can imagine here at CXO 2.0. Are you guys having a good time? A lot of information for one day, huh? You're gonna come back tomorrow? And the next day? I got 3 days with you. All this expertise. Really hard. Just be a sponge. Take it all in. And I love your contribution and insight to engage our experts on stage. We're moving along, and it's just not finished yet for day one. So next up, we have a panel discussion, a couple more chairs to the stage before we do another recognition session, which is going to be great before we close for day one. So we briefly touched on technology. It's rapidly evolving. The question is, are you using the right technology for your business? And that's going to be the next chat. It's a real treat for any tech enthusiasts. Any techies in the room? Okay, hi. This one will keep you alert, I'm sure, because it's all about the session using technology you have, which is great, but are you using the technology you need? So let's challenge each other to think whether or not we're really getting the most from our tech investments. And we'll delve into strategies. I'm excited to welcome up on stage Dr. Mustafa Radi, the CEO of FinAngel Enterprises, GmbH. Dr. Sam Saman, CEO of Theosim Corp. Dr. Abir El Hamamidi, the Weitstein founder and CEO of King Saud University and Advanced Era, and Sean Cooper, the Director of Global Public Sector Sales, Team Ciru Incorporated. I'm sure they'll correct me for any mispronunciations. Welcome to the stage for our last panel discussion today. Looking forward to this. Everyone take a seat wherever you like. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome.
Yeah, I think it's working. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's working. Yeah. It's okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have the technical part of the discussion, whether you are using the right tools. Whether you use the right tools in your environments, and how the technical integration of tools can speed up your business and improve several solutions. Yeah? Before we are diving into the technical part and the discussion with our partners, I'm going to introduce ourselves, and I will ask you to introduce yourself for the audience. Yeah? I will start with myself. I'm Mustafa Radi. I am the founder and CEO of FinAngel Enterprises. Yeah? We are driving the financial business with our software solution, and there we have a complete front-to-back solution where we extend the legacy systems, yeah, to be able to drive the technical transformation, the digital transformation within banks. Yeah? And I think today in the discussion we will then hear something about compliance, we will hear something about security and extending features using AI and other systems. Yeah? So please start with me the panel talk and introduce yourself. Let's start with you. Yeah?
Thank you, Mustafa. I am Sean Cooper. It's actually Team Cumry, company I work for. So we are known as the world's largest collector of net flow data. So any of you understand IP telephony or any of that type of technology, we are providing some of that intelligence to government agencies and Fortune 1s across the world to get a better idea of the risk that sits outside their door from a cyber perspective. So I'll kind of leave it at that, and we can kind of go into the discussion of where that would apply in this environment.
Hello, my name is Sam Saman. I'm a serial entrepreneur, best-selling author, and a TEDx speaker. I'm also the CEO, co-founder of Theosim, an AI company that is mastering the human AI augmentation. We are developing tools that will change the way we work with AI and human intuition combined. I'm happy to be here and share the perspective with my colleague and friend.
Thank you very much. I'm Abir El Humaymidi. I'm Vice Dean at Faculty of Software Engineering at King Saud University, and also the CEO and the founder of Advanced Era.tech. I come with 20 plus years of experience with a qualification not limited to a PhD from King's College London, and also executive certificate from MIT. My work focus and always focus in emerging technology, especially AI and distributed ledger technology. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for these introducing words. Yeah. So let's have a look at the first question. So where do our current tools fall short, yeah? And environments fall short? And what specific needs exist for further growth in the digital area? Yeah? So from my point of experience, we currently focus on the great wealth transfer, meaning there is a change in the generation, and there is also a change in the needs that you have on the technical environments. Where in the past it was enough just to print a paper and report what happened with your financial investments and things like that, the next generation expect more digital support. The problem that arises comes out from the core systems, legacy systems that we are directly connected to, and it's quite hard to improve these sometimes very old systems to the needs and the speed of modern technology. Yeah? So, Mr. Saman, how do you identify technology gaps in your environment that could hinder growth, and what methods do you use to define a specific need for new technologies?
Yeah. So, in fact, people don't know usually what they need. In fact, it's Henry Ford who said at the beginning of Industrial Revolution, if I listen to people what they wanted faster horses. Nobody wanted cars. The same thing today, knowing really what's the gap, what you need, it's really the most important question to answer before deciding on the tools. Because if you go to a leader today, he used to work with certain tools, with certain habits. Tell him, let's go and do digital transformation. Most of the time, we are surrounded by hypes. It happens in the .NET, and it will happen again now with AI. We have a lot of expectations. That reminds me of a small story about my friend, executive in a big pharmaceutical company called Justin. Justin once, he asked me to do a digital transformation with my team for his company. So we took it very seriously and we worked hard to identify the workflows. We looked at his QMS, quality management system, and how to make economies in terms of tasks, in terms of workflows, and we presented the plan to him. He was very interested, listening to every point we are giving to him, and at the end he told me, Sam, I'm disappointed. I told him, why? He told me, you didn't tell me how many people I will fire. So for him, digital transformation and AI was firing people, reducing the amount of overcount he has in his company. I told him, no, we are not going to fire anyone. We are going to empower them. You will have a higher quality in your company. He was not happy with that. So transformation tools, it's about expectations, but also about education, about how you as a leader understand and limit your expectations, knows the difference between the hype and the reality. And changes need to come with small progress, but at the end, unfortunately, sometimes small progress is very difficult to implement. Sometimes you need to make a radical change, and quality by design is much better than changing small steps.
Yes, I mean, this is what we definitely also see. Yeah? As soon as you present digital solutions, it's a discussion, are we replacing human beings? No, definitely not. Yeah? We replace just bad working jobs, yeah? Meaning we improve their life quality and we improve their business quality they are working at. Yeah? So, for instance, a simple example. Yeah? that fits to your impressions. Yeah? With our solution, we started about nearly 20 years ago. Yeah? And everything was made by hand, so there were faxes and emails and things like that. So the external advisors were ordering financial investments and things like that, and they typed it into the system because that was their job, typing. Yeah? That's it. Yeah? Although they learned in university how to invest and so on, but at the very end they were sitting in the bank and were just typing, yeah? Whatever they had to do. Yeah? And we completely digitalized that process, so the external B2B business can then be driven digitally. And then they started with advice. They did not type anymore, but they give advice how they can use and how their customers can invest. They even were thinking about new products that they can offer. Yeah? Instead of just typing, they are just influencing the market now. And the result is that when we started, we had a small amount of market shares. Yeah? Now we are driving 43% of the Austrian market, yeah, with our solution. And this is not because we have just introduced technology. This is because we enabled all the working employees, yeah, to think about their business and to think how they can really improve that part. Yeah. So any additional thoughts about how technology can drive the business in that area?
Yeah, I can add some of that from a cyber perspective. So, especially when you're looking to bring in new capabilities, new features, new functions into the business. Again, I'm going to look at it from a risk perspective. So, there was a talk about whether you're going to shoehorn some things in or you're going to forklift some things out to drive that change. Either way, there's got to have to be some sort of framework in there to say, what kind of risk is this bringing to our clientele? What is this bringing to our IP, to our intellectual property? Any of these things that are now great capital out there in the dark web. If you're not even familiar, there's a whole ecosystem in the dark web that's a line of business that what do you want to buy? Here we have it. So there has to be some sort of a framework with that. And to your point, most people don't know what they want or what they really need without a full assessment of those things. And then a lot of the expectations to follow have to be massaged because it is unlike technology of old. I think we're all of a certain age where you used to be able to buy something and you know it was good for a while. That's not where we are anymore. Everything now is throwaway technology. You have to continue to evolve, and your budgetary processes need to evolve with that. So it's never a silver bullet anymore. So from a cyber perspective, the bad guys are really good, and they will figure out all the anomalies in the technology that you use. So you have to continue to advance, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yeah.
If I can elaborate a little bit with Dr. Sam and his point when he said that we cannot use AI to figure out what the people need as a product because they might not know what they need. As you said in the example that a faster horses is better than a car because they don't know car. However, I think utilizing AI to figure out the pain points of the people. And from the pain points of the people, they can come with the innovative ideas and innovative products. I think this is what can make the future. By recognizing the pain with the people, with the different sector, and from that we innovate a new technologies or innovate a new method in using technology. Not important like to have a new technology from the scratch, at least to have a new method to innovate in the technology. Thank you for raising this point.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I mean, this is what we often see and often hear is change hurts. Yeah? And this is just a mindset. Yeah? change can in reality improve. Yeah? And that is what we learned, yeah? That any change, no matter in what area, first the innovation is somehow spreading fear. Yeah? And this is especially with AI. Nobody knows exactly how these computers are calculating, how these computers are reacting, and so on. Nevertheless, we, as the technicians, we know what these technologies can and what they not can. Yeah? You won't be able to go in a scientific area and ask an AI to solve a differential equation. That's not the target with that technology. But you can extend your knowledge base with AI. And the big advantage of knowledge base driven by AI, it won't forget. Huh? I mean, this is the difference to us human beings. We are forgetting a lot of things. Yeah? So AI can just remember and gives you a knowledge basis that you can really count on. Yeah? So let's come to the next question. Yeah, how can we optimally use the existing tools before considering new investments? Yeah? Just to come back to our solution. Yeah, as we started in a very small area in the B2B business. Yeah. With the bank, and it turned out yes, there were no processes, there were no active solutions available, and even the bank could not specify for themselves what they definitely need. Yeah? And this continued over years. Now we have complete front-to-back solutions, we have B2B solutions, B2C solutions, we have automatic investment solutions, and still we are struggling with the same methodology, yeah, that we have to extend the legacy system on the one hand, and on the other side we find technology that is far away from this old technology. For instance, we had a talk about cloud technology, yeah, Kubernetes, yeah, that can be installed, and it took us years to convince the bank to drive this business on these new cluster methodologies. The big advantages, usually we installed our solution on premise, yeah? Meaning you have to get to know to their environment, you get to have access to their environment, you have to deploy your solution, you have to write scripts, and at the very end it takes months, yeah? To make it run. Then we discovered Kubernetes as a new kind of methodology where you can define as a technician how it works, how it is connected together, and so on. So deployment can be done in one day. Yeah? So the complete solution, and the bank solution is very extremely complex, yeah? And there we can see how business can be driven by technology. Yeah? So, Mr. Cooper, what strategies have you implemented in your area to achieve these functionalities to improve business and to optimize existing tools?
So the market that I work in the public sector space on the national security level, as you can imagine, is very sensitive. So you specifically have to understand the culture and the environment and the mission of that country's agency, or whatever agency we're working with at that time, what they seek to do, or more likely seek not to do, or to have happen. So we have to, some of the things you typically have to get into is more of on a social level, being able to massage and understand and allow the client to trust that you will take what they have and protect that and put them in a better position politically, because if it goes bad sideways, they could be out of office, and there could be a national event that happens in a cyber perspective. But ultimately, it really gets down to dotting your I's, crossing your T's, understanding the environment. And in my world, the cyber world is an ever-evolving environment that is faster than we all can really keep up with, and things like AI and some of these other capabilities are making it even more ubiquitous and more difficult to catch. So it's trust. I'll leave it at that. It's really getting to the thing that's duplicative, if you will, is earning trust that we can do this, that the street credibility that we've already created says that, we're going to be the ones who are going to help you with this. So, yeah, I'm not sure what else to add beyond that, but yeah, it's a little different scenario.
Yeah, definitely it is. But I think a very important part is trust. What you already said. Yeah, I mean, as we are as a small company, we do not have that trust directly. Yeah? So this is one of the key features of success. How can you then reach trust? Yeah, what you already said. Yeah. And this you can, if you, on the one hand, prove your concepts, yeah, but, and there we come to then regulatory and things like that, because, yes, I know regulatories are not that part that we as a technician like, yeah, because it's complex, it's a lot of tasks that have to be done outside the business that you usually do, yeah, but, and this is the very important part, it creates trust, yeah? Because once you are there, yeah, and once you can guarantee that the data that you have is really secure, and the data that you have is not just used for any misleading issues or however, especially in the national security and things like that, yeah, once you reach that point, yeah, you can then establish new technology. What's your opinion, yeah, on that?
I think a valuable point that you mentioned it, that both of you, I mean Sean and Mustafa, that innovation in one side trigger innovation in the other side. Like, for example, the positive innovation trigger the negative innovation. As you said, in the dark web, like, for example, the AI has been used a lot for figuring the security breach in software, where in the dark web that they use the same tool, which is the AI, to hack the softwares. And as you said, if we can use the emerging technology and AI to increase the trust in the technology, then we got a very strong point. However, we should also consider how we can minimize the negative side of it.
In fact, we shouldn't just be abstract about it. AI is just a tool. Yeah. It's like if you tell me the problem is AI, it's like you are telling me I'm blaming my computer because I wrote a nasty email this morning. So it does not make sense. It should be about human. AI is a great tool, and it will create a certain effect where with AI we are augmenting our intelligence, so the new generation will be definitively smarter than us. They are born with AI. In fact, I have my 2-year-old girl who thinks Siri is a person. The same way we are talking on the phone with the grandma, we are talking with Siri. So imagine that generation that has all that capacities as a human. So AI can be a very powerful power for good, and blaming the technology for the bad behavior is a big mistake. Now, let's take back the most important question, which is accountability. We need responsible AI, ethical AI, and that does not come by trusting, for example, Microsoft or OpenAI. It comes by putting regulation in place and accountability.
It's interesting on the last part there, the accountability and regulation and having somewhat of a global agreement on how it's handled. I said, I was on a panel about that not long ago, and I said, good luck with that idea of having a ubiquitous...
And also considering the reliability as well and the bias of the AI.
Yes. So yeah, it's a challenge, and yes, it is a tool. Yes, absolutely.
It's not about governing AI, because technology should not be stopped. It's about putting rules. It's like an arbiter. But you need to be careful. I agree with you. Like, imagine a match and you have 2 arbiters and, 20 players. That's fair. But if you have 50 arbiters for 20 players, That would be very hard to watch, right?
Yeah, it's like putting the leash on with the dog or something.
Coming up with a uniform usage level or model or governance, that's where I say, good luck. And then who's going to enforce that? How is that enforced? Some of those ideas. Because there's always going to be somebody who doesn't care and they're going to do whatever they want to do. Now, how are we going to stop those parties?
Yes.
Another subject. Yes.
Yes, I mean, that's, we are coming to the point, this is the regulatory parts as well as the security standards are one of the challenging parts, and as we already agreed, this prepares and creates trust, what we need from the market, and can then open technologies, even if that fear is available, yeah, for the future, because then we know what we expect these tools, AI or however, to do, yeah, and that drives me to the next question. So how do we ensure, yeah, that our technology meets security standards and regulatory requirements? Yeah? So when we was first really getting in contact with the regulatories, yeah, it was I started a joint venture with a banking group in Austria, where we drive that specific technology, this B2B business and things like that. In 2015, I decided to take over the complete joint venture, yeah? And meaning suddenly we were not part of the bank anymore, yeah? So we were external from the bank, yeah? And that requires that we have then all certificates, all regulatories, and so on, be done for ourselves, yeah? So meaning in the past we were part of the bank, so they managed all of that things, and suddenly we were there in front of all, yeah, and we have to deliver all the documents and all what is requirement, certificates and things like that. So we get in contact with the European Banking Authority, yeah, that is driving that complete the compliant things and so on. We're working together together with the banks to solve all these standards. I think this is things you also know very good, but let's come to you, Ms. Avia. So how do you integrate these requirements in your technology decisions?
Yeah, I think you came to the point. I am Faculty of Software Engineering, and I worked in software development in the public sector and also in the private sector when I opened my company. So I think injecting the security requirement and also the compliance with the regulation should be followed in all the SDLC process. So starting before collecting requirement, you should know what's the requirement of the security, the delicate of the software, what kind of breaches that you can receive it, and also what the context that you are working in, what kind of regulation. For example, are you in the financial sector? Are you in the health sector? What specific standard you should comply with, as well as following, as I told you, the security requirement coming from the client or from the general knowledge, what kind of software requirement we need. Coming to the development, what kind of measurement we would like to implement in the software. Like, for example, do we need a multi-factor authentication? Do we need, like, for example, a stronger measure in the monitoring of the system? What kind of measure you would like to implement in the software to enhance your software? Coming also the testing. The testing, I think it's very important part of the software, starting from the internal sector to the third-party sector, third-party testing when it's a serious or a delicate or a crucial software. After that, I think it's also increasing the awareness in the people working in the software, that the security is not a pleasure. The security and the regulations and the requirement there, it's be there to be followed. You have an opinion, you can say it, but you cannot ignore it. And you don't really follow it in your thing. The last thing that I would like to mention it's we should inject a loop of feedback to gather the information that's already there in the people. What's the feedback? What the security problems that could be there? And also an innovation also updates on the security part and the compliance with the regulations. What new regulations comes? What the new security comes? What new breaches comes? And how we can add to that. I think this is summarize injecting the security and the compliance in all of the SDLC.
Very, very interesting input about what you said. And as a software architect, you have to think about how you are going to implement the system, how you are going to integrate the different third-party integration or whatever is necessary. But there is also a lot of things you are not thinking of. And this is very, very important. So we are all are human beings, and nobody of us can really solve any problem in any detail. Yeah? Meaning you need input from externals, third parties, and so on, to really know we are secure, and the data is secure. I don't know how you handle this, but we have professional hackers, attacking our systems year by year, day by day. Meaning we give them our sources, we give them the information that we have in our system. It's not a hidden tool nobody knows, it's really open. And this is also very, very, very important. We saw that we have a security hole in closed systems. As soon as a system is closed and nobody can access the sources, it is already a security hole. So software needs to be open and to be controlled. And this is a very, very important part, how we again can create trust. So we have a security report. We opened all the sources, not to other development companies, because this is nevertheless our know-how. But we have externals, they really focus on security and things, and we get tons of feedbacks how we can improve. And these tons of feedbacks is not something what we hidden and we hide for all the others. No, this is also regulatory managed. As soon as you detect any security issue, you are going to report that. And because we are working together on solutions, and we all want the software and the data and everything be safe. Meaning, if you find anything, you just inform anybody else. Here, there, we have a problem. And we can solve it like this, and that. So how's your experience in this area?
I would say I wouldn't have had anything to that other than hopefully everybody heard that. So the testing part is the key. From a cyber perspective, certainly. It's no different than you having fire drills in school so everybody knows what we're supposed to do. When this happens, we do this, do this, do this. It's exactly how you need to address from a security perspective, and having somebody, third party, kicking the tires, testing how it is from the outside. So those are great ideas. I would absolutely.
20 years ago, I was working, in fact, in what we call formal verification, which is not testing. It's proving your software is correct without testing all cases. I did my PhD too in that. And unfortunately, I will tell you the ugly truth. The companies who try to do formal verification are extinct. Why? Because in the reality of the market, you have tolerance to errors and mistakes and code. Another thing, AI is great in this perspective. Why? Because Python, the language that we are using for AI, is a formal language. In fact, it's an improvement of Common Lisp and formal methods. Without going into technicalities, what I'm trying to say, sometimes you can't tolerate risk, right? Cars have explosion engine. and gasoline is explosive, and we deal with that every day. So yes, we need a minimum testing. But sometimes over-testing, what will happen, other people who are careless will beat you to the market.
I think we can argue in that because some software, it's very crucial that you should do verification for it rather than testing. Like, for example, the laser beams machines and all these things.
They don't do formal verification.
They don't, yes.
They don't
They
care.
don't, yeah. But
They wait until there is an explosion to correct things. Unfortunately, it's a sad truth. Like airplanes, they don't have formal verification. Banking, they don't have formal verification. You have testing, right? At the end of the day, I'm not telling you we don't need testing. Definitively we do.
No,
But
no.
we need a balance between
Oh yeah, no, it's not even the testing
time to
aspect.
market
So
and
for the,
Yeah, we're
for the
selling
sake of
our
test,
products.
it's understanding that something will happen, and the testing part of it is for you to know what to do when it does happen. So you know that practice aspect. So it's going to happen.
Yeah. But AI is great in that. That means you can create with AI, and we implemented this in TSM. We have a complete code generation, and then we have code testing and automatic correction of errors, all using AI and Python script, which is, I think it's more science fiction if we talk about it 5 years ago.
I mean, this is one of the crucial points, testing, yeah? And I mean, we have a test development team, yeah? Meaning that test is not done anymore by hand and so on. So you have developers and you have your test cases, and we develop that. And before we deliver the software, all the tests, and we have meanwhile more than 30,000 tests, yeah, running over the application day by day. This cannot be done by a human being, yeah? And we improve that currently with AI, yeah? Because then we can improve the lines of code that is really tested. Yeah? So these can really be checked and you can improve your quality by automatic testing in introducing AI in that area. So I see the time is over. Yeah? I still have one question available, but I would then suggest that we go to the audience, yeah? and ask if there are any questions that.
All the way in the back. I'm coming for you. I love this idea of collective feedback, though, in the AI space. You know, it gives us a little visibility of what's working, what's not. Would be nice.
Lourdes from Lulu PDG. So, Dr. Abir, hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. Your explanation in terms of compliance and security, the methodology applies beautifully to one area that I think that is a concern from many of the C-level. So I'm thinking about earlier today we were talking about disruptive change. So our non-disruptive change is AI. So I suggest that we at the C-level, we need to really educate ourselves in terms of the technology. And part of that is, we were talking about testing. So the researchers in AI do test the large language models. So I think that two aspects. We as leaders, we need to make sure that we understand the technology, how it works, the foundational, 101. We don't need to be scientists. Using that will help us inform what is going to be our technology roadmap to identify what are the business cases in which make sense. So that's one aspect, and I think that applies beautifully the way that you explain it as well. The other one is change. There's a high resistance for AI, and AI is a tool, and it's here to stay. It's not going to go anywhere, right? So how we can help our employees transition to this change. And one of the things, and I did it myself because I went through the same experience, is me as a professional, what I do, and I really chart it out, what are the things that is not going to go away, my brain will continue doing that. what are the things that I can leverage and complement and work with AI to do my work? And what are the things that I really hate to do it, and the technology really is much better. So helping our employees by role, understanding to that level, and that is just really change management kind of apply to that aspect. So I think that the more we do that, the more the fear will go down. And then, because technology is changing pretty fast, right? So the in better position we are to just meet that speed of change. So I'm thank you for the way that you explain it. If we have time, I would love to ask, what are other recommendations that you have to bring people through this change, especially at the C-level, helping our employees? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's really a valuable point that you raised it. I will answer the first one and I will leave the second one for you. So for the first one, I think it's very crucial what you said about educating the C-level. I think the C-level, they understand a language that it's not understandable by the other employee. Like, for example, the other employee, you can say, this is the regulation that we should follow, this is the instruction that we follow. However, the C-level, you should address them in a different way. And this is, I think, very crucial when it comes to not the complying with the regulation, because they will understand it. However, the security measurements and how we justify the huge budget that comes with introducing the measures of the security inside the software, especially if the software is not critical. And for example, something for the a ledger, like for example, something to collect coupons or something like that. However, preserving the rights for your client to represent themselves and don't allow anyone to steal their identity and buy even coupon in their name, it's their right. So I think C-level educate or increase the awareness in the C-level is very important. One thing which is work in Saudi Arabia, if I can speak about it, like for example, bring the government in this space. Like for example, in Saudi Arabia, there is a strict regulations and guidelines, and there is also an authority for cybersecurity. It's called National Cybersecurity Authority in Saudi Arabia. So where they follow the other public sector and the private sector as well in enforcing the security, and that's why the C-level insists in the cybersecurity and the regulation, not the employee. I think I took too much, so I will let the floor
But for I you. agree with you 100%. I have nothing to add. So.
You said quite a bit there. So I'm not really sure what I could add to that, to the question that you heard, that you had asked. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain level of risk, yes, with any change. As we're saying, it's inevitable that you're going to have to, especially as technology in general is evolving, and all of it is not backwards compatible. So, yeah, there's got to be, unfortunately, there's a level of due diligence that each individual within the company is going to have to do their own educational uplift, if you will. We had a conversation about that earlier today, that a lot of the enablement that used to be out there is not really out there. You're on your own, a lot of these things now, making these decisions on what to bring in, what to do, because of the internet, because there's so much out there, but there's a lot of stuff, information out there.
I think,
if I can add one thing that I would like to highlight it when you talk about the disruptive technology. I think that natural crises like the pandemic, they bring they allow us to know how to deal with the disruptive technology. And I think in general, we do well with the disruptive technology. We found that the people understand it and they cope with it, although they have this shock in the beginning. However, they understand the change and they come easily with the change. So thank you very much for your question.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, panelists. What a great way to go out with a bang today on day one. Thank you very much for your insight and expertise. I invite you, give them a round of applause. I invite you to take a stand at the end of this stage so we can get a picture for the record books that you were here sharing this great insight. There's no doubt technology is moving fast. It's hard to keep up. Okay. I think events like this is really the answer, so you can talk to people live and understand, have these discussions, talk about problems, and find those solutions that other people are experiencing and some ideas that you can implement inside of your organization with your clients' pains, and really keep connecting and talking about this. This is the only way we're going to continue to thrive. Would you like to be in front of the tables? Do you want in front? In front of the tables, please. Watch the edge of the stage here. What a great, great conversation. I mean, we're living the age of technology, and it's just moving fast. I'll give them a moment just to take the pictures. So far, from a show of hands, anyone use the hashtag? Oh, boy. Oh, I like it. All right. I don't want to get you up bouncing around yet, but we're going to get into recognition session, part 2 of day 1. We do this every day for the next 3 days. Really exciting stuff. Have you enjoyed all the conversations on stage? Really great stuff. Give yourself a round of applause for staying here, staying alert. I try to keep the energy alive, and clearly we got so many experts talking about a range of topics that make it really engaging, and thank you everyone in the audience for participating to ask questions. We have networking ending this day, so don't run anywhere. There's more opportunities to connect and meet everybody else. Again, thank you very much, everyone, for this spectacular conversation topic. Thank you, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you up here. Okay, so let's move on to the recognition session. How about that? It's time to celebrate those who aren't just participating in the market, but who have actively shaped it to be more inclusive, innovative, and inspirational. Now, these are the leaders making a mark on their industries and the world. So let's give them applause as I introduce them to really achieve and receive their award and recognition. I'm going to first invite to the stage to distribute awards and celebrate with me on stage. We welcome Jill Lupasen, who's the CFO of Calhoun's Global BPO Corporation. She's standing outside. How are you? Nice to have you here with us today. We're just going to let these guys take away some of the furniture before we start bringing people up. How's the event going for you so far?
It's great. A lot of insights, and it's so good.
Great. Well, I know Calhoun's is outside. You guys are having some good, engaging conversations with people?
Yeah, we're jam-packed, actually.
Not a bad thing at all in Dubai by any means. Great. So, Jill, I'm going to ask you to take the middle stage. We're going to get awards up here any second. You hear the music from the other rooms? It's taken over. So let's make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to stand here and shine. I do invite everyone that does come up on the stage, 1 minute on the microphone. Talk to me about what you want the world to know. We're streaming live on YouTube for friends and families to see. Are you ready to begin? One more table. Oh, here's a little bio about Jill, just in case she's presenting. We got a whole bunch of information. Make sure you connect. Okie dokie. Are we ready? I think we are. Okay. The first award for Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to a distinguished expert in Web3 blockchain technologies and AI, known for her hands-on approach and impactful contributions. As the Vice Dean of KSU, she founded the Blockchain and Web3 Lab at KSU and serves as CEO of hashtag I_speak_tech initiative, an advanced era tech company driving digital transformation. With over 20 years of experience in certifications in blockchain, cloud, and AI, she leads projects and initiatives at the intersection of these fields. Please welcome to the stage to collect the first award for Business Leadership Excellence, Dr. Abir Al-Humamidi. Well done, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate Conference 2 and the organizer for recognizing my achievement and also acknowledging this achievement. I would like also to thank my husband who's with me here now in the hall, and my son who's doing his bachelor at Harvard, and I would also extend it to all my families. Thank you very much. And also for my team. I forget my team. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the people. And thank you for the audience who are clapping for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mabruk. Amazing achievement. She's really doing a crazy things over there in Saudi Arabia. So if anyone's looking to get into Saudi market, she's the girl to connect with for sure. It's all about education. We're going to keep on moving along because there's more leaders to really acknowledge. As the CEO and founder of Virtual, the next person up oversees the strategy, operations, and growth of innovative experiential solutions across the Middle East and Northern Africa. He is an accomplished leader with over 20 years of experience spanning multiple industries. His expertise in new business development, management, and Lean Six Sigma methodologies has been instrumental in building relationships, developing new markets, and delivering exceptional results. Please welcome to the stage the Business Leadership Excellence Award to Engineer Bahir Omar.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're enjoying this great day. Very intellectual minds in the room. I've been very pleasant to talk to many of you. And hopefully we'll meet more leaders for the next couple of days. First of all, I would like to thank CXO 2 team for recognizing my efforts in the region. Thanks a lot, and this dedication for the award goes to my family. Especially to my mom and dad, it's kind of emotional, but also to my wife, my kids, my brothers, team workers, all the people that came along this journey, from workers, mentors, subordinates, bosses, you name it. They're part of this success, and this is a testimonial to their achievements too. Leadership, as we're celebrating leaders today, leadership is not about being in charge. It is about taking care of the people that's in your charge. So let's inspire the world with better leaders, whom we are today, a better vision that inspires generations to come, and let's always push the boundaries to be better leaders. Thank you very much today.
Wonderful. He said it right. Yeah, it takes a lot of people to get up here, and there's a lot of years of experience in this room. So let's keep celebrating, shall we? So the next Emerging Leader in Business Award, CXO 2.0, is going to be a chartered accountant at Studio Piana Iluzzi. It's a long Italian name that I hope she definitely comes up to expand, but she has a flair for teamwork, strong curiosity and commitment, consultant for operators and associations. Welcome to the stage, Carla Bellini. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you to the CXO team for this recognition. I'm really grateful. Thank you to all my sons, my family, and to all my colleagues making my daily challenge so amazing and the teamwork real effective with the genuine occasions to discuss and to build every day something new. And thank you for all of you for making this day so special with your valuable insights. Really, thank you.
Wonderful. I love this. Don't miss on the opportunity to thank our family, the ones we loved, our partners, and our colleagues, because now's the time to do that. They're watching online. They can watch it later on, and it's really a moment to shine and share with the people you're grateful for. The next person is a seasoned entrepreneur and consultant currently focused on the launch of the new global e-commerce platform designed to streamline online shopping and earning for consumers and businesses alike. As a founder of Distinct Defense, he leverages multiple partnerships and over 30 years of experience in engineering, financial services, wellness, and e-commerce. His commitment to excellence, innovation, and community reinvestment drives his efforts across multiple services and continents. Please put your hands together to CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellent Award to Danielle Stege. Danielle. Well, congratulations to Daniel. We'll get you on the next time, but congrats. The next winner is the Chief Financial Officer at Markets and Markets Trademark Research Private Limited. Is the strategic and trusted senior finance leader with global experience in TMT and consulting industry. He is known for transforming and growing multiple tactical businesses into strategic functions across the globe, both in large corporations and startups. He is quite adept at stakeholder management, external and internal, and is being known to be frugal in managing cost. There's a guy on your finance team that you love. The CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellent Award goes to Deepak Kadeya.
Good evening to all my friends over here. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to CXO 2.0 for recognizing me. It's really a proud moment for me and for my family, which has been a pillar of strength for me. I worked for various Fortune 1000 companies for the last 2 decades before joining Markets and Markets, which is a leading research and consulting company providing growth solutions to Fortune 1000 companies across the world. We are living in a world which is undergoing a huge transformation as we speak. And with transformation comes uncertainty. And as a leader, I firmly believe there is an opportunity in every crisis and every opportunity. And I'm really excited about all the possibilities which lies ahead in these uncertain times. And I'm sure so are you. So I wish you all the best in leading and driving your companies to the growth trajectory. Thank you so much.
Okay, our next excellent award goes to a talent development manager at Bahrain with expertise in building robust talent pipelines and overseeing the entire recruitment process from sourcing to onboarding and performance evaluation. He is adept at creating and delivering learning and development programs, training over 2,500 employees, enabling employees to excel in competitive environments, and he's crafted a proven track record in collaborating with key stakeholders to achieve KPIs, career progression through his career path. So please put your hands together for Business Leadership Excellence Award, Mr. Faraz Murgabel. Okay. Congratulations, Faraz. We move along. The next winner of our CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award is a Global Portfolio Sustainability Lead, a professor and senior managing advisor at Hitachi Energy Limited and XRG Management and Impact Advisory. He's a global sustainability leader with over 20 years of management responsibilities at world-leading corporation in the energy, infrastructure, and industrial manufacturing sectors, a professor on business and society engineering and business schools, and a senior managing advisor. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ghazi Kabluti. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm deeply honored to accept the CX 2.0 Business Leadership Excellence Award. Big thanks goes for sure to my colleagues, mentors, family, friends, and students whose support has been my foundation. For 25 years, I have served as a global corporate manager, advisor, and lecturer at business and engineering schools, committed to redefining business and sustainability beyond the conventional ESG framework. In view of intensifying climate change impacts, accelerating biodiversity loss, and social inequalities across the globe, the Financial Times has recently highlighted that the conventional ESG agenda hasn't sparked the transformative change we need for a resilient and thriving future, and the ESG agenda in its current form may never deliver that. Through my XRG advisory platform, I offer advisory, lecturing, and speaking services for an alternative, innovation-driven, systems thinking agenda that aligns green with growth and purpose with profit. I'm also excited to announce the launch of our new website at xrg-advisory.com at this conference today. So let's connect and create meaningful change together. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Enjoy, live it up. You're up here. Enjoy. I want you to take it in. There's all these people listening. The world is online, so please do take that opportunity to really shine. Next award winner is a dedicated advocate and leader in the health and wellness sector with extensive experience in advancing accessibility and adaptive solutions for individuals with unique needs. Through a focus on inclusive healthcare and adaptive technologies, they have helped to reshape perceptions and create meaningful change within the community. This person is the founder of littlewins.com, which aims to improve quality of life through innovative solutions and advocacy. Please welcome to the stage the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellent Award to Lexis Noel Surratt. We move along. We move along, and we have another award winner to recognize who's a partner and the CMTO of Alba Corporation. They spearhead innovation projects across real estate, tech, business services, and including the Alba Innovation Hub and Alba Homes, Dubai's fastest growing real estate agency. Named as one of the top 10 CMOs in UAE for 2022 by CEO Insight Magazine, and recognized internationally for his marketing excellence. He combines strategic foresight with a hands-on approach to driving growth. Please put your hands together for Luis Prata. Congratulations, Louis. Next, winner of our Excellence Award goes to the Mission Maker, who's a visionary specialist who transforms ideas into impactful missions. A serial entrepreneur and a change maker, he is Severtum Group's founder and executive global event producer at DG Inner Development Goals and SIME. He's also the founder of the Nordic Event Institute and Lab. It looks like SEC Event and Waxholm Marina, House of Creativity, and a lot more. Wow, this is where his leadership continues to drive innovation and meaningful connections on a global scale. Please welcome to the stage CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award to Mats Larson. Welcome.
I think we should give a big hand to Rachel. You're a fantastic MC. I'm very proud standing here, very grateful, and very emotional for me. Without my family, I shouldn't be standing here. Without my customers, I should definitely not be standing here. I always use now to ask myself, what's important right now? I think we've been into it today. We've been into the importance of people. I am very, very proud of being a part of creating inner development goals, because I think everything comes from inner. And to succeed, we really need to take care about ourselves. And I'm very, very proud of standing here. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much, and congratulations. I love that gratitude. Makes me feel good. Doesn't everyone feel good inside when people give thanks? Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to move on. We got more. Next person is the CEO and co-founder of All Your BI, one of our great sponsors that brought us here all today, your trusted business intelligence partner with a strong background in data analytics and a passion for driving informed business decisions. He's established himself as a leader in the field. He leverages his expertise to help organizations harness the power of their data and transforming complex information into actionable insights. Please put your hands together. CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award. You've seen him on stage, Michael Van Dyke.
thanks CXO for this opportunity of being here on stage and taking this recognition away home. And obviously back at home, thanks to the team for allowing us to make this growth happen and helping our customers. And one of our other co-founders who's here with me, Martijn, thank you for all the guidance and support over the last years. So thank you.
Okay. You see, I'm getting used to these glasses. Age is funny. Got to get used to new things, be agile like the technology thing we got going on. All right, we got more leaders to really acknowledge. The next one is an accomplished FMCG expert with a remarkable career spanning 22 categories, 22 countries, and 22 years. Sounds like 22 is a good lotto number. And with over 2 decades of leadership in multinational companies like Unilever, Mars, Henkel, SCJ, Agatha, Mustafa is the guy coming up to stage. He's delivering transformation results. We saw him on stage. He has diversified food and beverage, non-food segments. He's been the VP of Sales, Regional Business Head Unit, and Customer Marketing Director. He's not only excelled in driving revenue growth, but really creating innovative go-to-market strategies and leading high-performing teams. Let's welcome him back up to the stage, Mr. Mustafa Zaghloul.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, CXO, for this opportunity. And thank you, everyone, for staying. I know it's a long day and everyone is exhausted, but it's just the first day. So that's the bad news. There are still 2 more days full of excitement. I know the agenda is packed. I'm conscious about time. So I would love to connect with everyone. I'm still here for the 3 days. I have a keynote speak at Fueled after tomorrow morning, so we'll be humbled if you attend, or eConnect on LinkedIn. I'll just leave you with one message that I've heard recently, and it was astonishing. It made a difference in my life. It says, because we're at change, disruptions, and the VUCA environment, so it simply says, when you feel you're in complete darkness, you might feel you're buried, but you're just simply planted. And I leave you with this message. Thank you.
Thank you. It looked like it impacted a lot of people in the audience. I love it. Thank you for sharing. Our next excellent winner goes to an aviation consultant and pilot who is versatile and enterprising leader with more than 15 years of international and domestic industry experience. She is known for building credibility with executive decision makers and developing strong relationships with diverse stakeholders. She's a thought leader, research author, mentor, influential communicator, skilled at adapting swiftly and circumstances and achieving great results. Please welcome to the stage Captain Poonan Devrakayani. Congratulations, Captain. I'm sure you will come and get your award shortly. We keep them all for all the winners to collect if they're not here. So we'll continue to award some more. Like the founder of Infinilex Consultancy, it's a dedicated professional with a strong inclination towards navigating the uncharted territories of law and the viability of legal services in complicated gray areas of regulations. Being the youngest partner at a leading law firm in New Delhi, they started Infinilex and works extensively with the edutech, fintech, and startup landscape, and is constantly looking for opportunities and avenues for active contribution in the growth of these sectors. So something to keep in mind if you are in this space. Please welcome to the stage for the Business Leadership Excellence Award at CXO 2.0, Prashant Sharma.
Rachel, for that introduction. It's Infinilex, by the way. Thank you, CXO 2.0 for the amazing conference you guys have hosted and for the award. And this goes out to my team across the globe, Dubai, US, India, who've made this possible, who've made it possible for us to meet. And I do look forward to meeting everybody here over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, I just want to remind all the winners from this afternoon, please stick around. We're going to do a group shot, a photo shoot before we end the day. Now, the next winner is the founder and CEO of Crizin. He leads the development of tailored AI and digital products and strategies and co-builds startups across the Middle East and India. He's a management consultant at Deloitte with almost 5 years of hands-on experience in customer strategy and design, technology and business scaling. He worked on high-impact projects with Google in Singapore and Grant Thornton in Dubai. Please welcome to the stage, Raghav Zohra.
Thank you so much for the recognition, and it's my 27th birthday today, so this makes it even more special. Thank you everybody. Really appreciate this moment to sit back, reflect, and celebrate small wins and victories while all of us continue to do our part in making this world a better place to live in. I'm the founder and CEO of Crizin. We lead the development of AI and digital products across the Middle East and India, and we also co-build different startups with first-time founders. That's what we do. I hope to stand here today and inspire all the young professionals and individuals, not just in India, but in every corner of the world, to dream, to believe in the dream, and to believe in a dream that is crazy enough to change the world. And of course, to start, right? And my family has been the biggest strength and the pillar of support for me. So I would like to conclude with a thought which my dad has always shared with me. If you don't try, it is always going to be a no. But if you try, you might just as well convert it into a yes. And thanks to him, I have a few yeses in my pocket, and I really aspire to get a lot more. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good evening.
Congratulations. Wonderful. I love that your parents play such a pivotal part in our lives and what they say. You resonate to coming on stage with the winners. Spectacular. The next person I'd like to acknowledge from CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award is a serial entrepreneur, AI innovator, and a TEDx speaker with a PhD in nanotechnology. As a founder of Theosim and several successful companies, he is dedicated to merging technology with human well-being. A best-selling author of The Singularity of Hope, he's also a member of the Forbes Technology Council and the Entrepreneur.com Leadership Network, and has over 1 million social media followers. Holy cow, I hope he uses our hashtag. Give him a round of applause. You saw him on stage, Dr. Sam Samane.
Thank you, CXO conference, for this recognition. I want also to extend all my gratitude for my family. They came with me, by the way, here to Dubai, but they are not in the conference. And also I want to thank my teams and all my companies, Theosim, Trelexa, Calitex, and Care Europe. And also I want to thank my followers, my subscribers, and you. Thank you very much.
Amazing. All right. The next winner of our next award is the co-founder and director of Trifecta Projects, She began her journey in the real estate sector in 2007, initially through a partnership and guided by a vision of ambition tempered with consciousness. She's overseen Trifecta's growth from modest beginnings to a leading developer with over 3.22 million square feet developing across Bangalore. Her leadership reflects a commitment to sustainability, development, customer trust, and innovation, positioning Trifecta Projects as a trusted name. Here she is for CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellent Award. Sarada Reddy Rami Reddy, come on up and accept your award. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to CXO team for this honor. Um, thanks, yeah, thanks to my husband, whose ambition and passion for business inspired me to contribute. Eventually, I realized my potential, which I myself unaware of initially. But I'm habitual in seeing things with the lens of a phrase called ceteris paribus in economics, which means other things being equal. This perspective has helped me evaluate competitors objectively and navigate through the dynamic dimensions of the industry effectively. As a woman, multitasking it comes naturally to me, and this has allowed me to engage with the multiple facets of the business, making my contributions versatile and impactful. Integrity, flexibility, and sustainability are the cornerstones of the organization's sustenance for the long run. This honor reassures me that we are on the right path and motivates me to contribute.
Sometimes it's nerve-wracking to come up here and talk, but you guys are doing an amazing job. Amazing job. I hope you're loving this event because I love getting you up here and finding out who you are and everything you've done, the impact you've made, and it really encourages everyone to really have a conversation at the networking event that's coming up next. I wanted to award the next Excellent Award Business Leadership at CXO 2.0, who's an executive coach and consultant at the International Corporate Communications. She is an ICF accredited professional certified coach with over 22 years of experience in coaching and advising executives and international leaders across various industries, including oil and gas, life sciences and biotechnology, aviation, and renewable energy. Whether facilitating management meetings, conducting leadership workshops, or one-on-one coaching, her approach focuses on growing a conscious attitude of communication based on values, authenticity, and building trust. She was a spectacular moderator earlier. Please put your hands together for CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellent Award to Shadan Atala. Congratulations.
So, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity. And as Rachel has always been saying, this is the time to shine. And this is why I would like to extend the shining to everyone who has been on this journey of dedication and service. Everyone who knows that achievements are but the tip of a bleeding iceberg invisible to the eye, for we are driven by passion and the love for what we do, and yet it is our persistence, sacrifice, and tenacity that truly inspire every single day. So thank you and congratulations, everybody, and keep shining and inspiring. Thank you.
And we continue. Need those glasses again. Okay. The next award winner that I'd like to welcome up to the stage is an international serial entrepreneur and aspiring emerging market real estate mogul. So she is the co-founder of a fintech banking aggregator, a hotelier in the making, and an interior designer, an amateur artist, scholarship student, and proud patron of the multi-hyphenated Girls Club. She embodies versatility and ambition. Welcome to the stage, Tabassum Mustafa.
To start off, Rachel, thank you for your wonderful energy, your pop of color. Thank you, CXO, for the recognition, as well as putting this together. I've spoken to, I feel like, at least half a dozen of your team who have been absolutely wonderful over the past few months, have always been connected, and truly take care of people as if I were a part of the team, so thank you for that. I talk a lot about being a woman, and I also talk a lot about being a zillennial. It's a fun time to be a woman in business, and what I mean by that is I am all of the buzzwords right now, right? I'm 30, I'm a millennial, I'm a Gen Z, I'm a woman, I'm in business. I come from several other minority backgrounds. And so what's interesting is that there has to be a balance now of how much of us is shown to fit a certain quota and how much of us is being overshown, in which case it's unserious and too young. And I think it's a really interesting time, and I think that it's really important that CXO does things like this, because trust should come from action, and trust should come from respect, regardless of what age you are, regardless of what gender you are, and regardless of how many buzzwords you're either hitting or failing to hit. So thank you, CXO. I hope to see the rest of you. I'll be speaking at the panel on the third day. She leads, she succeeds, and I look forward to that because I'm sure you can tell I do like to talk. Thank you.
Awesome. Congrats. Okay, we got another emerging leader to bring up to this stage, a business analyst in banking. Self-driven, business-oriented, and people-centric professional with the desire to promote long-lasting relationships and collaborate with like-minded professionals. He is self-disciplined to grow, learn, and motivate peers to pave the way for entrepreneurship, collaboration, and sustainability. He's been accumulating experience in IT consulting and business development with a track record of exceeding expectations and reaching objectives. Please put your hands together for the Business Award CXO 2.0 Conference Emerging Leader, Yosef Migribi. Congratulations, Yosef. One last leadership award that we'd like to recognize today before I invite everybody up here to take a picture. So she is CEO of Ann Summer Coaching and celebrating for her significant contributions to healthcare and entrepreneurship. After 25 years in full-time medical practice, she's transitioned into entrepreneurship, aiming for expansion and empowering high-achieving adults to rediscover their passion by overcoming self-limiting beliefs. Through PA Ann Summer LLC, as speaker and entrepreneur, she offers coaching under Ann Summer Coaching. And you've seen her outside. Please put your hands together. She coming in from her table outside. I think she got excited standing out there. CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award. Ann Summer. Woo! Turn that music up. She's ready. Feel the energy. Redefine self-talk. Live fearlessly, she says. Congratulations. Time to shine.
Everybody. I always like a surprise. I love a surprise. That was a surprise. Thank you, CXO 2.0. Thank you for everybody that's working so hard to make this go the way it's going. I know it's probably not the funnest job, but for us, we are appreciative. Appreciate everybody being here and supportive, and just go and live fearlessly, I guess.
Thanks. Congratulations. Okay. Okay. Jill, you've been incredible. Thank you for coming up here. Can I ask all the awards winners, come on up. Award winners, you belong up here on stage. Let's take a group shot. Turn that music up. We're going to just have fun for one last shot of the day. We are at CXO 2.0 2024 here in Dubai, where we are acknowledging leaders of tomorrow and the impact you have on your community, your colleagues, leaders of tomorrow here at CXO 2.0. So group shot, thank you for sticking around. It's been a long day. Squeeze in there. Pretend you love each other. We're having a good time. Anyone else need to come up? One more? Yeah, we're not going to miss her. Okay, get in there, get in there. We got some room. Take that picture. Now's your opportunity. Post it. Tag them. Don't break your award. Ooh. Saved. Well done, everyone. This is your moment to shine. We're streaming live on YouTube. Feel like we're live for the world to see. Really great moment to shine. These are the leaders of tomorrow, today, and the future. Well done. Congrats. Enjoy. Lots of paparazzi in the crowd. Just another minute. Get those last minute pictures. And your work has really inspired us all today. I hope you've gotten a chance to connect with everyone up here on the stage. And if you haven't, guess what? We have tomorrow and the next day as well. So I'm looking forward to a couple new people to take the stage, share their expertise. Give them a round of applause one more time. These are CXO Inspiration Leaders. Thank you and congrats. You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, I invite you to the next part of this evening, the beginning of the night in Dubai. It's a beautiful place. Thank you, merci. It's great to see you guys up here, but Dubai, it wakes up in the evening. The city just starts to shine. The Burj Khalifa projects this beautiful laser light show you won't see anywhere in the world. So I encourage you, before you leave today, stick around, network. We're going into the networking hour right now where you have an opportunity to continue these conversations, deep dive into some of the conversations that started on stage that maybe we didn't get to finish. This is where connecting with the people in this room are going to be empowering and really make the most of this event. I want to just sincerely extend my heartfelt thanks to our sponsors and Summer Coaching, our bronze sponsors with Fatima Ibra, Avella Global, All Your BI, and Theosim Corp. Your participation has been incredible, and it means the world to us. We're here in this beautiful 5-star hotel, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all for being part of this room. I hope you've enjoyed it. I love being your host, and I am grateful that you've gotten to connect with me. I wish the UAE a happy 53rd National Day, as we're still celebrating a holiday today. All right, so get out there, get networking, and enjoy your evening in Dubai. I'll see you tomorrow morning. We start at 9 o'clock. Be there or be square. We'll be online on YouTube. Thanks, everyone. Have a great, great rest of your evening.